We'll get started here in about 60 seconds. Yes, we'll try to get a timer up here. What's that? Yes, no, we have many people online justifying this rather elaborate technical setup in the, I don't know if you noticed, 2 large cameras, a team of 4. There'll be videos and many things. Yeah, there are vastly more people online than in the room. We're actually quite proud of that fact. We didn't anticipate such a large crowd. 200 people wanted to be in this room today, so we had to be very selective. Of course, you guys were first on the list. We tried, they were booked out and other things, yeah. Budget constraints as well. Wonderful. If the people at the door could just bring it inside, we'll get started. Well, very good. The door is shut. Welcome, everyone. My name is Sean Lees, and I am UNDP's Nature Pledge Coordinator here in Asia and the Pacific. I'd like to start by just wishing you all a very happy International Day of Biodiversity. That's right. And indeed, we are gathered here today in part to celebrate biodiversity, to celebrate nature, but importantly to celebrate the people that are driving efforts to stop its staggering decline. So I am honored, personally honored, to be in your presence today. Thank you for the important work that you do. Together we're going to honor nature by having a deep dive discussion on the intersection of nature, technology, and finance. And indeed, how can the coupling of digital technology and innovative financial instruments lead to an increase in nature conservation and nature protection? We're going to get the conversation started here in a moment, but forgive me for a few words on housekeeping, related to housekeeping. You will find the restrooms on the left-hand side as you leave the building, or rather the room. We ask you to turn your cell phones off, if you would. Your badges, we like to ask you to return the badges if you need to leave the venue early, or indeed at the end of the day. The agenda for today's meeting is available on QR codes that were placed on some of the tables, but indeed we'll show a slide here momentarily with the agenda. We're going to begin with opening remarks and a video address. After our opening remarks, we will take a group photo. We'll just ask you to stand up where you are, and for those of you that are towards the back, if you could come a little bit forward, that would be appreciated. We'll then go immediately into our first panel discussion, market-based solutions driving biodiversity conservation. After this first section, we'll have a short networking break. At 11, we'll reconvene for our second panel discussion, digital innovations in action, and I will be your moderator for that session. Lunch is at 12:30 and will take place on the 5th floor. I'll be prompting you at around 1:45, 1:50 to return to our room. My colleague, Mia Sines from WWF, will then step in my role now as the MC and introduce the second day, half of the day. But without further ado, allow me to welcome His Excellency Jean-Claude Pombouf to the podium for some opening remarks. Ambassador.
Esteemed colleagues, partners, friends, ladies and gentlemen, good morning, Sawadee Krap. You may wonder why a French ambassador would attend a meeting which looks very, very technical, because obviously I'm not an expert of what you are going to be discussing today. But if I'm here today, it's because in essence the issue is very political and deserves the attention of ambassadors, diplomats, political leaders. So it's a pleasure to be here with you today for this important event, Nature Positive in Asia, driving biodiversity gains through digital innovation and finance. As ambassador of France to Thailand, I'm particularly pleased that this timely and crucial dialogue is taking place here in Bangkok. Last year in May, France and Thailand signed a letter of intent demonstrating their shared commitment to strengthening cooperation on environment, biodiversity, and species protection. And today's event is a concrete step in that direction, and I commend UNDP, WWF, AFD, and ADB for convening such a distinguished group of experts, innovators, and leaders. The Asia-Pacific region, a treasure trove of ecosystems and biodiversity, is regrettably facing unprecedented threats that extend far beyond environmental concerns, impacting climate resilience, food and water security, and the very foundations of sustainable economic growth. Addressing these challenge requires bold and innovative solutions, and this is precisely why the focus of today's event, the convergence of digital innovation and sustainable finance, is so critical. We stand at a pivotal moment where technological progress and rapidly evolving financial mechanisms offer us powerful new tools to halt and, if possible, reverse nature loss. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework provides a clear roadmap emphasizing the role of digital technologies and the urgent need for increased financing. And today's discussions directly address these targets, including the ambitious goal of protecting 30% of land and sea areas by 2030, while ensuring the equitable involvement of indigenous peoples and local communities. In the brief time I will have with you, I'm particularly interested to hear about the concrete examples that will be shared today, illustrating how digital technologies are revolutionizing our ability to monitor, protect, and restore biodiversity. Furthermore, I anticipate insightful discussions on the innovative financial instruments and partnerships frameworks that can unlock the necessary investments for nature-based solutions, which I understand will be the key focus of your discussions. And in this context, I welcome the active involvement of the French Development Agency, AFD, the AFD group, notably through the Fin for Bio initiative. We look forward to continuing the dialogue and advancing our engagement with Thailand's financial sector, specifically public banks, to identify gaps and opportunities for investment in nature and to mitigate nature-related financial risk. Furthermore, we are delighted to have the participation of Proparco, which is part of the AFD group, who will share their valuable investment experience in supporting green and blue economies across the region. I'm confident that the diverse expertise gathered here, from technology entrepreneurs and financial institutions to conservation practitioners and community leaders, will generate insightful discussions, identify concrete opportunities, and foster the collaborations needed to drive meaningful changing. France, in particular, through the AFD group and other stakeholders, is deeply committed to supporting biodiversity conservation and sustainable development in the region, and we believe that by working together, by embracing innovation, and by mobilizing the necessary financial resources, we can indeed achieve a nature-positive nature for Asia. So I wish you a productive and inspiring discussion. Thank you very much. Merci beaucoup. Khop kun makra.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Next, Gert Trogeman, manager of our Global Policy Network at UNDP Asia and the Pacific. Gert.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Ambassador. Good morning, everybody. Good to see you all. I understand, Sean, you said it's about 200 plus colleagues who were hoping to find a space in this room this morning. This room doesn't lend itself for that. It's unfortunate we couldn't expand, but it shows what the importance that sits behind the topic. So thank you for joining today, and let me welcome you on behalf of UNDP and also our conspirators, if you wish, the WWF, AFD, ADB, for this event today. Nature positive in Asia and the Pacific, driving biodiversity gains through digital innovation and finance. The ambassador already highlighted the extraordinary levels, I would say, of biodiversity in Asia and the Pacific. You called it a treasure trove. You highlighted the threats to it as well. Let me perhaps add a couple of figures and data to it, which are quite staggering, but good to always have in the back of our minds. According to WWF's most recent Living Planet report, the Asia-Pacific region has witnessed a staggering 60% decline in monitored wildlife populations between 1970 and 2020. This decline has been accelerated by a habitat destruction between 2001 and 2019. Southeast Asia lost 610,000 square kilometers of forest. That's an area about the size of the territory of Thailand. Simultaneously, coral reefs across the Pacific are suffering from increasing degradation due to climate change, due to pollution, due to unsustainable fishing practices, and the list goes on. Against that background, I think it is more than obvious that the challenge of nature loss is not only central, but it's squarely in our way to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Nature loss directly impedes, as is obvious, progress on SDG 14, life below water, SDG 15, life on land, but it really does cut across the whole international development agenda. Nature loss exacerbates poverty, SDG 1 threatens food security, SDG 2 diminishes the capacity of ecosystems to provide protection against climate change impacts, SDG 13. And Ambassador, you spoke to the political dimension of it. It is also a key contributor, if you wish, to resource scarcity and to social instability. Hence, there is a clear, direct correlation, if I can say so, to the world of governance and political relations as well. Ultimately, progress towards the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is inextricably linked to our success in limiting nature loss. In 2023, UNDP launched what we call the Nature Pledge. Sean referred to it in the very beginning. It's our corporate commitment to assisting countries reach their ambitions under the Kunming-Montreal Global Diversity Framework. With its 23 targets, the Global Biodiversity Framework is a crucial roadmap for halting and reversing biodiversity. You spoke to some of the targets, Ambassador. Let me perhaps just highlight Target 20 that emphasizes the pivotal role of technology, innovation, and knowledge transfer. It's part of why we're here. Target 19 calls for a substantial increase in financial resources from all sources to support national biodiversity strategies. And the Ambassador also referred to Target 3, the ambitious 30-30 goal of protecting at least 30% of land and seas by 2030. Today's event is meant to help galvanize attention and increase support to these targets. Across Asia and the Pacific, we are seeing how artificial intelligence and digital innovation are transforming our ability to collect, to analyze, to share and monitor nature-related data, creating new opportunities to drive biodiversity gains at scale. UNDP is at the forefront of these efforts in supporting countries to harness digital technologies and innovative finance to accelerate nature-positive development. From geospatial platforms to digital infrastructure, we are working with governments and communities towards informed decisions grounded in both science and in traditional knowledge. And that's an important point because as we innovate, as we try to move to scale and work differently, indigenous people and local communities need to be empowered and benefit from these advances. Their centuries-old stewardship of nature must inform how we collectively design and apply new solutions. Investments in digital infrastructure must go hand in hand with efforts to support local ownership and transparent participatory governance. When you look at finance, we are seeing growing momentum around new financial tools, from green bonds and nature bonds to biodiversity credits, different types of swaps. These instruments hold a lot of promise, but they must be backed by rigorous transparency and accountability, and they must be done smartly to avoid greenwashing, to ensure real impact on the ground. We're working with countries to design and implement such instruments in ways that channel resources to where they are needed most and ensure that the benefits are equitably shared with communities who safeguard nature every day. With these advances and challenges in mind, let us agree to work together to chart a clear and ambitious course towards a nature-positive future in Asia and the Pacific. And with that, I thank you and wish you a really fruitful day. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gerd. And now I understand we have a very special video message from Ivan Higuero, the Secretary General for the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. Can we cue up the video message, please?
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, partners, and participants. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to this regional dialogue, Nature Positive in Asia, Driving Biodiversity Gains through Digital Innovation and Finance. I commend UNDP, WWF, the Agence Française de Développement, and the Asian Development Bank for organizing this critical event on the International Day for Biological Diversity in vibrant Bangkok. I am Ivan Higuero, Secretary General of the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, or CITES. This year, CITES marks 50 years since its entry into force in 1975, a half-century of global cooperation to ensure international trade in wild species is legal, sustainable, and traceable. The work of CITES is grounded in the simple truth: investing in wildlife is not an aspiration, it is a necessity. From the Nepenthes pitcher plants of Borneo to the rare orchids of the Andes, wild species sustain ecosystems, support livelihoods, and regulate the natural processes that underpin our survival. Forests alone shelter most bird and amphibian species and directly support over 1.6 billion people with food, medicine, and income. Yet an estimated 1 million species are still threatened with extinction. The triple planetary crisis of biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution is intensifying, and the financing needed to meet the challenge remains far too low. Current investments in biodiversity total about $143 billion annually, only a fraction of the $711 billion needed each year to conserve and restore nature. The good news is, innovative financial mechanisms and technologies are changing the game and helping bridge gaps between public, philanthropic, and private sectors. Digital tools are providing real-time insights into ecosystems, trade flows, and conservation impacts. But innovation must be inclusive. Indigenous peoples and local communities are the custodians of many of the world's biodiversity hotspots. We must ensure they have access to technology, data, and its benefits. When we invest in people who live with and depend on wildlife, we invest in a prosperous future for everyone. Biodiversity loss is not just ecological, it is a direct threat to economic and financial stability. Integrating biodiversity into financial systems is no longer optional, it's urgent. Today's dialogue is sure to help shape the solutions we need to deliver the 23 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the goals and targets of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, as well as the CITES Strategic Vision for 2030. Thank you so much, and I wish you a productive and inspiring dialogue. I look forward to the results. Happy Biodiversity Day.
Wonderful. Thank you, Ivan. And indeed, thank you to our partners at WWF, ADB, and AFD for making today's event happen. So I'm now going to pivot to introduce our first session. Market-based solutions driving biodiversity conservation. I'll be handing over to my colleague Manesh Lakul in a moment to act as moderator, but may I now call to the stage Alvin Lopez, Tim McCaffrey, Kevin O, Matteo Marinelli. Thank you very much. Please. Any order at all. Just please leave that. Oh, I forgot the photo, didn't I? Sorry, I was looking at the agenda. It didn't contain a mention of the photo. Gentlemen, we're going to take a quick photo before people leave. Sorry, yes, I have to ask you to step back down. And indeed, one of our panelists, Esther, is not here today to join us in the photo or that first session. Forgive us for that. Our photographer will be standing on the stage. We just ask you to stand up. Maybe Tim, there you go. Hi, welcome. Stand up here, would you, if you don't mind? Thank you very much. And perhaps I'll stand next to you. Okay. Yeah. Please stand up. I'm so sorry. I'm blanking. I totally blew it there. I didn't. Yeah. Oh, welcome. Can we turn off the projected screen? Bit. Okay, we're going to turn off that screen. Thank you very much. Thank you. And also, I forgot to mention, Natalie Whitaker will be taking the stage with us. Thank you. Any order? Thank you. We'll leave that last seat for Manesh.
Nice to meet you. Thank you very much.
Manesh, would you like to take the stage?
Maybe I'll use that one first, like, and then I can take it out, right? So maybe okay. Okay, sure. Thanks. So, good morning, distinguished guests and colleagues. Well, thank you for joining us today for this opening panel session with an essential conversation on how market-based solutions can help reverse biodiversity, guided by the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework's ambitious vision. So let's start with a sobering reality, because nothing says welcome than a hard truth. So some of the figures Gerd mentioned earlier as well, so I'll not be touching upon those, but some other figures. Well, we are losing biodiversity at a rate up to 1,000 times faster than nature intended. And while that may sound pretty much like, as Yvonne mentioned in her message, like a distant ecological issue, it's very much an economic one. Globally, over 55%, that is about $58 trillion with a T, actually depends on nature. In the Asia Pacific, the stakes are even higher, actually. over 53% of the global value add, about $18 trillion, relies on nature. Sectors like agriculture, fisheries, forestry make up to 20% of the global value add for this region, and which is well above the global average. So the WEF, or the World Economic Forum, Global Risks Report 2024 ranks biodiversity loss as one of the top 3 global risks. If ecosystems collapse, we could see a $2.7 trillion annual hit to global GDP by 2030. And low-income countries, like especially in South Asia, could lose up to 6.5% of GDP annually. And yet, the global financing gap is estimated at $700 billion per year, possibly closer to $942 billion by 2030. So in the Asia Pacific, countries like Indonesia and China are biodiversity hotspots, but funding remains below what's needed. Public finance through overseas development assistance and debt for nature swaps is experiencing some gradual growth, but still falls short. And while the private sector is waking up to nature-related risks, many institutions still lack the tools to act. Biodiversity credits market are just beginning to take shape. But we're not here to just sound the alarm. Nature doesn't just need protection, but it needs to be valued and integrated into our economies. That's where market-based solutions come in. The Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, as again Ambassador mentioned and Gert mentioned, intends to mobilize $200 billion per year by 2030 for conservation or protection of biodiversity through innovative financing mechanisms like blended finance, green bonds, payment for ecosystems, biodiversity offsets, and biodiversity credits. So innovations are taking place. Biodiversity Credit Alliance, or BCA, aims to shape a transparent, high-integrity market for biodiversity credits. Blended finance is helping de-risk investments and start attracting private capital. Even Web3-based payments are being explored for traceable conservation funding. But let's be clear, markets need more than just good intentions, so they don't operate in vacuum. So to scale these solutions, we need clear policy frameworks that ensure credibility and equity, regulatory certainty to attract institutional investments, and robust data and matrix to ensure integrity and comparability. And let's not forget the original stewards. As again, Gert pretty much mentioned, indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants manage over 80% of global biodiversity. They are not just stakeholders, but they are the rights holders, they are stewards, and they are co-creators. So we must ensure free, prior, and informed consent, equitable benefit sharing, and inclusive governance. And here, I would like to do a quick and bit shameless plug for the Biodiversity Credit Alliance, if you may allow. So as Sean kindly introduced, I'm the Global Coordinator for Biodiversity Credit Alliance, or BCA, as some of you already may know. We are a voluntary international alliance of stakeholders working towards realizing Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, specifically Target 19. So through a transparent, trustworthy, and efficient global market in biodiversity credits, founded on just and equitable principles and underpinned by innovation. So we are now close to 550 multi-stakeholder, multi-sectoral, multidisciplinary member body. And we partner with global institutions like the World Economic Forum and the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, integrated bodies from carbon space like ICVCM and VCMI, standard setters, as you may have heard of, like Plan Vivo and Vera, conservation leaders like WWF and Conservation International, and sister initiatives like the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits. And of course, indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants from the 7 sociocultural regions of the world through the International Environmental Guardianship. So we work closely with UNDP Biodiversity Finance Initiative, the Jeff Small Grants Program, and others as well. Our work is co-facilitated by UNDP. So UNDP is the secretariat, UNEP Finance Initiative, and the governments of Sweden, Germany, and the EU. So recently we have launched high-level principles and an assessment toolkit to really help move the market to high integrity, credibility, and transparency, as well as bring scalability to the work. So what we'll explore today. In this session, we'll unpack the policy and regulatory gaps holding back investment, the data and integrity challenges to biodiversity or nature markets, the tools and innovations needed to scale solutions, and most importantly, how we ensure indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants are at the heart of the agenda. So if you're ready, let's dive in. And I was supposed to introduce the speakers, but they're all already well seated and listening to my setting the scene conversation. Okay, so just a do I introduce? Okay, because, well, I think we just invited the speakers to come to the front, but we haven't said who they are. Maybe I'll just be very brief. So our first panelist is Alvin Lopez. Alvin is the Principal Operations Coordination Specialist on Environment and leads the Nature Solutions Finance Hub at the Asian Development Bank. Joining us from WWF, we have Matteo Marinelli. He leads sustainable finance efforts across the Asia-Pacific region that actually covers 25 offices. Next, we have Tim McAferry, Global Investments Director for Deep Tech and Life Sciences at Siam Cement Group, or SCG. Representing the tech frontier is Kevin Oh, Head of 100 Experiments Program at AI Singapore. And last but not the least, well, thanks to Nathalie Whittaker for stepping in in Esther's absence to represent the International Environmental Guardianship. She is a Maori from Aotearoa, or New Zealand, as we know, and does some fantastic work that we'll be listening to as well later today in the afternoon. But with that, I think it's time to just get going, and if we can launch our Mentimeter. So before we start, we just want to have a bit of a warm-up and what the room is thinking about in this conversation. So you can either scan the QR code on your phone or put the code on the top on menti.com page, and we'll give a bit of a time for that to happen because I think there are colleagues online as well who may be doing it. So once that is done, all you need to do is just to submit your response, and we'll see them anonymously and live or real time. So
I think we're waiting for presenter. We have a message waiting for presenter. Okay, first question is up. What's the first word or phrase that comes to mind when you hear biodiversity finance?
So for this one, again, please make it very instinctive response. We don't need to think through for this one. It's just pretty much what comes to your head when we talk about biodiversity finance or when we hear biodiversity finance. Wow, magic. What is it? Ooh, it's filling up quickly. Biocredits, interesting. Valuing nature. Wildfire. Investment, confused. Collaborator, environmental services, sustainability, complex. As well be. Blue bond, green bonds. Maybe a few more minutes just to see these coming in. Money, right in the middle. Credit, equity, verification. All these are, of course, very insufficient. That's interesting. And someone puts that IoT, Internet of Things.
Maybe we should move to the next question.
No, now, sorry, Sean. So we'll get into the first round of conversation.
Okay, very good.
So moving on, we have the first round, and this will be for 30 minutes, so each speaker will have 5 minutes. Please, again, be concise and to the point, as well, of course, we want to give equitable time to all the speakers as well. So let's start with Alvin. Alvin, so the Nature Solutions Finance Hub at ADB is pioneering efforts to scale investments in nature-based solutions across Asia Pacific. The hub aims to attract at least $2 billion into investment programs incorporating nature-based solutions with a focus on capital markets and other sources of private capital. So in this effort, what are the key barriers you see in making NBS or nature-based solution projects bankable? And how is the hub addressing these through innovative financing mechanisms?
Thank you, Manish. Just to check if it's working okay. Yeah. So I think, again, from a perspective internally and externally, where the hub is coming from here. So just to acknowledge again, the Nature Solutions Finance Hub is, we have all the partners in the room who are key partners of the Nature Solutions Finance Hub, acknowledging AFD and WWF also, who are key partners, and a range of other partners. So some of the key barriers, if you would see internally, when acknowledging Anuj, who's sort of the brainchild behind the Nature Solution Finance Hub, who was here earlier, I don't know where he is. When we look internally, we realize that it's a missed opportunity in a sense that ADB as a bank, often we've got a huge, massive pipeline of investment projects. We have investment in infrastructure, we have investment in transport, we have investments in agriculture, natural resources, and irrigation, water resources management. Often the opportunity to integrate basically proper structuring from a technical perspective, as well as the opportunities for financial innovation structuring, is not captured. So you miss the opportunity of seeing the possibility of integrating watershed management, of fisheries, for example, in the technical design of the project. And that's ensuring that you have the right experts in supporting, introducing both the technical and the financial dimensions into these sort of investments. So you can see billions spent and you don't realize there are missed opportunities. Sometimes when you ask why, you realize that it's probably because the team leader is an engineer, because that's what it's all about. Are we connecting the dots? Are we looking at the opportunities? So this is something that the nature solutions find, so the barriers are already solutions, or is that the next question? There's another issue is basically there's also the issue of are there actual immediate financial revenue streams coming in for some of these innovations as well? Often investment in some of these nature solutions takes time, especially watersheds, coastal restoration. The returns are not immediate as well. And another huge issue I find in this space is the effectiveness of the MRV component, monitoring, reporting, and also the verification, really. So this is where I hope that as we explore the digital innovation space, we could find some of those solutions to this. So those are the 3 points I just wanted to highlight now before coming to sort of some of what we're doing about it, which is probably I'll touch upon later. Is that okay?
Yes, please.
No?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, okay, in the second round. Okay,
Yeah,
so
but it
you're
was the
already
same.
done. I thought you wanted to add into... No, thank you very much, Alvin, for highlighting these key points, what you see as barriers at the bank in really bringing nature into the overall work that the bank does. And that, of course, can help mainstream all the work on nature. It's a big opportunity. So just one question. I mean, how do you see biodiversity credits fitting into the broader landscape of nature finance in the region?
Biodiversity credits itself is relatively a new space for us, I think. And in our conversation earlier as well, I think my question to you was really, tell me where in the Asia Pacific have you had successful, basically, rollouts of these? We have just launched an initial study that has, I think, a couple of months ago on biodiversity and nature credits, and we've mobilized our team to look at that. So I think there is definitely space to look at the feasibility of introduction of biodiversity credits, but we look forward to working with partners and seeing what the outcomes of the study and understanding more of what the Biodiversity Credit Alliance also is doing to see how we can connect the dots on that front as well. So I think just before going into even biodiversity credits, some of the things that the Nature Solutions Finance Hub is also doing to address some of these gaps I highlighted earlier is actually bringing our team includes support to project origination, project structuring, and financial instruments and innovation, and also having a de-risking fund to basically crowd in possibility private sectors and into this sort of investments, because there's a lot of discomfort because of the lack of confidence in actually looking at some of these immediate sort of revenue streams. So those are some of the dimensions where the Nature Solutions Finance Hub or NSFH is taking to support this aspect as far as in terms of what we are doing to support. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Alvin, for highlighting the work that you are doing at NSFH, or the Nature Solutions Finance Hub, and at the bank. So moving on, we go to Matteo. So Matteo, you bring experience from the finance sector into the conservation space. What are some of the most promising innovative financing tools, such as blended finance, green bonds, or biodiversity credits, that you see gaining traction in biodiversity conservation? And what's needed to ensure these tools deliver both financial returns and ecological integrity?
All right, thank you. Use yours. Good morning, everybody, and happy Biodiversity Day. As Manish was mentioning, I've recently taken this position. I'm based in Singapore, Asia Pacific leads sustainable finance, but I'm not a conservation expert or champion like many of my colleagues. I've been in the private sector for 21 years in impact investing and mass market banking. WWF has started a finance practice unit 7 years ago, around that time, and we have me covering Asia, a colleague covering Africa, another colleague covering South America. We work on two fronts. We work on the financing green side, which is basically mobilizing capital and bringing capital investors into conservation. And we also work on the greening the finance side, which is pretty much the work that we do with central banks, regulators, financial institutions in adding environmental, social, biodiversity, climate considerations into their decision making. You might wonder, why is WWF involved in sustainable finance? Because there is definitely, we believe that finance is a very, very powerful lever to unlock the capital needed to achieve our sustainable development goals and the biodiversity goals in general. Just think about this. I was looking at a number from UNEP-FI of the $7 trillion in negative finance and harmful industries. $5 trillion is in the hands of the private sector. So the money is really out there. We need to work, and that's also one of our roles at WWF, towards a meaningful shift of redirection and rerouting some of that money to solve our nature and climate crisis. Some of the products that Manish was mentioning, of course we see them. The green bonds have been out there, the blue bonds are happening, some debt for nature swaps, innovative financing mechanisms, different type of funds and trust, and those are all initiatives that we are also looking at. But I think let's not forget the importance of the basics. And the importance of the basics here is partnerships, blended finance models. You mentioned we have broken down our sort of strategy into 4 pillars at WWF. One is green finance for landscape, the first pillar. Second pillar is about the greening financial solutions, and those are the products, the instruments that you were mentioning. Pillar number 3 for us is greening financial systems, so the work with regulators, central banks, etc. And pillar number 4 is the work we do with financial institutions, so greening FIs. And that's the work on their transition plans, net zero journeys, and we are a co-founder of the TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Related Disclosures, which is another extremely important initiative that is gaining tractions. Right now with TNFD, we have, I think, over 500 institutions part of the TNFD journey that together account for 17 billion of dollars combined. So there's definitely room for hope. The message that I want to give to our audience here and online is come and talk to us. We need more partnerships. We need more blended finance solutions. And that's where I think the low-hanging fruit is, Manish. The partnerships between private sector and public sector in bringing scalable funding with a blended finance model in conservation landscapes is critical. The ad hoc product, fund, bond, it's great, it's continuing, and that's definitely what we want to play a role in that. But let's not also forget the importance equally of a blended finance, concessional, commercial partnership into conservation. And that's where I think it's not an innovation, but it's a very much needed thing that needs to happen.
Thank you very much, Mathieu. I mean, it's nice to hear what you said, financing the green and greening the finance. And also you touched upon TNFD, which is, of course, a voluntary disclosure framework, but it's really helping private sector understand the impact and the dependencies that they have on nature. And then, of course, with that comes the opportunities and the risks. So really allowing companies to step into investing in the nature space. But then how can we ensure that these tools also support equity, inclusion, and particularly for indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants then?
Well, there is a lot of talk about that, right? And I think it's important that we realize that when we deal with communities indigenous communities, local communities. It's extremely important, the approach, right? For us at WWF, they are one, if not the first, key stakeholder that we go and talk to in any landscapes that we work. Of course, we follow the typical, World Bank, IFC, environmental social safeguards. We have our own position on the ESSFF, and we also have what we call the FPIC, the former prior informed consent, that we use as an approach with our local communities and indigenous people. I just came back from India yesterday, where we are trying, together with WWF India, implementing our WWF Conservation for Sustainable Finance playbook in the Sundarbans in the West Bengal. And our key stakeholders are obviously the farmers of those areas, the local communities that live leisurely meters away from the mangrove forest. And unless you really treat them as key stakeholder decision makers, you empower them, you give them also the legislative and non-legislative power to say, yes, it makes sense, or no, it doesn't make sense. We can talk endlessly about this, but it's really the way you bring them into the conversation that makes a difference. For us, we're trying to do that with, again, with all those safeguards in place, but also with our landscape finance approach. Last year, we have released internally, and we are about to release it externally, our playbook for conservation finance, which is our approach at how do we bring finance into landscapes, how do we bring investors and mobilize capital into our sort of conservation landscapes, right? And we do that through a multi-stakeholder platform where indigenous people and local communities are at the front, at center, at the back of it.
Thank you very much, Matteo, for that. I mean, you touched upon FPIC, and of course, I mean, it's a word easily thrown around, but it has something very heavy weight to carry. And when we discuss, of course, with indigenous peoples and local communities, we get the ground reality of how FPICs are conducted as well. But nevertheless, it's the guiding kind of principle that we need to abide with. But yeah, just to also flag here that, as I was mentioning earlier, the Biodiversity Credit Alliance released what we call the high-level principles to guide biodiversity credit market. And this was a kind of a joint work with the World Economic Forum and the International Advisory Panel on Biodiversity Credits. So it really brings in the key actors in the space to set some integrity standards in the space. And the principles includes measured outcomes for biodiversity or nature, fairness and equity for people, and good governance for market. So fairness and equity for people is right in the middle of all of this, and it definitely touches upon FPIC as well. So thank you, Matteo, for that. Just wanted to quickly flag that and promote the work that we're doing. So, yeah, so then we go to Tim. So Tim, recently, SCG has committed $6.3 billion to enhance the competitiveness of its subsidiaries, like SCG Chemicals and SCG Clean Energy, and to assist the parent company in accelerating emission reductions. SCG is also leading biodiversity impact and carbon emission reduction efforts, such as Planting for a Better World initiative, which aims to restore limestone quarries, because of course I am Cement Group. That's the main business line of cement. So limestone quarries and creative, thriving habitats for local wildlife. So Tim, from your vantage point, in deep tech and life sciences specifically, like investing in deep tech and life science, what role do you see for private capital in carbon and biodiversity or nature markets? What would you make biodiversity, what would actually make biodiversity, or like carbon, a more investable asset class for corporates like SCG?
So carbon is currently an investable asset class for SCG. I mean, we're looking at how to decarbonize our operations. SCG as a group, we run cement is the oldest business unit within SCG, but it's only about 15% of our revenues today. SCG Chemicals is about 50%. So SCG is in cement and ethylene. both of which are high CO2 intensity materials. If you look at the world, cement, ethylene, steel, and ammonia consist of about 25 to 30% of CO2 emissions globally. Cement is over 8% and is the second most used material on the globe after water. Okay? So if you concentrated all of humanity's building in one location, we are building a city the size of New York City every year, using cement, steel, and other materials like glass and plastics. So for us, we have a target to get down in our 2030 emissions, and to do that, we have to look at a variety of technologies for each of those businesses. Cement is primarily produced via the consumption of limestone and the quarry, converting that limestone into calcium oxide, which emits CO2 directly from the rock. This is something that many people don't necessarily recognize. Nearly a third of the emissions are from the rock. So that is a very hard to abate process. The rest of it you can electrify and you can do biomass switching, other things, which gets into the biodiversity or bio section of the talk. But for us, we have been investing in technologies that we can bring to Southeast Asia to decarbonize our operations and to make available to other companies in the region. And we have projects that we can finance. If you have money, I have projects.
I have projects, I need money.
Oh. Okay, well then we're competing. Do you have money?
Yeah, lots of them, yeah.
Okay. I mean, one of the challenges that we've seen is that, okay, we have, for example, an energy storage technology that maybe on an individual site, it's a $10 or $20 million investment. To get the CapEx requirement built up, the capital stack, we'd have to finance 5 or 10 units in one big slug. So one thing is how to do smaller individual company level finance of energy storage or other technologies. I mean, that's one of the challenges that I see. If you're doing big operations, SEG can finance its own internal plant changes. But how do you get to all the textile producing companies, all the small and medium enterprises here in the region, and help them to decarbonize? That's where there's a challenge. Now, those projects then would generate carbon credits, and those credits would be a carbon credit market is all over the place, but those credits would be should be higher valued because you can directly say how much CO2 was the company using before the technology was implemented, and what is the technology or what is the CO2 emissions after. In the case of cook stoves, or in the case of carbon offsets through land, that's a little bit hard to quantify. And that's one of the challenges, to say, okay, we planted trees over here, but how much carbon is actually in those trees, and how much have we sequestered, and what is the value of that carbon credit versus the direct carbon emissions offset. So that's why I say from the beginning, the carbon market is ahead of the biodiversity market.
Yeah, thank you, Tim, for that. And it's quite an eye-opening information that you shared about cement, that it's the most used material after water. So that's quite interesting. So what you are saying is you are investing in clean techs, really looking into carbon capture, utilization, and storage to generate carbon credits.
Well, no, I didn't say that. I didn't say carbon capture, utilization, and storage.
Okay,
For us, carbon capture would be point source, and we would put that into the 2040s. So that means that we can wait to see who gets to the lowest cost carbon capture system for point source. The utilization piece, you need to have a lot of electricity and a lot of hydrogen to do carbon capture, to do the utilization portion. So we are looking at energy generation and looking at how we can bring in next generation solar, or look at nuclear fission and fusion.
Great. So that's quite interesting to see, SCG investing in at least sort of greening the operations and also trying to lead the way for, well, other industries to follow, perhaps. So just as a follow-up question, are there specific technologies or business models that you're excited about that could bridge the gap between conservation and commercial viability then?
Well, definitely. So on the technology side, two specific areas on energy generation. So nearer term, the opportunity around tandem solar panels is immense. So the next generation of solar should be a panel that can be up to 30% efficient. This would be done by having a top material in thin film that can produce, say, 22% of the electricity, and then silicon as the bottom material, which can do another 8%. SCG has an investment in a company called Cubic PV, which is commercializing this technology. And there are others in the world that are doing it. Nuclear fusion, many companies in the space will tell you that they're going to have commercial-ready nuclear fusion between 2028 and 2032. This is an area where we are hopeful but skeptical. The progress in fusion has been steady over a 70-year period. It looks like you could start to convert to break even or more energy out input. But to get that to a commercializable reactor could take longer than anticipated. But certainly that provides hope within the next, say, 15 to 20 years. If those companies can be successful in the 5-year window, then that works as well. In terms of the conservation side, I think there's a big opportunity in this region for agro-photovoltaics. Certainly mixing with photovoltaics are fundable. Food is obviously uses a lot of land. The mixed use agro-photovoltaics for farming, aquaculture, other areas is a place where you can see could see rapid adoption of photovoltaics and directly decarbonize the farming plus sell back to the grid.
Very interesting ideas, Tim. Thank you. And also, there has been recent, study in terms of really looking into solar fields and quantifying biodiversity, for instance, to bring in added funding through biodiversity credits, if that could be of interest at some point of time. Moving forward, so we go to Kevin. So Kevin, AI Singapore's 100 Experiments program is all about solving real-world problems with AI. So your work focuses on helping companies adopt AI technologies to enhance competitiveness and address challenges such as climate change and biodiversity monitoring. So how can AI and emerging technologies help address the data integrity and monitoring challenges in biodiversity markets then?
To be sure, there's actually a lot of ways, a lot of opportunities in which AI can play a role in the monitoring and the enhancing the quality of data capture to enhance the biodiversity market, right? And this, I think, covers both positive and I would say the negative outcomes of tracking and monitoring. On the positive side, I'm referring to things like monitoring proliferation, growth in habitats and ecosystems and so on. And there are many visual as well as audio kinds of monitoring tools out there that already, some of them are already in place. On the flip side, AI can also be used to monitor illicit and the negative and illegal outcomes related to biodiversity. As an example, we actually collaborated with WWF a couple of years ago to build a tracking system to look at listings, potential listings of illegal wildlife trade online in e-commerce platforms within the Southeast Asian region. So what we did was to make use of technologies that analyze both the visual components in a listing as well as the textual components as well. And it's covered a lot of languages across the Southeast Asian region. The outcome of that was we were able to actually highlight and track if a listing is actually a potential IWT. Right? So this is one example of a potential use of the technology. And what I find very interesting is that a lot of these technologies are actually reusable and extensible to an extent. You might be interested to know that we are actually discussing with some company from a very different industry altogether. They are in beer manufacturing, and they have quite a similar problem as in the biodiversity space. So they're interested to also track illegal sales and listings of their beer products in e-commerce sites. And the technologies that we are discussing with them about applying are actually very, very similar in terms of analyzing the nature of those listings and tracking them. Right. There's other opportunities in reusing some of these technologies as well. For instance, we're even discussing an application with our defense ministry over in Singapore to build an AI tracking system to help in humanitarian efforts, in disaster recovery efforts in regions like Indonesia and Aceh and so on. So that involves the use of computer vision technologies to monitor the rate of damage to the ecosystem in a certain area, perhaps after the natural disaster, and also to try to see whether there are routes that humanitarian efforts and vehicles can use to give help to the communities that are in need. So there are actually a lot of synergies and reusable technologies out there in AI. Yeah.
Thank you, Kevin, for highlighting the ups of AI. And well, even for me, working in a virtual team, AI has become a kind of a colleague because you can bounce off things a lot quicker than asking a colleague who is in a totally different time zone to help you, get some information and so on. But also we know there are lots of challenges around AI, like let's say in terms of data privacy and data standardization. So would you like to share some thoughts on that in terms of the work that's happening?
Sure. There are many benefits associated with AI that also translate into risks and limitations. So one of the benefits of AI is objectivity, right? And another is coverage. With the use of technologies, you can actually attempt to scale to regions and areas that are difficult to have that same amount of human investment and labor required to do that tracking and monitoring. And also in terms of human involvement, there's often subjectivity involved in terms of the definition of what constitutes, for instance, in our collaboration in WWF, an illegal listing, right? So with the right definitions in place, the AI can actually be trained to respect those definitions and to return a more objective and as well as a wider coverage of data tracking. Now, the flip side to that is, what if you do not have the right definitions and you are not able to actually have the correct coverage of the data that is being used to train the AI? So what that could result in is what we call bias. I'm sure many of you have heard of this notion before, right? In quite a lot of the AI applications out there, there are certain biases in terms of ethnicity coverage, geographical coverage, and so on, because of the way that these AI models had been trained. So the challenge, I think, is to ensure that there is that diversity in terms of the data that's being used to collate and train the AI models, especially in regions that have traditionally been underrepresented. And along with that would be to ensure that the right stakeholders are involved, the experts, the domain experts are involved in providing the correct definitions to train the AI system.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for highlighting that interesting tech frontier and how AI is really influencing the work we're doing. And of course, with AI, there are opportunities of scaling this investments into nature. So thank you very much. Now, Nathalie, another last one, because we'll have another round, but thank you for, first of all, stepping in for Esther, who, due to her flights and so on, could not make it. She's the chair of the International Environmental Guardianship, and Nathalie is a founding member of the International Environmental Guardianship. So Nathalie, you're passionate about simplifying capital flows for environmental outcomes and empowering communities to participate in regenerative solutions. You have started your own biodiversity crediting projects and mobilized private investments as well. So what does meaningful participation look like for indigenous peoples, local communities, and Afro-descendants in biodiversity credit systems and other market-based solutions?
Ngā mihi Manesh, kia ora koutou. Ko Ngāti Hikaru Te Iwi, ko Natalie Whitaker Aho. So just greeting you all in our Indigenous language in Aotearoa, New Zealand, Te Reo Māori. Yes, I'm here representing the founding members of the International Environmental Guardianship. I think meaningful participation from our member perspective is the ability to co-create the market and to be involved as early as possible in identifying the trajectory and outcomes that we want to see from nature finance. I think that's in recognition, or an attempt to seek recognition for the resourcing contribution that frontline communities provide the market. Resourcing of time, access to lands, our traditional knowledges and local knowledge systems, but also critically data about all of those things. Our presence on land, the presence of species and under our stewardship, and also the ability for us to be engaged meaningfully, if resourced, to play a really critical de-risking role in supply chains and in pipelines of value back into global economies. So I think for us, the opportunity to be involved in the market governance and to provide meaningful feedback loops around development of critical foundations like the high-level principles document that Manesh has been highlighting. I think these are all hallmarks of a high-integrity approach to future value creation together. And we see biodiversity credits as an exciting opportunity to facilitate direct access to funding and finance, but only if the market develops with the high integrity principles right at the core. So.
Yeah, thank you very much, Nathalie, for that. I mean, your work in New Zealand has been great. I mean, you are not just an indigenous person yourself. I mean, you are not just a Maori, but you are a tech solution developer as well, right? I mean, you founded this crowdfunding, the most kind of the largest crowdfunding platform in New Zealand. So with that also you are funding these social positive social engagements or stewardship work and so on, rewarding the community's role. So how can we ensure that these mechanisms, you know, are not extractive and truly empowering for communities and future generations?
I think from an IEG perspective, we focus on ensuring that a rights-based approach is codified in the rules of the market. I think that can sometimes lead to high-level commitments to things like FPIC and fair and equitable benefit sharing. And all of these are very important that we understand what these terms are and continue to reaffirm them as the market develops. But it's actually in the application of those principles that it becomes really important. And I guess the work that I've personally been doing out of New Zealand is understanding the relationship between those principles and how data feeds the market. and the importance of data sovereignty if we want to ensure that the market develops from these really high integrity approaches. So data sovereignty from an Aotearoa perspective means that as we participate more in nature finance markets, we're able to be attributed with the outcomes delivered for nature. Because we're able to represent our work through data, our presence through data, and also recognizing ground truth, incredible innovations that we see from a remote sensing perspective, we can make sure that the data that is feeding the market and giving perspective at scale is actually tethered to communities and representative of those communities that are most active and committed to their lands.
Thank you very much, Nathalie. So moving forward, maybe it's time for our second round of Mentimeter. So after listening to the speakers, now let's just hear from you what you think. Which of the following do you think is the biggest barrier to scaling market-based biodiversity solutions? We can probably give it 2 minutes. Data and measurement challenges, limited private sector engagement, insufficient financial innovation, getting more votes. Data and measurement challenges is picking up as the barrier for scaling the market. Lack of policy and regulatory clarity. Oh, now insufficient financial innovation. It's picking up. Okay, so it's still coming in. Yeah, there you are, Matteo.
I've not done a good job with the first question.
Insufficient financial innovation. And probably Tim and Matteo's conversation about do you have funds probably helped trigger that. Yes, we need more innovation to bring that fund. Okay, so I think it's stagnant now, so we can stop there. So insufficient financial innovation wins. And that's why we are here in this room to talk today, right? How we can bring that in. Great. Now, moving to the second round, we have 20 minutes. So each speaker will have 4 minutes. Again, I think we're doing great with the timing, so really respectful to fellow panelists, so really appreciate that. So Alvin, as you were already jumping into, because you're eager to share the solutions that, at your end, you've already been thinking. So what have been some of the most promising models or partnerships you've seen for scaling NBS, or the nature-based solution finance, across countries? What's needed to replicate them more widely?
Thanks, Manish. You sound like I have all the answers. So I'll make an attempt here. Okay. I'll start with a story here, but 3 years ago, I think it's 3 years ago, the government of Cambodia came to us and said, ADB, we want a 150 million loan from you to sort of support us with scaling up sustainable fisheries and value chain for fisheries, supporting the SMEs, small and medium enterprises along the coast, to improve their facilities so that they could improve their value chain and generate more revenue from fisheries. So we went there and we saw most of these people were closing down. There was extensive banners and labels on good fishery practices and all the standards and trainings that they have received, all the recognition that they've received, all these little processing companies for crabs and fish and everything that were there, they were shutting down. So I said, no, we're not interested in expanding. We're not interested in improving our facilities. We found out why, because there was no fish. There was no more fish. Fisheries was collapsing. The entire boats were retiring. And basically that was happening. So we had to restructure the entire project where component one became basically addressing the issue of restoration and regeneration of fisheries before we could look at all the requests for coastal infrastructure as well landing sites. Why support landing sites if there's no fish? Yeah, so we structured component one, restoration fisheries, component two, okay, some infrastructure, depending on how you do with the fisheries. And component three was very interesting because that was where we're getting at, a business incubator, investing in regenerative mariculture, basically. So basically trying to link and develop that whole business and investment in regenerative mariculture. So what happened then was, coming in, by taking that sort of an approach, we realized there was this little small NGO working on the coast in a small isolated area called Marine Conservation Cambodia, having actually some success in restoration. The seagrass was recovering, some fisheries was regenerating, and they're becoming more productive over there. So we said, hey, let's take this to scale. The minister was a champion. We're talking about scaling. The private sector came in terms of there was commitment from some of the tourism industries over there, including the resorts and hotel, to support some of the efforts. We partnered with the whole marine, the Khmer enterprise at that point of time in Cambodia, which was actually a key partner in supporting establishment of little businesses, which was what they were at different sizes, and to invest in regenerative fisheries. And we took this to scale. One of the key success stories in this game basically is to, from a tiny area on the coast, to scale it up to the entire coast, was a key component which is what do you call anti-trawl devices, because anti-trawl devices are big, little various forms used across different countries, across different areas. These are concrete structures put together and deployed in marine protected areas to prevent illegal trawling and stuff like that. But of course, this is not something the government would like to invest in or borrow, because why invest in stuff like this? So we repackaged it and call it sort of fish productivity devices. So by just changing the approach again, it was accepted. And so now that we're in the process of deploying 5,000 fish productivity. And after 2 years of intervention, dugongs are coming back really with calves in some of these areas after 20 years of no sighting. And little community fisheries are already developing their little businesses. There are various sorts of incentive mechanisms and feedbacks and financial innovation at various scales to incentivize gear change, illegal fishing change, and to invest in these sorts of things. So these are the kind of little success stories that the Nature Solutions Finance Hub is also trying to upscale across the different, how it is structured, really, by also including this at different stages of different investments across our entire portfolio in the bank, in collaboration with technical partners like yourselves, which is one of the strengths of the Nature Solutions Finance Hub. Is we work with the likes of WWF, IUCN, CI, BirdLife International, are all officially technical partners, and Nature Finance, who comes in to help with the financial structuring of a lot of these investments. It's not just an ADB ideas, but bringing in your ideas of really where these guide us to take these to scale to the project. So that's sort of the approach that we are taking, Manish, in a nutshell. Cheers.
Thank you very much, Alvin, for putting the Nature Solution Finance Hub as a platform where different collaborators could come in and really support the scaling of nature investments. And as ADB, as you mentioned, deal with infrastructures. So I think it is time that we really look at nature as infrastructure, and it's not just for one specific purpose, but our economies, our lives, our existence, relies on that nature, that infrastructure. So thank you very much for highlighting a kind of a model by really picking, okay, thank you. So really picking a good idea and getting the buy-in, building the partnerships and the investments into it to make it work. So thank you very much, Alvin, on that. And then coming to you, Matteo, so you have that insufficient financial innovation there. So how can we better align biodiversity policy with, let's say, finance mechanisms like carbon markets or adaptation funds? Are there risks in doing so?
Definitely. Sorry, this mics. Definitely, there are the usual major risks of, as also you were saying, Natalia, how the devil is in the implementation, right? Are investors greenwashing? Are investors adopting SBTI targets? Are they really, as Tim was mentioning earlier, a crucial piece is also how those investors or companies or corporates decarbonize their entire supply chains. Those are extremely important items that need to be taken care of. But when it comes to those financing instruments that you were mentioning, I think personally at WWF, we are working on a few things. We, together with WWF Singapore, myself, our carbon finance lead, we are looking at building special purpose vehicle, or whether it's whatever format we'll have to see, in Singapore that attracts philanthropic, concessional, and commercial money for mangroves restoration initiatives across Asia. We're starting with Indonesia, we're starting with Philippines, we have secured 3,000 hectares. We are planning to give back 50% of the carbon credit sales to the communities. And based on the financial models, the work on the ground, the due diligence is done with the local communities, the numbers are extremely interesting for the classic concessional and commercial investors that we are slowly now approaching. So if you're interested in this, do definitely come and talk to us. Another, WWF UK has a great accelerator program for nature-based solutions. We are a founder of, together with FMO, the Dutch government, SNV, the climate fund managers, we are part of a consortium that built the Dutch Fund for Climate Development. We have teams in Africa, Asia, and LATAM that lend, actually it's a equity and debt fund for enterprises working across biodiversity and climate adaptation, plus grants, and that's a $1.3 billion initiative. So we definitely want to be on the side of those players and that do things, and we would definitely need more finance. We need more partnerships between public, private, and concessional to scale things up. One of the challenges that we are seeing, and I think Alvin and I have known each other now for a few months, we are a partner of ADB for the last 24 years. We started as a knowledge partner, with ADB, and now we are becoming a bit more of an originator for them. But one of the challenges that Alvin and I are seeing is that some of our projects are a bit maybe too small now. So we need to think big. We need to think differently. We need to move away from this project mentality to a more larger landscape mentality in terms of aggregating major items so that we can approach certain types of investors, not just ADB. And I think unless we do that, there is very little, it's a bit more challenging to bring certain players into landscape conservation.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for highlighting, the need to really look at investments at scale, not just in silos as well, but really looking at the bigger picture and bringing more resources in. Now, Sean, how are you doing with the time? I saw you share.
We should probably have really quick questions
run.
and responses, real quick, back and forth.
Thank you. So, Tim, to you, what role can large corporations like SCG play in shaping biodiversity or nature markets, not just as investors, but as standard setters or ecosystem builders? Because we talked of, for instance, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosure. It's a way to really move, and 50% of the TNFD early adopters are from Asia. So any thoughts around?
Well, SCG, through the SCG Foundation, is doing a lot of different work. I'm not the one that's involved in that. I'm more involved in the deep tech investing. So In terms of bringing in nature-based solutions, I think it's a matter of finding how to implement, whether it's, say, in the case of using expired limestone quarries for repurposing with a nature project, or other industrial land that could be reclaimed and reused. Certainly that's one way that large corporates could participate.
Thank you very much for the opportunity for corporates to actually step in a more larger scale, because I'm sure there are a lot of these degraded landscapes out there which have been impacted, so looking into the regeneration. Great, thanks, Tim. Moving forward, Kevin, how can we build trusted data ecosystems for biodiversity that are inclusive, transparent, and interoperable across sectors and geographies? You touched upon it earlier, that the challenge, so how can we fix it?
Yeah. Actually, this problem of building a data ecosystem is not just specific to the biodiversity sector. In the broader AI sphere, there's actually an initiative that's been launched by this organization called the Global Partnership for AI, or GPAI for short. It's a body under the OECD. In fact, they are in the process of convening an advisory committee that's dedicated to looking into how we can set data quality standards across the board, across many different industries. Right? So I think there is actually an opportunity for the biodiversity sector to perhaps get a seat at this table to be represented in this global conversation. Yeah. Some of it is being led by experts across the world, including in Singapore, so we're very happy to perhaps follow up in some of these discussions with you thereafter. There has been a trend across the last 10, 15 years that's moving away from just collecting as much data as you can, but really looking into the coverage and the diversity of the data, which is some of the things that I was speaking about earlier. And in terms of indigenous communities, for instance, right, the reliance on technology may not be that trivial. So what are some of the low barrier to adoption kind of tools that can be put out there to help in the collection of data, and also in the interpretation of that data? So with generative AI nowadays, there's actually a lot of models out there that have been tailored to specific local linguistics, right, that can be used to make better sense of this data when it's been collected. So definitely a lot of opportunities.
Sure, thank you, Kevin, and I think we'll definitely have a follow-up conversation on that. So we're running out of time, so I'll just jump into the question, Nathalie. So what does long-term stewardship look like from an indigenous person, local community, or Afro-descendant perspective? How can governance models in biodiversity markets reflect intergenerational equity and indigenous knowledge systems?
Okay, I guess the thing to highlight here is that in coming together as the International Environmental Guardianship, one of the absolute treasures of this process has been recognising that we all share the same values. We all express it differently, but fundamentally it comes down to a perspective that humans aren't separate from nature, we're part of nature. And I guess the thing I loved about Alvin's example, and also just the acknowledgement of the challenge of aggregation, is that being clear about what stewardship actually means and contributing to the market could be the very first mile of standardization that would support that aggregation. So just an example, in my country, the term for environmental stewardship is a word called kaitiakitanga. So to break that word down, kai equals food, tiaki, looking after, and tanga being the action, being action-oriented towards something. So kaitiakitanga, the act of stewarding our food. And so just being able to recognise that at a very simple level, at a local community and frontline perspective, we understand the importance of consistency. in this, I guess, the challenge ahead. I asked one of our members, Miguel Chindoy from LATAM, from Colombia. He wrote a piece which I think I should just read to the room. It says, Indigenous peoples understand that humanity owes nature a historical and spiritual debt, an ancestral, everlasting debt born from the sacred bond between children and Mother Earth. Our ancestors, with profound wisdom, understood that this connection should not be intermittent but permanent. And so when we think about Indigenous cultures and practices at a frontline community, the lead indicators for de-risking food supply chains for assets that rely on ecosystem stability is going to be the practice of our cultures, because those cultures bring forward evidence of that connection to nature. It's in our songs, it's in our art, it's what we communicate with, it's how we run our lives. It's the calendars that we make our decisions by that are integrated with nature. These are all just very simple indicators that investments will be successful because they're grounded in a simple truth of connection. So that's
Very well said, Nathalie. And also that reminds me this Kenyan proverb which says, we do not inherit the earth from our forefathers, but we borrow it from our future generations. So pretty much, I mean, we have to try to leave it in a better shape than that we got it. So
Manesh, I kind of speeded you up there at the end to see if there's questions from the audience. We actually
Sure.
have 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Why don't you do a scan? See if
Yeah, great. So we'll skip the last Mentimeter, which was more on the reflection side. But okay, so we've been listening to the panel, the esteemed panelists here. Any burning questions that you would like to ask any of the panelists, or even share probably your reflections, that what kind of solutions you've been working, what has worked, what has failed, you know, just some thoughts would be great. Okay. So, okay, here we go. Yeah, please briefly introduce yourself and put your question. Do we have a microphone there? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Benedict from the Bank for International Settlements, and specifically the Innovation Hub. And I just wanted to, I heard the example of the ADB on fisheries, but I would be interested in hearing more examples, to the extent you have them, of successful cases of finance, of the use of private and or public finance for the purpose of biodiversity specifically, and as intersecting with technology. So whether it is, you know, let's say on the IoT side or otherwise.
Thank you, Benedict, for the question. Is it specific to, it's to the entire panel, I believe,
Yes,
right?
yes,
Yeah. Okay.
examples, successful examples.
Thank you, Bernadette. I think at WWF, we have not yet seen the interaction between climate tech, nature tech, and sustainable finance. But some of the examples I mentioned earlier are going in that direction. For example, the DFCD fund, it's definitely a very successful, concrete example of what we're doing. We also have the Landscape Resilience Fund in Vietnam that looks again at agribusinesses, and obviously there is a possibility for climate tech companies to be part of that. The accelerator of the UK office of our colleagues, together with our colleagues at AP25, we're also looking at building climate resilience communities in several of our Asia-Pacific countries, and that could be also another program where we could see a climate tech element. So definitely for us, climate tech is an opportunity to partner with certain players. It's an opportunity to also, as Kevin was mentioning earlier, to bring in data measurement practices, and pretty much it's about impact measurement. When I was in Myanmar during my past life, running an agricultural bank. We were using remote sensing and satellite imagery at a smaller farm level. So I think the opportunities are there. We just need to connect the dots, as Alvin was saying.
I can give one small example. In Aotearoa, we're focused on some very deep pilots that are focused on how we blend public and private money at specific sites and use technology to confirm and verify on behalf of those partners. One example is on a Māori-owned land block on the East Coast. We've brought in investment from our national carrier in New Zealand alongside our government ministry to undertake restoration of forest ecosystems and then also using eDNA testing and some remote sensing to track the ongoing improvement of that, but really focused on how payments and settlements actually create that, I guess, conditionality between funding and receipt of data that's enabling that.
Great, thank you. Alvin, would you have some examples to share? I mean, additional? Okay.
Did you want to say something?
Not specifically additional. There may be banks so wide, and there may be some innovation happening also on the ground, but I think that's sort of the direction that we are going currently, where the Nature Solutions Finance Hub is actually trying to head. So I don't have any specific examples at this point of time to supplement that.
Yeah, thank you. Do we have time for another question?
I saw one more question behind Benedict. Yes, please, to the young lady,
Okay.
and then just maybe one response to the one request, one
Okay.
question, and we'll have to wrap it up.
Sure.
Thank you, panelists and Manesh, for the very intriguing session. I'm waiting. I'm a researcher with the Metis Institute based in Singapore. I have two questions, but it's somewhat related. So we talk about nature projects, returns of nature projects being not intermediate or immediate, actually. So I was thinking, in order for projects to obtain capital, do they need to be justified by impacts if they are not economically viable enough? And also, what do we need to do to get nature projects to be economically viable for mainstream funding?
Thank you. You're asking my daily job big question, right? So I'll make it simple. I think you're touching on all the right things here. Number one is, in our opinion, breaking down a landscape a conservation approach into different small pillars is what we're trying to do, because each pillar can then be allocated to a specific financial stakeholder. For example, maybe what back in the day was funded pretty much with a grant, today maybe the grant or philanthropic component can be reduced to 5 or 10%. The rest has to be financed with a combination of concessional and commercial money with a blended finance approach. To do that, you need to start from conservation first, making sure that you have certain KPIs, you have the impact that you were mentioning, but then the bankability aspect comes in. Are those generating sufficient positive cash flow? Are those opportunities that could be brought up to the regional domestic banks of Thailand, for example? Is this something that also we can call Alvin and ADB and say, hey, can ADB play a role from a multilateral development bank perspective? That is what we are trying to do on a pretty much daily basis. Happy to share more over coffee.
Yeah, I think, Alvin, okay.
I just want to supplement that. I mean, typically in ADB investment projects, you also have the economic analysis and the financial analysis, and the economic internal rate of return, there's a threshold as well. To what extent stuff like ecosystem services and ecosystem values are considered in that economic analysis is a question. It's a direction that we are going, but we're not there yet in terms of sometimes the economics do not capture that. We may be at a 11% threshold, but if you take into consideration the economic values of the ecosystem services over there, we may be 20%. So I think, yes, it's something that we need to move further towards, but again, to the bankability question, where are the immediate financial flows coming in is often the question, and that's the reason why the Nature Solutions Finance Hub is also using this blending approach.
Just one additional thing to add. When you can't invest in the fisheries because there are no fish, it suggests that we're not considering the risk of doing nothing to fully enough. So it is an economic analysis, but it's also about bringing forward a view of risk into the present day, because doing nothing looks like nothing being available to be an asset in the future. So it is really, I think, an element of timing, and getting that timing and that analysis of the future able to be considered in the investment analysis decision today.
Well, great. Thank you for responding to those. Unfortunately, we've come to the end of the session. Maybe we can take the conversation out during the coffee. Sorry about that. But again, thank you very much to the panelists, and of course to you for patiently listening to this conversation. So a couple of things that came out. Anyway, we'll flag it up in the outcome document. But just wanted to quickly say that, I mean, there is quite an interesting conversation here, and what we need to do is we take it out of this room and really get it into action. So thank you very much, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll break for coffee now and reconvene at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much to all our speakers today, your questions and your attention. Yes, yes, please. Let me put a little tent here. When I call you up, you know where you're gonna sit, and just put it under your chair. Yeah. And you'll be on the right, right? And I'm gonna be on the right here. You can step down and say, I'm just a very diverse panel. Yeah. Diversity of good. Indeed, Talia is on video. Hi. Thank you, everybody, for taking a seat. Thank you for joining us for the Digital Innovations in Action. We'll get started here in just 60 seconds. I think there's still people in the... Yeah. Thank you. I'll get the word from Titima that we should begin here in a second. Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thirty more seconds. I mean, some of them are speakers. Yeah, I think I will. Last 30. There we go. Okay. Oh, I want to. Okay, welcome everybody. And welcome to the session, Digital Innovations in Action. My name is Sean Lees, of course, me again. I work for United Nations Development Program as a Nature Pledge Coordinator. Please join me in welcoming Talia Speaker from Wild Labs on our video. Jacinta, yeah, indeed, and Jacinta I'm sorry, I lost my space. Pluchinski from Freak Labs, please come up to the stage as I call your name. Edward Dinder from Huawei, please take the stage. Shanshan Ding from IPE, please take the stage. And Justine, Justine, you're already up there. Thank you very much for being here. From Gainforest and Musungi Geo Reserve. I'm now going to take a seat too with you, if you don't mind. And indeed, I don't know if you guys know who David Attenborough is. Anybody not know who David Attenborough is? Well, David Attenborough just turned 99 years old, as many of you know, and he announced that his latest nature documentary, Oceans, will be his last. We'll see. It's 99, but he looks like he's, I don't know, 65, if you ask me. But this new film is amazing, and it's amazing for different reasons. Well, first of all, he hammers through the message that he's made elsewhere in other documentaries, that one reason why we have not suffered as much from climate change as we could is because of the ocean, because the ocean has been absorbing excess heat. But he also points out, and this has been verified many, many times by many, many different experts, that the ocean's ability to absorb that excess heat is in large part due to circularity, and not just currents, but the wildlife that circulates water flow, vertically, sideways, horizontally, etc., through shoals of fish, pods of dolphins, whale action, etc. And he warns us that loss of wildlife or marine life, as we experience in today's oceans, will accelerate climate change because it diminishes the ability of the ocean to absorb heat. Now, the film is remarkable not just for its articulation of the arguments, the excellent soundtrack, but the visuals, the cinematography is truly mind-blowing. They are using small digital cameras in a very poignant part of the film to document exactly how these fishing nets, which are trawling the bottom of the ocean floor, are just truly devastating the ocean wildlife. Marine life. And it's incredible footage. I've never seen anything like it. Having been a videographer myself in a prior life, I can tell you that this is a remarkable advancement in the field of cinematography. But imagine now, I'm no David Attenborough, but let's pivot to me for a second. I'm in the Pacific Island nation, and I've been asked by my supervisor to join him on a quality assurance mission. And we're there to document how our efforts, with support from the vertical funds, from the Jeff funds, are leading to coral rehabilitation. We're taking pressures off this coral reef and repopulating the fish stocks by introducing new types of livelihoods, introducing new types of sustainable fishing practices, and indeed protecting or adding greater strength to marine protected areas. Now, I'm actually snorkeling on this mission. It's the first time I've had this opportunity, I swear. It's not a typical mission. And I'm looking around this coral reef, and it's not pretty. It's actually, it looks wonky. And I'm told, yeah, it's recovering. Of course it's not going to be pristine. We wouldn't be here working if we're already at a pristine level. We've only been doing this for a few years on this project. And I just take the local conservationists that we're partnering with tells me, take my word for it, this is growing back. Look at the branch coral here, the branch coral there. It's the first coral to recover. Things are coming back. I just have to take her word for it. Of course, she's taking notes, she's keeping logs and stuff like this. But imagine for a second, David Attenborough's cameras, or any cameras of this caliber, were actually positioned on the reef itself and documenting not just the growth of coral, because that takes a while, that takes a long time, but new waves of fish coming through, certain types of fish reintroducing themselves, the kinds of species that this new fish stock represents. Imagine too, if those cameras were accelerated, that power of those cameras was accelerated by AI, so it could tell you exactly the specific numbers of fish monitored that day. Imagine, if you will, that camera is placed there, maintained there, kept operational with the help of local communities, who are also, imagine this, because this is happening, getting paid to maintain those cameras, right? That is the kind of space that we want to move to in the years to come. And I'm happy to say, guys, that this is, in certain specific circumstances, happening. It is happening. It's remarkable, and it should unlock new waves of financing. It should de-risk financing that's already happening. It should complement projects that are ongoing now. The investment in digital technology today is, I think, among the most exciting things to be happening in the field of biodiversity conservation and protection that we have. But it's not that straightforward, is it? Why are we here then talking about it? If it's so easy, we wouldn't have a session on it. We wouldn't have gathered all these people. There wouldn't be 200 people waiting to be in this room that had to be rejected. It's not a straightforward endeavor. And to help us understand why, what the obstacles are, as well as the opportunities, I've assembled this amazing cast of people working on digital technologies, or I'll use the short-term phrase, nature tech, working on nature tech at this moment, with all these ambitions in mind. Now, let me start. I did a really brief introduction by their names and affiliations. But let me just start with our first speaker, since she's calling in from Colorado. It's an ungodly hour there. Talia. Thank you, Talia, the executive manager for Wild Labs, for being here. On my journey, I did a Google search on nature tech, and Wild Labs comes up first, at least on my browser. An amazing organization. I'm not going to do justice by describing it, so my first question to you, Talia, is to please tell us about Wild Labs.
Hi, Sean and everyone. Thank you so much for the kind introduction and for having me, even from afar today. I'm really honored to be part of this really important and timely event. So thank you, first of all. So Wild Labs is the world's largest conservation technology network. We connect over 11,000 members from more than, I think it's about 135 countries now, connecting people who are working at the intersection of biodiversity and technology. It's exactly what we're talking about today. And these people range from engineers to ecologists to protected area managers to policymakers. We were launched as an initiative in 2015 and are hosted in partnership by 4 leading NGOs. So WWF, which is where I'm based, Conservation International, Fauna and Flora, and the Wildlife Conservation Society. And we are really launched in recognition of the need to unite these different disciplines and communities around this shared vision of a world in which technology is helping to empower exactly the stuff that you're talking about, Sean, to help us understand and protect our natural world and our communities that rely on it.
I want to talk. I'm sorry, go ahead, please. Sorry, I thought you were pausing. Go ahead.
No, just to quickly say kind of what we do, we have 3 core pillars of work, which is convening this global community through an online platform and events and kind of knowledge management tools, researching and identifying shared priorities and needs through community-driven assessments, and then responding to those identified needs with practical resources, training, partnerships across sectors, and innovative funding models. And just to add, I know we've talked a lot about the GBF already and CPB, and that we're really working increasingly in partnership with those efforts and stakeholder groups to help ensure that innovations aren't just serving ecologists and NGOs and researchers, but are actually reaching these front lines of conservation and decision making as well.
Thank you, Talia. And I want to get to the results or some of the exciting results are coming from you connecting technology developers with policymakers and with, of course, with conservationists and others, the multiple stakeholder approach. But I want to give a little bit more attention first to the technology developers. And in fact, that is the main focus of our panel, which distinguishes us from the others you'll hear from today. You have a super active discussion board on your website, and I was fascinated by the exchanges there. If you were to synthesize all that exchange, what are the biggest trends that you've noticed on these boards over the last, 1 to 5 years?
Yeah, it's definitely tough to synthesize, but I think we've really seen a big shift from kind of one-off gadgets and innovations and what's going to be the new exciting thing to really a focus on scalable integrated systems, which is really good to see. I think some of the important components of that are just the increased accessibility of open source, low cost, easy to use devices that are really democratizing access to these tools and supporting us getting them into the hands of the communities who are stewarding our lands. It's already been discussed today as well as increasingly high resolution remotely sensed data that we can pair these in situ sensors with, things like cameras and acoustic sensors and stuff. I think digital connectivity has just really advanced so much in the past decade that we're really seeing an increased capacity to collect data in remote landscapes and leverage things like IoT. That's also been discussed in a way that we couldn't, even a handful of years ago. And then also that AI is just revolutionizing, obviously, every component of our lives, but it's really having significant impacts in the field of conservation technology in terms of allowing us to extract the useful insights from these huge data sets, and even getting towards predictive capacities that would help us kind of manage in advance and not just be responding, and getting closer to real-time insights. And I think one of the things that excites me most is moving closer to away from this just documenting decline, as I mentioned, and towards how do we actually inform decisions with this information. And then I think some of the frontiers of this are really work that's tapping into the sensory systems of wild species that have evolved over millennia and letting us just open this whole new world into insights into our changing planet.
Let me stop you there, Talia, because I was speaking to Talia about, obviously, before we had this panel. Can I ask you to break there for a moment and tell us about this really exciting new area of technology development with regards to the animal migrations and how they're adjusting to climate change? What technologies are being deployed in that space specifically?
Yeah, so for example, biologging technologies, so like wildlife tracking devices that are actually on animal sensors that have gotten much smaller and much more kind of effective and affordable and ethical to use, are really helping us, for example, track the movements of animals to see not just their movements across landscapes, but also to collect information with onboard sensors on the salinity of the oceans or the pH levels or the temperature or the depth that they're swimming at, things like wind speed. So combining that type of information with remotely sensed information on land use change and climate scenarios and kind of combining these different sensor types are starting to give us a picture of environmental change and how species are actually responding to that change in a way that I think can really critically inform things like, for example, protecting migratory routes and getting to predictions of zoonotic spillovers for disease spread and invasive alien species spread. Really critical dynamics that can help us inform our conservation interventions are starting to become more and more at our fingertips.
I highly recommend reaching out to Talia yourself, by the way. You can sit there for hours talking about all the different ways in which technology is being deployed, and you'll learn more than just about technology in the process, including that the adaptations that animals are making to climate change is very, very dynamic. It's not just humans building out seawalls or mangroves to protect ourselves from extreme weather events, but animals are changing their migratory routes. They're going to new places, and they will impact on those new places substantially. And that's being documented by people that work and then are members of Wild Labs. Sorry to summarize that bit for you, Talia. Another big a moment for me to promote Wild Labs and the excellent work you do. Let me bring it back down to my world. I work a lot with governments, as other people here do too, in the multilateral space. You were saying that governments in our region are, in our conversation earlier, they're underutilizing technology, and they're unpracticed in translating the data that you're getting from this technology into policy. What are some ways that you have seen data translated into nature policy, and has that happened in our region, the Asia-Pacific region, at all with any effect?
Yeah, definitely. I think to start with, it's not specific to this region, this challenge. I think we hear from, decision makers all the way from a protected area manager level all the way up to national governments, that there's this really understandable overwhelm when it comes to identifying and adopting the right tools in a space that's evolving so quickly. And that there's this kind of science policy divide, that there's so much important work happening now at this interface, but that needs to happen to make these tools and the information about them and about what's effective for your scenario, for your question, for your context, to make that more accessible to decision makers. There's just one example that comes to mind in India from actually our partners at WWF is, for example, using elephant movement data to inform linear infrastructure planning, so to guide like where railways are going, for example, to help reduce collisions and improve human-wildlife coexistence, and also look at connectivity of landscapes. So that's just one application, but things like this are happening all over the world now, including like helping whales avoid ship strikes by tracking their movements and understanding where ships are moving in the seas, or campaigns to have buildings turn out their lights while bird migrations are happening to avoid collisions, or slowing down wind turbines. So more and more we're getting to the point where we have the data and information that we can actually kind of create interventions like that. But I think there's a really big need for investment in this kind of like boring but essential work that, as you're saying, Sean, and as we've talked about, helps translate all the data we're getting into these actionable information products for decision making. So that's things like data standards and interoperability, having accessible repositories and platforms so that the data that's collected are actually discoverable, and then really translating those data into formats that are usable by decision makers and planners of things like infrastructure. Because often it's like there's a giant CSV of data somewhere on a hard drive, and it's not taking that next step to make it actually usable by decision makers yet.
Yeah, and an important theme, and we'll unpack that too with Shan perhaps, but also with our colleague at NTT Data, about the problem we're facing now is that a lot of data is being generated, but a pile of it will be here, and there's a pile of it over there. They've come in at different times. They're maybe slightly different landscapes. People who have this data aren't able to share that data. So the interoperability of data is a very and the access to sharing this data is the next big challenge after getting the technology right, after getting the financing right. Not actually after, simultaneously, as we get the technology and the finance right. So the interoperability of data. I'm proud to say that I work for an organization that's working on data infrastructure under the Nature ID heading. Check out our website to learn more about that. We're working with a wide range of partners on data interoperability. Talia, thank you so much for sharing just a little bit, really, just a little bit of what you're doing at Wild Labs. We applaud your work. Let me turn now to a member of Wild Labs. Jacinta is the CEO of Freak Labs on the bottom there. And yes, there you go.
I do work in technology.
There we go. And Freak Labs has, in fact, been working on conservation technology since around 2016, as I recall. Tell us first about your business.
Sure. So we design, develop, and manufacture technology for deployment in rural and remote areas. So these are rugged areas that have no power and little to no communications infrastructure. We have two main types of technology or business lines. One is field technology, so we'll be working with ecologists, scientists, and so on in the field to develop tools that they can use to further their research and or their conservation applications. That might be adapting or enhancing current tools such as camera traps to become non-lethal deterrents, for example, for protection of endangered species or mitigating human-wildlife conflict. It may be taking prototypes of tools that the community Talia represents have developed, but taking it to the fields where it can survive in the field, and also making it scalable and accessible to other members of the community. Or it might be developing completely new field technology. The second type of technology that we develop is monitoring systems. We specialise in wireless communications, so we develop wireless sensor networks for rugged and remote areas. And these projects tend to be working with research institutes. It may be international financial organisations such as the World Bank. It may be with governments on much larger term, bigger infrastructure and or sustainable development, conservation applications. For example, we developed technology to track septic trucks to prevent illegal dumping into the Nile, which was part of a much larger infrastructure project that incorporated economic incentives, regulatory incentives and so on. So in that capacity, we sort of bring the tech part of it, which is just one small part of a much bigger holistic solution.
Yeah. The list is actually quite extensive. The list of work you've done at Freak Labs is very extensive for a business of your size, if I may. Tell me what, similar to the question I asked Talia, what are some of the biggest trends in digital technology you've noticed over the last 10 years that you've been working in the conservation technology space? What's the development that excites you most?
So what's been really exciting for us is over the last 10 years or so, we've seen a maturing of the sector and an expansion of the sector. And that's really, really exciting because the different viewpoints and the different skill sets that are coming in are really, really strengthening the community there. For us, we've been able to leverage some of the existing infrastructure, but also innovation that occurs in other sectors, for example, consumer electronics. We essentially, in another sector, will be doing product development, technology product development. This can take 12 to 24 months. You need a team. It can be expensive. However, we've been able to leverage some of the electrical components in our designs, which is already cost optimized. There's been digitization and automation in manufacturing processes, which means that we can build technology for more niche applications without having to hit economies of scales that a lot of the factories required, 5 or 6 years ago. And I think the other thing that we've been able to do is to leverage existing software frameworks. Usually the software or the firmware component of a technology product like ours is the most expensive and time consuming. So in being able to leverage some existing software frameworks, we can focus again on the application without having to write the full stack underneath it. I think technology-wise, there's been some really exciting development in satellite communications. We're starting to see that there's a trend towards more accessible, more affordable satellite communications, and that's a real game changer for us and the environments that we operate in. It's still early. There's still, we tend to really emphasize proven mature technologies simply because the cost of deployment and the accessibility of the spaces that we operate in is quite difficult. But it's really exciting, so we're watching closely that space.
And Talia touched on this too, and I remember her elaborating earlier in a conversation with her. It's not just AI is super exciting, and accessibility of that. But also Talia, and I think you're hitting on it here too, is really excited by the access to networks, to wireless networks, being in these rugged spaces, as you said, and being able to have access to servers and information at a great distance, and to be uploading that data, not having it just stored on SIM cards and or large digital storage units, but actually uploading it into the cloud, for example. That's the other exciting thing that's happening, and indeed the access to satellite technology that wasn't there before. And notice too, like I said, what's the most exciting things in the last 10 years, but you could actually say in the last 12 months and still get very rich responses. The last 24 months would get you even more, but indeed, we don't have to go back. What's the most exciting thing in the last 100 years? Because things are happening so quickly, and by the time we have another conversation, I think next year, you'll have these new take on what's the most exciting thing.
And also, I guess, just to tap into that point a little bit more, I think the innovation is sometimes in the adaptation or the application of different kinds of technologies for new conservation applications, to reveal new areas of research. And I think that that's where the conservation community and the conservation technology community are really, really creative and innovative. So.
And the other thing, just to highlight, is the application or the reuse of standard technologies, not the latest stuff, but standard technologies to new places, and the experimentation that's you're also that's also available to you because the manufacturing and availability, the cost savings that were not there before allow for this experimentation.
And it allows for niche kinds of applications. And
what's an example of a niche application?
Yeah, so for example, we've developed a device that connects to a camera trap, which is a very common tool used by conservation and ecologists. But camera traps tend to be very passive. So they'll record an animal walks in, that triggers the PIR sensor, you can collect data. So they're great observationally. What we've done is developed a device that connects to the camera trap, and when an animal walks in, you can play a sound. So you can start to understand responses of animals and species that you simply have never been able to do before. And this has led some, we thought it was really, really niche. And what's happened is that there's a community that has been building around it, and the feedback coming back from the ecologists and from the conservationists feed into new applications. So now it's being used for non-lethal deterrent, actually in New Zealand and Aotearoa, to prevent stray cats from raiding the nests of endangered bird species during breeding season. Or it's being used to understand landscape of fear ecology to try and help human-wildlife conflict to prevent raiding elephants. It's fascinating.
It creates fear in the animal that might be either raiding bird nests and or going to raid croplands.
Exactly,
Yeah.
and so some of the feedback
while taking photos,
while recording it, so you're
busting them,
and and so you're starting to get information and data about animals that you've never been able to capture before. And I think we get feedback from the ecologists and the researchers. And now we're adding different modalities. So if you think about a landscape, it's not just audio. You can have smell, you can have motion. So you start to see this evolution of conservation technology when you bring together, say, the technology skill set that we have with ground practitioners, and that dialogue starts to happen. It's really, really exciting.
Totally. Let me get back to the crux of things. Not that any of that was unimportant by any means, but the reason why we're assembled here today is to talk about how digital technology can complement finance and actually enlarge it, validate it, give greater impetus to it, attract new investment, right? Let me ask you this. Has any of the technology you've deployed or colleagues of yours deployed that actually has brought in new investor interest?
I think the biggest area of investor interest is actually in using particularly the monitoring technology for verification purposes. So a lot of in order to build, I guess, investment interest, and the audience here is much more the domain expert than I am, but trust in the activities that are being funded, that they're getting to the outcomes, the nature positive outcomes that you want. And I think verification and ground truthing those activities is where it's really, really important. So in situ monitoring, but also different methodologies for verifying and how technology can help enable that, build transparency. We work with scientists, we work with ecologists, so the data that's collected is robust. It needs to stand up to scrutiny. And so that, I think, is one key area. And I think the other area is a little bit more of a methodology, and it's a combination of bringing together the different skill sets or the different sectors to create a viable way of verifying some of the activities that are being funded. And that's where I think drawing on some of the more sustainable development projects, say with various institutions, having all the stakeholders in the room talking about a holistic solution and being able to understand some of the other considerations that you need to do when you're developing the technology.
Now, I want to move on to our next panelist, but I can't help but ask one more question. Technology developers, also need financing. It's not just about financing nature work. Tell us about the difficulty, challenges, opportunities that you have in raising interest in your own company.
That's a great question. I think what's really interesting is that the cost for the technology, when you look at the lifespan, if you look 5 to 10 years, is really, the ROI is huge, but it's weighted at the front. And sometimes you don't know what kind of data you're going to get. You don't know how to explain the practical use of data when you haven't actually got it. So we find that garnering a certain amount of interest or understanding about value that you can't see yet can be challenging. Having said that, once it's in the ground, everyone wants the data. so I think it's really similar to what one of the panelists was saying earlier. It's really like, what is acting when we don't know exactly what outcome we're going to be getting. Right. But the other really fascinating thing is that once you start getting data and it starts to incorporate Indigenous knowledge systems and First Nations systems understanding, then the same data can be reused, the raw data can be reused in so many different ways. And so you're getting this kind of spread of value from the same source, and that's really exciting.
You're basically saying investors may not know what they're getting. They're going to get something great, but they don't know it yet. They won't know in the beginning. That's not a great pitch.
It's true. But sometimes you don't know. You may have a question and you go, this is the data that we need, but what comes out is you discover that actually something else is impacting the result that you've got, and so it brings in a new element into, for example, and I guess very quickly, I'll give you a very concrete example. We're working with scientists and landscape managers and ecologists to look at the ways that you can monitor soil properties for the long term to understand how it translates into complete ecosystem health. The way that we need to do that is to get the system into the ground and to start collecting that data. So I think that what we're looking at is kind of like an infrastructure style of investment where you've got in Australia at least, the CSIRO that is gathering weather data. That data now is being used to predict drought, for example, in Australia and other kind of climate patterns. So I think that there's different lenses to look at it through, and I think that ecological change, ecological impact can happen very quickly, but you also want that long-term vision and view.
Well, our next panelist, he's from a company called Huawei. Have you heard of it? Anybody?
I don't know, technology, yes. I don't know.
Thank you so much, Jacinta. Edwin, thanks for being here today. As you've heard, there's a lot of excitement about the potential of things like remote sensing technology, some of which is developed by Huawei. And it's really moving the needle with regards to measuring deforestation and or regrowth of forests, et cetera. Where have you seen at Huawei your technologies taken to scale, and what has been some of the impacts? What's been maybe even the biggest impacts you've seen?
Well, first of all, thanks for having us. And thanks for having me. Happy Biodiversity Day, by the way. And apologies for the profile picture. It's from the day before yesterday. I had my hair cut yesterday. I brought a few slides, actually, not to present to you, but to basically give a visual background to the words that I'm using to express a few things to you. I'm not sure if I need a clicker or a pointer to go from one slide to the other, or just tell the team in the back to flip from one slide to the other.
Sorry, we don't have that clicker available.
Well, let's use AI for that. Actual intelligence. Someone's finger pressing the
is doing a masterful job of keeping us on track here on the projected screen.
Because Gert this morning, when he was sitting next to me listening to the other speakers, and when we introduced ourselves to each other, said it's very difficult to position digital or digitization and digital pieces of technology and mechanics, if you have, with regards to nature. Technology is very natural, but it doesn't mean it's very nature. So how does technology fit in? So I hope my slides will do that. The first slide that you just saw gives our mission statement. For us as a technology company, this is where it starts. This is driving not only our investments and our innovations, or what we produce and manufacture in our factories, but it also drives our understanding of and where and how technology is able to help do better what organizations or people or systems and services already do best. So our mission statement here says, bring digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully intelligent and connected world. So if I would bridge this mission statement to the next slide with regards to environment, sustainability, corporate social responsibility, we got a principle or an initiative, if you like, already for a long time that says whatever we do, so if we want to bring digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, intelligent world, it means that technology has to be there to do something good, or it has to support something best. Tech for good, already for a long, long time, is an umbrella term within Huawei that is trying to encompass and trying to embrace, let's say, different domains or different corners of the organization with regards to where technology can support and help do good. So if I bridge that to the next slide, because I think it speaks a bit for itself. Already since 2003 on the left-hand side, where this came in a bit, but since 2008 and onwards, it is really a key and core driver of our innovation stack. It is a key and core driver with regards to what we do and how we bring it to the world and where and how and what way technology, as the mission statement says, help us do better what we already do best, bringing digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, intelligent world. So from there, launching Tech for All is something that specifically, so if you can move to the next slide, second bullet point says Tech for All. Tech for All is where we try to create a program. So this is a corporate, but also a national and a global initiative under the umbrella of Tech for Good that tries to do and tap into sustainability and that drives sustainable investments, that enables us to have a sustainable business process or set up sustainable businesses, if you like. Tech for All is how we are trying to see and where and in what way digital technology is able to help live up to the expectation and bring to a higher level, if you like, the social sustainable development goals of the United Nations. So from here, if we move one slide further, we've bridging this program towards different initiatives. One sits, of course, on education. I think 10 or 12% of the global population are kids, children, students. But there's a famous quote that says they are 100% of our future. So that's where it starts, right? Education, so to educate and to bridge the gap between, let's say, where physically speaking knowledge sit and where digitally speaking knowledge can be shared and can be provided. Health speaks for itself. There's many digital ways for people all over the world to create your appointments with your general physician, and then you got to get on a train because you got to get to the hospital or the physician's office. But the other way around, of course, also works. It's very, very easy with Microsoft Teams and Zoom technologies to bring the medical specialist to the home or even in the hand of a person that is in need of healthcare and so on and so forth. So digital to bridge physical and digital gaps. Development, urban development, we've talked about that earlier as well, but today we talk about the environment, looking at how digital technology is able to help conserve nature with technology with regards to forests and wetlands and oceans. So if we move to the next slide. We, of course, like many other organizations, partner with all over the world, with anybody and with everybody that is able to help us and that we are able to help them bring digital to every person, home, and organization for a fully connected, sustainable, and intelligent world, perhaps.
I don't see UNDP up there, though.
But
where's the UNDP?
The slide is smaller than the amount of logos that would fit on it, I would say.
Edwin, I have a bunch of good questions too coming up. So let's get to this
Sure.
the part of the slide deck where we're talking about the technologies that are having the biggest impacts. Give us that view. That's the most exciting part of this deck.
So the next slide is tapping into that because this is basically how we've structured it and how we've, let's say, see how it grows and where it's rooted. But the next slide should be the one that gives you a bit about how and where technology actually comes in.
Perfect.
So if we look at where forests are, wetlands sits oceans, let's say the world as it is, and we try to see how and where data comes in or what, let's say, digitization and digital technologies are able to do. The collection of data, the transmission of that data. You spoke earlier about data interoperability. I would say data integrity is also one that you should use, and data sovereignty is one you should use. The underlying principles of this is a platform that has an infrastructure that allows pieces of technology to connect and to allow data go back and forth. That is the piece of technology that needs to be able to interoperate. The data itself is not so relevant. The data itself should be in a certain format, or a platform should be able to read format number one and be able to convert and translate it into another format because it needs to be pushed into a system that works.
Yeah. Data needs to be structured.
But here it gives you a bit of the things that data today already, or that digital technology already today are able to do. And in our case, we do that all over the world, which is what the lower part says. But for the sake of today, I was asked to give examples on the Asia-Pacific part, so let me tap into that. So the next slide is explaining very clearly how, for example, in China, the program that we have under Tech for Good, so using technology to help us do better what we already do best, with regards to nature in this case, Tech for Nature in China to protect the remaining wild Hainan gibbons. And it's using technology to monitor that. It is using technology to have an eye and an ear in the living and in the environment and in the habitat where these animals live, with regards to having mobile technology that is always on. Imagine your smartphone has a number, and you're calling that number, and you're keeping the line open all the time. Even if there's no noise or if there's no one speaking to each other, your smartphone gets then connected to a tree in the middle of a forest. And it's always on. So from a digital point of view or from a mobile technology point of view, the mobile network should always be there because it always needs to provide a mobile signal to this phone. There's a bit of a small solar cell connected to it that charges the battery, always on. And the phone is listening. And just like your phone, a phone like this has an ability to direct noise, to understand noise canceling, to pinpoint and create the best connectivity layer and the best ways forward with regards to what it needs to do. And all that data, all that information is being collected, goes into a platform and stored. And then there is an organization like a partner that says, I can use that data and I can analyze it in such a way that the outcome of my analysis gives me some insights with regards to how and where and what to do with regards to protecting the Hainan gibbons in this particular case. The next slide is trying to do something similar, or try to explain something similar, but just on another point of the world. If we can do this for animals, so we can listen to the sound of animals, to know where they are, to listen to the sound of them when they're healthy and not healthy, when they're sick or not sick, and so on and so forth. That same piece of technology can also be used with regards to the tree that the monkey sits in. How does the tree move with regards to heavy winds? Is the crackling noise of a branch of a tree, is that because of a wind or because it's close to breaking or not? But also sounds of the forest with regards to illegal logging. Maybe even hikers or people on motorcycles that think it's very interesting to go through, whatever path that needs to be found out. So noises in the rainforest.
That must help with monitoring national parks and
tremendously, yeah.
Some of the rangers that, or people. My boss actually, who's not in this room right now, he starts his work as a ranger in Bhutan. And he wishes he had some of the access to the bioacoustic technology you guys are producing. Sorry to interrupt, just want to plug you there.
It's fine, it's perfect. We can hook up on that, by the way. The Rainforest Connection is one of the organizations that started thinking about this and bringing into an association or a foundation, if you like, the Rainforest Connection, that says we should do this somewhere in the world, and once having done it, they're extrapolating it and they're rolling it out. The next slide is towards Malaysia, for the Sarawak rainforest. And I'm not going to spend too much time further for the sake of the conversation, but the next slide again is in other places, because some animals, even though they roam in limited areas, there's other animals that go all over the world. Here's an example of how safeguarding the population of the oriental stork in this particular case. Numbers on the right. By the way, these slides will be shared via the organization today on their websites or in your agenda QR code. So you can go into further details, but there is a tremendous amount of additional ways of how digital technology starts with one initiative, moves into the other. So we went from a monkey to a whole bunch of other animals in the same forest to other forests. Yeah. Then the life of the forest itself, birds and wildlife, and the next slide goes under the water, coming back to your Richard Attenborough part, because the same pieces of technology, including audio, mind you, including audio, so we can listen to the sounds of an ocean or the sounds within an ocean, and use that with regards to, in this case, protecting the green sea turtle or any other animal therefore. My last slide is not saying thank you, but my last slide will try to explain to you a little bit how we see the future. We need to work together more. We need to change the conversation that we have as we have it in this room. For example, the gentleman over here in the previous panel from, I think, a bank, if I'm correct?
Asia Development Bank.
Normally speaking, we would talk to you with regards to a project, and we would like to ask you whether you have a loan for us for that. I don't think that's a proper conversation to have with you anymore. I don't think that's your position. Your position is not to give us a loan. You'd like to do something more or something stronger or something bigger. We're also not looking for a loan. All of us here in the room are looking for involvement. Your ROI should be a return on your involvement. What is your involvement in an initiative like this? Are you able to help us find the funding and financing for it? Are you that funding or financing partner? I think that's the kind of conversation we should have. No more projects as well. This is a program that runs with different initiatives. Each initiative enrolls into a next stage of development, moving higher up the value chain, shortening whatever. The involvement of financing and funding is also the involvement of a let's say, more sustainable and biodiverse world, which is not only good for us, but for everybody who comes after us.
Edwin, thank you for that. And I have another question for you. It's a very important one.
All right.
But I learned something today here on the stage already, and that is you shouldn't MC an event that you're also the moderator on, because I have no idea what time it is. And so I'm wondering if Mia, it's 10:53. 11:53. That sounds more like it. Okay, great. A better understanding of where we're at with the conversation and the time we have left. Thanks for taking my spot. Anyways, I thought it was a good idea at the time. Look, Edwin, one of the things I know from talking with Talia and Jacinta is that while these technologies are getting cheaper, they're still not cheap. I'm wondering what Huawei is doing to overcome those kinds of barriers to accessing Huawei's technologies. What are you doing on accessibility?
So you started by saying cheap and cheaper. That sits with, let's say, the old thinking, if you don't mind me saying so, with regards to economics. What is the price of something? What is the cost of something? That sits with, again, the old way of thinking of economies. I would prefer to say that we should talk more about benefits and values. What is the value of something? What's the benefit of something? And is it worth an investment or an involvement? As such, you can choose or select many pieces of technology that would adhere to the value and the benefit of a certain involvement or a certain rollout. And that brings me to the point that I'm really trying to make. If you look at how we as an organization, compared to other organizations in the same industry or with regards to the same pieces of technology, then there's a couple of traits or specific characteristics that relate to our stack, our products, our family of products. Number one is that they perform above industry standards. This is not me being very enthusiastic about the company that I represent, because I am very enthusiastic about the company that I represent, but I am reiterating and repeating what on a quarterly or half year or a full year basis is being pushed out in reports and tests and analysis with regards to our products. Our products perform above industry standards. They are the lowest on power consumption. They're also pretty good when it comes to value for money. If you have a certain budget and you're selecting certain features that need to be available in a certain technology stack, then you can get, at a lower price point, the same features if you speak to us. But a better way would be, don't go for a lower price point, keep the budget as you have it, try to see if you can have more features and more functionalities for the same price point that you have in your budget or that you would like to invest forward with. Also, that is where we come in when it comes to our portfolio. So the last part then sits with, what does that mean? What it means is that you find a strong partner that adheres to the last part of our, let's say, characteristics of our portfolio. They are built on global and open standards, and they are very easy to cooperate and to interoperate with. The Huawei stack is a very easy piece of technology that fits in almost any other piece of technology. The interoperability and the coexistence means that your choice today can be implemented before the end of the day, So tomorrow you can hit the ground running, so to speak. That is very different from other pieces of technology that needs to be replaced first, or that needs to be upgraded first, or that needs to be migrated first, before you can put new technology in place. All that creates good benefit and good value at a performance above industry standard, low on power consumption, which is good for the environment as well, and at a price point that fits every budget, I would say.
Yeah.
But let's not budget this, let's invest on it and be involved.
Very well said. Let me ask you a core question I've asked everyone so far, and that is, where have you seen your technologies deployed to actually de-risk investments, or in fact bring on new investments in nature conservation, nature protection?
Each of the projects that I mentioned, each of the initiatives that I've tried to highlight earlier via my background slide, so to speak, have gotten that. All of them have been part of involvements. All of them have been part of investments, and all of them have been supported by funding and financing initiatives. Different from, here's a project that needs so many amount of this in a public tender with technology stacks and features and functionalities on line items to be ticked. Can it do that? Yep. Can it do that? Yeah. Does it have this? Nope. Okay. That sort of selection process. All of our initiatives that I've mentioned, including the ones that I didn't, but that are, let's say, behind all of these slides, are part of that. We see a very strong uptake with regards to stepping away from budgets, stepping away from projects, because a project has a clear beginning and a clear ending. A budget is there for your existing infrastructure, but for something new, something forward-looking, an initiative or a journey to embark on together with the involvement of stakeholders requires programs and initiatives that are supported by funding and financing initiatives. Right. That's the new economy, and that's how we see things going forward more and more.
I know somebody who's got a bunch of limestone quarries that have been brought to the end. Tim, I'm bringing you in here.
It's right there.
Yes. So I'm wondering whether, and I say this as a bridge to our next conversation, of course, but I actually mean it. I hope that you'll be able to talk to a company like SCG and others to talk about their rewilding needs. And how you might leverage some of the work you're doing on bioacoustics and indeed on networks to accelerate some of the rewilding that's possible.
Pleasure to support, pleasure to meet. What we do, for example, we have been embarking on a digitalization journey ourselves as well. We are a completely 100% digital organization. That means for us, digital is not even first. It's only digital. And as a result, and the outcome of it, sometimes we need to do something physical, like putting people into an office which has square meters and so on and so forth. But the design of that and the thinking of that is all digital. Factories as we have it, if we need to expand on it or increase our manufacturing speed of process and volume, or if we need to build a factory somewhere, that is digital first. As a result, we also support, let's say, other organizations that have physical operations, petrochemical, maybe the cement industry, manufacturing. A digital factory or digitization of factory services creates a tremendous amount of value with regards to, let's say, money internally. You are lowering costs. You are increasing your profitability. As a result, that's a pocket of money that you can use to reinvest, to get re-involved, to advance and accelerate the initiatives that on the journey that you're already part of. That's maybe not exactly what the gentleman earlier of the cement company was talking about with regards to something physical or something very, let's say, tangible. But in the periphery of things, it might be a driver or a gear of an engine that accelerates things a little bit further going forward.
I like that visualization, gear of the machine. It makes these the machine move forward. And I totally mangled that for you. Very well said, Edmund. Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing. And let me shift gears, if I may, continue using that reference, that conceit, and bring in Justine. Justine is the regional representative for Gain Forest, but she also wants you to know that she's the watershed defender for Musungi Geo Reserve. Let me start with the second hat you wear and ask you, what is Musungi and why is it so important?
Right, so good morning, everyone. So Musungi Geo Reserve is a conservation project, all the way from the Philippines. So we are around 1.5 hours away from the metro or the capital of the Philippines, which has become, one of the last green corridor for the metropolis of the Philippines. So for us, we are protecting this 60-million-year-old limestone formation that has been home of a lot of biodiversity in this area. And experts believe that limestone formation has become like an arc of biodiversity because of its unique structure. It creates unique species that thrives in the area. And besides that, we're also trying to reforest over 2,700 hectares of degraded waterway, which is part of a protected area or a watershed that is also saving a kind of protecting the Metro Manila or the metropolis of the Philippines in extreme flooding. And so, of course, that area, it's really very close to me or to my heart because I'm also, it's an area just around 30 minutes away from my home. So it's something that fighting for it or being the voice of the Geo Reserve for me is really very important because, at the end of the day, our forests cannot even speak for themselves. So we're here to be, the defenders of it, the voice of the forest. And right now it faces a lot of threats, but we are still very hopeful. And of course, I am very, very thankful for Sean and the rest of the organizers of this platform for giving us a space working in the grassroots community and giving us a platform to kind of tell you our story, what is happening on ground, and how we could work together from different sectors in the international space.
Yeah, and I encourage everyone to look up the Musungi Geo Reserve, a fascinating space. I hope to visit it myself one day. Beautiful infrastructure, and being from the what you did right there is you just showed 3 levels of engagement. You're from the local. You're a member of the local community, so it's very close to where you're born, you're brought up, and for all number of reasons, you feel protection of it. You're a defender of it, in fact. But it also supplies water to Metro Manila, huge city. It has that practical ecosystem service to provide. But then third, and you started with this, the limestone and how it serves as an arc of biodiversity. So 3 layers of reason to be investing in this Geo Reserve. And in fact, I think the Geo Reserve is a place that hosts tourists too. Is that right?
Yes. So one of the main models of the Geo Reserve is actually derived from the UNESCO Geopark model, which is composed of 3 main pillars. First one is environmental protection. The second one is education and research, and the last one is sustainable development, and we do that through geotourism, wherein we host guests, we host different groups of people and let them immerse into the landscape and understand their relationship to the landscape, and of course, most importantly, to engage in our local park rangers in the area who is actually the ones guiding them inside the trail and telling stories about the area.
And they're not just guides, though, too. They're actually using technology to monitor impacts on the Geo Reserve and to impact progress being made. I want to ask you, though, because I want to pivot from the Geo Reserve slightly to your work as the regional representative for Gain Forest. And Gain Forest was recently featured on Channel News Asia, the Singaporean broadcaster, for this really groundbreaking work of putting technology in the hands of locals. In this case, it was with the Philippines. Some retired fishermen were measuring mangrove and then being paid for that work using Web3 3.0 currency. I'm not going to go into any more detail about that angle, but I did go to your website. Beyond watching that video from CNA, and I noticed it said only 1% of global biodiversity data comes from the world's largest rainforests. We are changing this. Gain Forest is changing this by turning local communities into indigenous scientists and helping organizations build equitable data products that can preserve nature. What are some of these data products that are being generated, being created, and who is using them, who is benefiting from them?
Right, so one of the examples for the technologies that Gainforest is currently working on is, as you mentioned, the measure to earn, which basically what the locals would do is they are trained to collect data, for example, tree measurements and even the name of the species, its size, and then turn that into a data, and then it gets verified and then uploaded to a server that we call the Green Globe, that is available in Gainforest's website. So for that, with that data, funders will be able to visualize these, the current progress of of an initiative, or a conservation initiative in different places, without the need of really going to that place. So it becomes, it becomes a better presentation of what, hey, this is really what's happening. Hey, this is the current progress now of the trees that you've funded to be planted all the way a couple of years ago. This is its status now. So those are some of the things. That's one of the technologies. The other one that I'd also like to point out, another technology that Gainforest is also working right now is the bioacoustics, so which is Masungi has become one of the hosts to pilot that in the Philippines. So basically what they do is there's this technology that they call bioacoustic measurement, and then we put it in an area that is, suppose we have a higher chance of detecting biodiversity in the area, and through that we were able to have like a visualization of what could be the possible species that are found thriving in that area. So for that, it's also the same thing. It becomes a visualization. So it's really, digital innovations really help us have a visualization for the funders. That is, and all of these visualizations, some of them becomes, this very beautiful and very artistic illustration of how these biodiversity complex biodiversity data is, and then it becomes this very beautiful and artistic presentation.
I'm going to talk to Shanshan in a bit about data visualization, since she's that's a core of her work at IPE. But sticking with you, Justine, why do we need to train up local communities to do this work? Why couldn't we have like the Geo Reserve pay I don't know, professional staff that have been trained in university, that are ecologists perhaps involved? You seem to have an insistence both at the Geo Reserve but also through Gainforest that you use local communities. Why is that so important?
Right, so it's very important to involve the local community, because at the end of the day, they are really the ones who's going to be benefiting from that data. So one of the things that Gainforest Data Council, particularly that I am affiliated to with Gainforest, is that we wanted to build a robust, guidelines for us to how to manage the data that we are gathering from different communities, and how we could, bridge, the data privacy, and as well as mutual respect to the local communities. And of course, with that, we could have, a source of, support from funders. So without compromising, their respect to their traditional knowledge.
Are you facing any funding shortcomings, though, because you're relying on, not because, but is the model of using IPLCs, Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities, in data monitoring facing any financing shortfalls?
Right, so I think one of the challenge right now with that is for some funders, they have this target, like a very short-term target that they need at least 2 years, and you need to bring back a forest.
Jacinta was talking about this earlier, wasn't she? The investors want it now, but it doesn't happen that way.
Exactly, but we understand that I think the strategy should be, the funders should have short-term indicators and a long-term indicators, and this long-term indicators could be broken down into several years, like 25 years, 50 years, and then to 100 years.
Right.
Yeah,
That's a long, we're talking 50, 100 years out.
Exactly.
For return on investment.
Exactly. So, because at the end of the day, if you wanted to bring back a forest, it's not just you build, it's not just you plant a tree or a group of trees. You need to ensure that the animals that are supposed to be there is already coming back and thriving on its own without the need of human intervention.
Yeah.
And that would take you like, what, 100 years or more.
I've heard this is a problem too through my a podcast that we did with Manesh. Here's a shameless plug. The Nature Pledge is not just our corporate commitment to supporting countries implement the global biodiversity framework, but it's also a podcast. And I recommend podcasts I've done with Manesh on this very problem, the long-term horizon of some of these investments and the debt and the integrity around buying a credit. How do we know that credit is going to be worth something tomorrow? Are things that we're working on right now to ensure more investment goes into that kind of work and your work. Allow me to move to our next speaker, Justine. Thank you for sharing so the challenges and the opportunities there. And Shanshan, before I go into your work with using all this data, visualizing it, making it available to multinational enterprises, etc., let me just do another promotion of IPE. Like you, like many of you in this room, you're a huge fan of IPE and its founder, Ma Jun. If only because IPE and its partners, but really spearheaded by IPE, was responsible for bringing down drastically the air pollution levels in China's biggest cities and drastically bringing down the water pollution levels in its waterways by using citizen science, by using low tech, but also having good support from the government and using data made available from the government. They had government support in this, and it is one of the biggest environmental success stories that I can think of at the scale that it is in recent memory. So this is not a space that you're unfamiliar with. Even if you're not developing you're not a technology developer yourself, you are a beneficiary of it, if only because, if I may describe it for you, sorry, because you're creating the visualizations that are very valuable to big business, big buyers from China's factories who want to mitigate as closely as possible their environmental footprint, both in China and elsewhere. But, and here's my first question. It's one thing to track carbon. It's just one thing, right? That's what makes climate tech a little bit easier. In fact, a lot easier than conservation technology challenges. It's another thing to just monitor the outputs of a factory. It's happening, it's there, it's static. But it's altogether a different thing to monitor biodiversity and biodiversity over time, and in places like forests or deep underwater. How is IPE adjusting or using its approach towards air pollution, water pollution, et cetera, towards biodiversity?
Sure, thank you, Sean. First of all, thank you for inviting IPE, and honestly, we're not the number one NGO in China at all, because I think the style of our sort of director would be really we're growing alongside the whole environmental enforcement and transparency in China. And here sitting there also are representative from Shantrui, who is also a local environmental NGO. They're actually the expert in biodiversity working in China. But since our establishment back in 2006, so one thing we've been doing is promoting environmental transparency in China, because we believe when we have data, information, transparency, more stakeholders can engage in pollution control, tackling climate change. So investors, banks, companies like Huawei, who have supply chain and manufacturing in China can all be involved in, and the general public as well. So that's what we've been doing over the years. Then looking into like biodiversity, it's an area that's quite new for everybody, but luckily in China, in response to like implementing the Kunming and Montreal Convention, China, the government has been implementing this thing called the red line, ecologically red line policy. And then from there, we actually have like more policies that's designated on biodiversity, which making it simple is
What's the red line, just so everyone understands that?
It's called, like, the formal name is Ecological Conservation Red Line. So basically it's areas that's for ecological conservation, for biodiversity protections, and no construction or manufacturing are supposed to be located within that red lines. And then from there, we also have like environmental quality red lines and resource utilization red lines. So we're basically breaking down the whole land of the China into like different units for different utilization purposes. So some of the areas can be used only for maybe nature park. Some of the areas can be used for building an industrial park. So there's actually like a lot of these structured data that's been, first of all, it's a policy implemented by the government, and different provincial government actually have like different platforms for identifying these different areas. So what IP has been doing is taking the knowledge and experience of making use of data throughout the years of tackling pollution and climate change, and really putting those data into a map that we call ecology map, so that anyone can access that map and find out where, whether if I'm a bank and I want to invest in or give loans to factories, I wanted to know where the factory is located. If they're located in an area that's very sensitive to ecological conservation, then there's a risk, right? I might not have the loans paid back because next day, maybe the government would require me to relocate my factories. And brands like Huawei, when they have like their manufacturing or supply chains, we are asking them to check into our map and see where their suppliers are. So these are the work that we've been doing in terms of biodiversity. The other thing we do is we also have a mobile app. So what we do is we encourage the public to take a photo of animals, insect that you see, and then we're making a use of AI to help them identify what kind of species they are and upload that data and photo into our database. So one thing that we've been trying to do is in the wetland areas, you have a database where you know what kind of species are located in the wetland. You also have the data where the public take the photos, so you can actually match making those photos. So anyone who wanted to research on it or look into are the species or that biodiversity improving or losing in a particular area, you can use that. In addition to wetline, these kind of work is, because it's on a map, anyone can actually use it. So a lot of people are uploading photos. You may think this is like, very simple, or like what we can do with all these photos. So one thing we've been thinking is really lowering the threshold for public participation, because biodiversity protection is not just for researchers or, again, like banks or or specific NGOs working in the area. Any public should be participate in this particular work. So we think starting by taking photos and uploading those photos, and we have AI, all those like recognition thing that people can make use of.
Thank you, Shanshan. And you almost answered my second question, because you're talking about the different applications of your work. And if I were to distill it in a very crude manner, it's mapping, but it's also citizen engagement, that uploading of photographs, et cetera, and really documenting what's available, what animals are thriving in those areas. But I do want to actually touch on the work of the Task Force for Nature-Based Financial Disclosures. As you're well aware, the People's Bank of China and other important institutions are exploring the work of TNFD and financial disclosures. Are big companies using your maps, your services, to help them disclose their risk to biodiversity?
Yes, so this is a new area, but companies like I think Huawei hasn't been using our particular data, but there's, let's say maybe like Primark. Primark is one company that I know they're actually using our data to check where their suppliers are. So there are companies who are using it. There's also, like I said, like Shanshui, who said their data are actually put into like an ESG rating company in China. So ESG investors can make use of, it's actually similar data, but different organizations are, making use of this data in different ways. So there's ESG rating company making use of similar data as well. And as I said, there's banks in China who, one case I can share is a mining company who wanted to ask for a loan from a local Chinese bank, but they're rejected because their mining site is actually in a very sensitive biodiversity protection area. So this is a very small cases. It was the loan was turned down, but we can see the trend that this is being actually used. The other thing is ESG disclosures. So we have seen that biodiversity has been incorporated into a lot of ESG disclosure requirement and guidelines. So what we have been doing also is we've been running this called PRTR, so Pollutant Release and Transfer Registry, which is a sort of open-end information disclosure platform. And in this particular platform, this year we have incorporated biodiversity section into the form. So what we've been encouraging is companies should ask your suppliers, but also your own manufacturing facilities to disclose biodiversity data. And that's really facility data, down to earth data. So we're not talking about, say, Huawei disclosing at a corporate level, how do you work on biodiversity, what's your commitment, what kind of manner you do, but really looking into your manufacturing side, looking into your supply chain impact on biodiversity, and that goes back to the local on the ground work all these NGOs and tech companies are doing. So we think this facility level data on biodiversity is really important. That's one thing that we have been promoting since the beginning of this year.
Yeah, and let's not. And I'm glad you mentioned this last point because it's easy to forget in a context like this that air pollution, water pollution actually has a direct impact on biodiversity. It's not just about measuring how a forest is doing or whether it's being encroached upon, et cetera. It's also about the waste that's coming out of some of the factories, including Huawei's. Indeed. And so I applaud you on that. I had another really good question, but it might be asked by a question from the audience anyways. And if not, I'm going to sneak it in. With the remaining time we have left, may I see if there's any questions from the audience? In the corner here from FAO. Please state your name for us.
Thank you. So my name is Manu, and as Shan said, I'm from FAO. I'm working for a global partnership called the Sustainable Wildlife Management Program. So it's FAO, C4, CRAD, and WCS partnership. And a lot of our work is also based on community-based monitoring. So leveraging also digital and technological innovations as well as traditional ecological knowledge and so on. And one of the challenges we're having, so yeah, we've spoken about in this panel on, using information like detection of animals, problematic conflict animals, to warn local communities of potential conflict, and so they can take decisions based on this information. But one of the challenges we're now seeing, and one of the difficulties we're having, is how do we use this information to not only share it with local communities and indigenous people, but where they are the custodians of landscapes and natural environment and resources, how do we actually make sure that this information empowers people to make decisions on on natural resource management, landscape level management? That's one of the challenges we're seeing, and we're not quite there yet, but I'd be curious from your common expertise.
All the panelists you would like?
I think, so Justine spoke a little bit to that, but we're still, we're not yet there in sharing the information with them, yes, but how do we actually empower them to use this to both make decisions and also access biodiversity finance directly?
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to ask Justine to respond in a second. Let me take another question right here for this lady here.
Hi, hello. My name is Shauna. I'm here with the BISIH. My question is related to the reporting back of biodiversity companies. So how do you manage what suppliers are reporting back and to know if it's accurate or reliable, and what sort of motivates them to disclose this biodiversity data?
And who's that question directed to?
I think maybe Shan touched on it a little bit, so maybe she can elaborate.
Okay, let's start with Justine on the first question, then over to Shan. We'll see what time we have left after that.
Right. So for the question, so actually landscape conservation in the Philippines is quite a quite sensitive matter because for some, especially now right now, I mean I'm speaking on the case of what's happening in Masungi. So right now it's facing a lot of threats, particularly the ones that they wanted to cancel the conservation agreements that they've made a couple of years way back, just because of some technicalities in the agreement. So that's actually a push coming from the government themselves. So that's quite ironic because Masungi is actually a private initiative conservation project. It was initially funded by the private sector, and up to now it has become recognized by international institutions like the IUCN for its best practice as a self-sustaining for its financing innovations to support its conservation projects. No? So how do we encourage is it the funders, or is it on the case of funders? Did I get it right? Or maybe like in general?
Yeah, I think it's, commonly as practitioners, how do we empower communities to make those decisions? And I understand in many
How do we-
cases there's
Yeah, how do we empower communities collectively?
there's not one actor that's responsible for that. It's governments to some extent, but how do we encourage this shift and this empowerment?
Yeah, what's the most effective way of empowering communities to take this work up? Fair enough. I'm sorry, I'm re-articulating
Right.
it for our video audience that may not be able to hear your voice. Sorry about that.
Right. So I think I think for the case of Masungi, the most effective way for us to empower and involve different sectors in the conservation initiative is really for them to experience what's really what's at the risk of being threatened or being taken away. For us in Masungi, the way we encourage or build relation and build trust from our partners is that we invite them to the place and let them experience and immerse to the place and engage to the rangers and let the rangers or the local rangers speak for what's really happening on site and how their work really impacts their own lives, how it has become. Some of them were one of the contributors of the destruction way before the project began, and now they have this dignified job and a more sustainable alternative source of livelihood that supports their family in a more long-term effect.
And swapping up their livelihoods. Forgive me, I'm going to switch now to Shan. Have you got like a 60-second response?
Yeah, do you have it? Because I saw the microphone on.
I thought I'd keep it standby.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so I'll be quick. So I think the first simple question is, it is very difficult to judge whether what the company's report is accurate. Again, I feel like biodiversity is a new topic, even though it's been around for years maybe, but even for organizations like IPE, it's a new topic for us, and we're still in the learning process, to be honest. But the second thing I would say is we also play around existing data. So for example, if a company are saying, I don't have any impact on local biodiversity, then again, if you're looking at where it's located, then we know whether the answer is accurate or not. We also have, if the companies have been disclosing, say, pollution data over the years, or whether they have environmental violation record issued by the government, we can sort of cross-checking the answer in a way. The other thing I would say is capacity building. So one thing we have been doing for the past 4 years is doing online webinars for just the SMEs in China on issues like climate change and now on biodiversity as well. I think it's just getting this concept out into the wider audience is so important. So having capacity building, even though it's probably a cliche, but I think it's always important. And then last thing I would say is about the motivation. So we do a ranking on companies on how well they've been looking, how effective they're looking into their supply chain impact on local environment. climate change and now on biodiversity. We've been running this evaluation rating since 2014. So each year we would come out like, who's doing better, who's doing worse. So I think rating is important to motivate companies looking into their supply chain performance. Similarly, a lot of ESG rating are starting to look into supply chain, because for us, we think supply chain is so important because a lot of the companies are outsourcing the production to suppliers and to different tiers of suppliers. So if you don't look into your supply chain, you're not really, shouldering your responsibility. And if you don't look into your supply chain performance, and if you say you're going to be, net zero by 2030 or 2050, that's just like not possible. So I think rating is really important, and regulation as well. So in China, the government are asking facility level, even SMEs to start disclosing us, or maybe start, encouraging them to voluntarily disclose their climate data. So regulations definitely help as well. So not just like big companies that need to be committed and disclose data, but so regulation helps.
Can I just add one thing to that? I think a little bit the tricky part is always in the details. There's no common way to measure biodiversity that's agreed globally. And that gets to data inoperability and so on. So I think that the work that all the discrete parties are doing and the conversation, the commonality in the definition, the ways of collecting data, verifying is actually really, really important, because then we're all talking from a common ground. So I think that's really important.
No, thank you for that. Indeed, a great way of rounding out our conversation today. We are up against our time for lunch. I'm reverting to my MC role here quicker than I imagined. And indeed, we'll take that lunch, as you recall, on the 5th floor. But just, if I may, just try to wrap up what happened on the panel today. And forgive me, I didn't have my pen with me, so I didn't take a lot of notes while people were speaking. But as I recall, Talia really sets the stage extremely well by giving us a sort of a wider scan, maybe 10 years, and internationally, what's happening in the technology space. Some of the things that resonate with me is first of all, that networking, the ability for our data to be uploaded to the cloud, but also to be having access to software that might be cloud-based is as important as artificial intelligence. She also spoke to the difficulties in getting governments to translate the data they're collecting and the digital technologies they might be adopting and formulating that into policy. That's a big job, Talia, that we certainly would like to take to task. Of course, Jacinta complemented many of the things that Talia said, but she also brought a greater picture to just how much easier it's getting to produce the technology at scale by leveraging the manufacturing power that currently exists, but also accessing some of the open software that's available too, again, to drive experimentation, etc. Some things are trending very well in technology space, if you haven't noticed yet. It was nice then to hear from Edwin from Huawei, and very specific ways he's deploying his company's technologies and on the ground. One topic we didn't cover today was satellite imagery so much, although I think Shanshan could go on and on about that. But Huawei's working with communities and non-governmental organizations to do very critical conservation work. And you took us through the different types of ways that your technology can be leveraged. You also gave us a new way, or encouraged us to look at the issue of cost differently by looking, overweighting perhaps the value proposition. So very much appreciated that. We were able to shift then to a member of a local community who gave us insights into why this georeserve is so important to her community, but also Metro Manila, as she brought to light the importance of training up local communities to use this technology. We end with Shanshan, who then takes us scale up by talking, really bringing in the discussion on international trade. Because we're talking about buying from supply chain partners or business partners, frankly, just from business partners that might have a big footprint there in China, or might in fact be Chinese. And the importance too, though, appreciating that biodiversity is still a new space for many people, that measurement remains a problem. A common theme is also the interoperability of data, which I think you're taking on, Shanshan, at IPE, and making sure that your maps are reflecting the most accurate data that is available to you. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of UNDP, my partners at ADP and AFD, WWF, please, a round of applause for this amazing panel. And thank you, Talia, for staying awake.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right. Enjoy. Enjoy your evening, Talia, and everyone else. Enjoy your lunch. Start making your way back to the room at 1:45. Wonderful. Thank you. See you soon.
Cheers. That was fantastic. You guys are so exciting to talk to.
Recording stop.
back and forth. That's how we do our relationship or partnership. Yeah.
Hello, Sam. Can you hear us? Can we test the speaker on your end, please? Thank you.
Yes, yes, I can hear now.
Can we? Okay, thank you. We're waiting for Williams then, right? Thank
Yes.
you. Yeah. So now, in the meantime, you can mute. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Hi, William. Can you hear us? Can you unmute to test the microphone? Again, can you say something to test the microphone? Yeah, it goes well. And you can mute now, and we are waiting for the session to start. Okay, thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. If you can come in and take your seats, that would be wonderful. Hello, everyone. I hope you all had a wonderful lunch. I know after lunch sometimes everyone feels a bit sleepy because they're full, but I'm sure that the panelists will be very exciting, and so everyone will be wide awake. Give it a couple more minutes for people to filter in. He always is like taking pictures of you when you're like. Okay, everyone, I think we'll get started. Welcome back after lunch and a continued happy International Day of Biological Diversity. My name is Mia Sines, and I work for WWF in the Greater Mekong on illegal wildlife trade issues. And thank you so much to AFD, UNDP, and ADB for co-hosting this event with us. It's been really exciting so far, and the morning's panels have been really enlightening. So I'm sure that the afternoon will also continue apace. Yeah, in the afternoon, we'll be looking at options for financing biodiversity and exploring investments in green and blue economies. So if you don't know what that means, stay tuned. Before we start, just a couple of housekeeping things. Once more, please make sure your phones are on silent. Because of the packed schedule this afternoon, we will not break for coffee, but there will be coffee available in the lobby as well as some snacks throughout the afternoon. So whenever you need a break, please just go out and help yourself. We'll continue on without an official break, but we trust you to come back. The other thing, as Sean mentioned this morning, please make sure that you put your badges in the blue glass container as you leave. We're trying to save the world, and that's just one small part that we can all do. So as you leave, please put these in there so that we can reuse them for the next meeting. Anything else, I think? Oh, no, so someone came and already claimed it. Yeah. If you lose something, we will try to leave it at the front desk. So if you are like, oh, no, my phone, please just go speak to the lovely people who are at the front desk, and they'll hang on to it for you. So first, we'll be going into a session called Unlocking Biodiversity Finance, Opportunities in Southeast Asia, and this will be moderated by the lovely Vivi from AFD, so let me hand it over to her.
ขอบคุณค่ะ I'm Thai, I'm biologist. I'm not a financial people, but I'm working at AFD. So this is a very exciting subject because I'm speaking on behalf of all the conservationists in the world to find the money. So myself, I have a personal mission to close all the financing gaps. So hopefully through this work and dialogue, we will have some concrete recommendation to make, to talk to the government and also everybody that connected. So in my session, I have, in the morning, I think all the moderators are very great at, keeping the dialogue really casual and like interesting. But because of this financing thing, it's quite technical. So if you would allow me, for my session, I would break into two parts. Can you go to next slide, please? With my colleague here today, we have Songrin Banward, task leader for financial system for Southeast Asia. She was sharing just to get to know you about AFD. Just please give me a hand if you know AFD. Almost everybody, so congratulations. Yes, and then we will be joining from our partner who conducting AFD study, Dr. William Michel from the Biodiversity Consultancy, so he will introduce himself. And then we will take, just allow us to give 30 minutes maximum on this, and then where we go deep dive to hear from the Thai Public Bank. We have the privilege to have BAAC, the Bangkok Bank of Agricultural Center, and the Krung Thai Bank to share with us. And then we also have technical input from various partners as well. But without going to call everybody name one by one, I would just start with Songrin first, just to share, introduce about AFD and investment in nature, please. Please go to Songrin's slide, please.
Yeah, sorry, thanks. Oh. Okay, I'll make this presentation very short, as you actually know us a little bit already. I wasn't exactly sure, to what extent I would need to introduce ourselves as an organization here. But I just wanted to say a few words about who we are and to also introduce the reasons why we ended up conducting this study and hiring our consultants to do this fantastic job. So I am Sandrine Banvart. I'm based here in Bangkok, working for the regional office of AFD as a financial system project manager. So most of my activities are actually more in Indonesia and Vietnam, to be honest, but we are also willing to try to develop our involvement here in support to financial stakeholders in Thailand, and so this is why we have our regional office here. Maybe next slide, sorry. Just say a few words about AFD. We are a group. We've been growing as a group. We have our mother organization, which is AFD which is the bilateral development financial institution of France, and working with public stakeholders. But we also have a subsidiary called Proparco that you may have heard of and who's going to be represented a little bit later, which works in partnership with private stakeholders, and another entity which is called Expertise France, and that is in charge of technical cooperation. We operate since, it's been a bit over 70 years now, and we have projects ongoing in a bit more than 115 countries, and I think at the moment there's more or less 5,000 projects that are underway in terms of implementation. Maybe just for the next slide. On the financial systems, this translates into projects in partnership with public financial institutions, so public development banks, but also public commercial banks. In Vietnam, for example, we work with BIDV, which is a major partner of our projects. And we also work with the regulators, so we try to do some work with the central banks, supervisors, regulators, and with our private subsidiary, Proparco, we also work in partnership with private stakeholders, so a lot of banks, obviously, but also microfinance institutions, private funds, many different kind of financial entities. Next slide, sorry. I don't want to, give you too many figures right after lunch, but just to give you a global idea of, who we are in terms of, size of activity. Every year we commit around 1.7 billion euros of new financing to our partners, globally, so you see that Asia is relatively big, as it is getting bigger in our portfolio of activity, so yeah, that's quite of a major area of intervention for AFD. Maybe the next slide. For this, we work with different, set of financing tools, I would say. So a lot of our financing is under the form of non-sovereign loans to financial stakeholders, but we do also have sovereign loans, guarantee schemes. We also have some grant resources that we generally try to combine with our loans to our stakeholders and our partners. So this is obviously tailored to every project that we try to build. Next slide. This is our approach, and I just want to maybe mention one of the three axes of intervention and action that we use as a guideline of our approach to financial systems. The one is the first axis, actually, the one that is around resilience of financial systems, because this is very much what we try to support here in the region in Southeast Asia. And maybe on the next slide. Yeah, this is our approach in Southeast Asia. So we basically have, obviously, some priorities that can vary from one region to another depending on the opportunities and the threats that we see in the regions. Here in Southeast Asia, the environment is one of our key thematic priorities, and so working in support of its preservation and biodiversity and nature-related challenges is something that we try to address as a key priority. Next slide. So this is reflected in our projects globally, not only for the financial system, but for the whole regional office activity in general. Maybe the next slide. And this is what it, where biodiversity fits. Basically, biodiversity has been growing in our action. We have been involved for quite some time now in supporting some climate mitigation or adaptation to climate change projects. Now, biodiversity is really at the core of our activity in the region, but also more globally. What was decided in the last climate and nature roadmap that covers a 2024-2029 period of time is that AFD would be doubling its commitments to biodiversity. So in 2025, we are supposed to dedicate 1 billion euros of new financing every year, starting from 2025 to projects with biodiversity co-benefits. And this is why on financial systems, we've also tried to first, better take into consideration this topic, which was relatively new to us, compared to climate. We got some first understanding of what were the biodiversity issues in the project that we were developing. We tried to better integrate those issues and take them into account, and progressively we tried to change the way we build our projects and support to the financial systems in order to really just basically get them to address those global challenges. And this is where this study is fitting. The idea was for us to get some first understanding of the opportunities and the threats on the Thai market for public financial institutions here in Thailand. So looking at the threats that biodiversity can represent for their own lending activity and their own business, and also looking at the opportunities in terms of investments, in particular in some sectors of activity such as agriculture and tourism. And this is what we'll be looking at with our consultants now. Thank you.
Thank you, Sandrine. Next, I would like to invite Dr. William Michel to share about exploratory study on biodiversity finance funding opportunity for the public banks. William is live from up through the UK. Williams, could you please share like maybe 15 minutes maximum, and then we allow time to exchange with the audience. Thank you.
Yes, no problems. That's been cut down by 30 minutes, so I'll cut through. Are the slides coming up, or do you need me to share?
I think you co-host already. If you feel like you can share as well. Thanks.
Okay, sorry, 2 seconds. So hi everyone, I'm Dr. William Mitchell, and nice to join everyone, excited to be here, and thanks for having me. I'm joining from very early morning in the UK. I'm excited to present on a kind of exploratory study on nature finance opportunities in Thailand with a focus on the Thai financial institutions that we did for AFD. Maybe just to say a little bit about TBC, we're headquartered in Cambridge in the UK, and we work on a diverse range of biodiversity issues. We do a lot of work on kind of site-based assessments of biodiversity on infrastructure projects. And the work I do, we do a lot of advice to nature finance institutions, advising them on the biodiversity risks and impacts and interventions they can implement in order to improve biodiversity. I'm just going to try and quickly whip through a bit of background to the biodiversity crisis and where nature finance and the role of development finance institutions. So forgive me if this has been covered this morning. It was a bit too early for me to join the event. The kind of general aims and approach of the study, the SMIs that we...
Sorry, Will. Do you want me to share screen because the slides are not showing up? At least I don't think they're showing up for everybody. Oh no, here we go. Okay.
Oh, sorry. And people see the slides, or are they not showing up?
Give us a second, William.
I can see them now.
And am I sharing, or is someone brought them up? Sorry, everyone.
So we sharing for you, so we just say like next slide when you want to move, okay? Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much. Yeah, so go on to the next slide, please. Yeah, sorry, we all know that human activities are creating diverse set of pressures on nature, and as the global economy has grown, so have kind of company activities, the goods and services they produce, and this is placing various pressures on nature. So land and sea use change, resource exploitation, climate change, pollution. These are impacting on different ecosystems across land, freshwater, and ocean. This is also impacting on the state of nature. So these pressures are causing population declines and decreases. The variety of species in one place is decreasing. The size of habitats, forests, grasslands, they're all decreasing. And this is culminating in nature loss. Next slide, please. And there are numerous recent publications that are doing a good job of kind of quantifying and understanding these pressures and demonstrating the extent of nature loss. I won't go through all of these because of time, but the WWF Living Planet report recently is documenting kind of significant vertebrate species decreases of kind of between 73% between 1970 and 2020. Next slide, please. And what nature loss means is it's undermining the kind of services, the ecosystem services we all rely on, such as food production, water security, and flood protection. As an example, the town and the farm in this diagram, obviously they're both dependent on the river supplying water, not only to feed agricultural production, but for drinking water. And then there's hazard regulation through forests, etc. Next slide, please. And not only do we rely on these services, but so do businesses. And our economies. To provide clean water, the materials, the water regulation, erosion control, and the cultural services. Next slide, please. And financial institutions can help reverse the trend of nature loss and its impact on businesses through nature finance. And what does this imply? It means that financial institutions can start contributing to financial flows and investments that support biodiversity in nature, specifically conservation and restoration, sustainable use, the reduction of societal drivers of biodiversity loss, the scaling up of nature-based solutions, and activities that support transition towards nature-positive economic activities. And this is important, as I previously said, as our economies and societies depend on these things, especially the case in growing economies where livelihoods are disproportionately relying on ecosystem services. And nature finance can play a key role in facilitating activities to protect, restore, or sustainably manage these ecosystems. Next slide, please. In terms of specifically defining what nature finance is, it's somewhat hard and there's been a little bit of difficulty, but we are coalescing around definitions. A very long story short, nature finance is finance that contributes to activities in these four buckets here, so restoration and conservation, reduction of direct drivers, nature-based solutions, and implementation of policy tools. And examples are green and blue bonds, dedicated credit lines, investment or loans in sectors that reduce pressures on nature and debt for nature swaps. Next slide, please.
William, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but would it be okay for Vico to go to this part very quickly and focus on the approach of the study and the sharing the results, just afraid of a bit of time. Thank you.
Yeah, so this is the last slide, but please, let's go on to the next one. So in terms of the aims and the objectives of the study, the consultancy aims to kind of lay the foundation for AFD's future action to promote biodiversity finance in Thailand and has kind of several objectives. We're aiming to identify kind of priority SFIs for AFD to potentially concentrate future support, assess the general kind of market need for financing of nature-positive investments and opportunities to support SFIs, identify some of the constraints that are limiting kind of scaling up and financing of investments in Thailand, and assess the estimated exposure of biodiversity-related risks for target SFIs in their portfolios. And although the study was very small, proposed some preliminary ideas for kind of technical assistance and potentially credit lines that would be appropriate for Thailand. Next slide, please. And in terms of our approach, as I mentioned before, it was a very kind of short-term and small study, but we did a rapid literature review, our kind of market needs assessment, a preliminary biodiversity risk assessment at a very high level for institutions, gap analysis, and recommendations and action plan for AFD. Next slide, please. just to introduce the Thai SFIs and their market needs. Next slide, please. We looked across 6 of Thailand's financial institutions that were originally identified by AFD. It was quite apparent that they all have quite different focus in terms of sectors, clients, and products. Obviously, BAAC is focused on agriculture, XM is focused across diverse sectors and focused on import and export. And what was clear from the initial review is that these organizations are kind of well positioned to support sectors with exposure to biodiversity risks, such as agriculture and tourism. Next slide, please. And from a very rapid review of kind of public-facing documents of what these organizations are up to and their current integration of biodiversity into their practice, it was clear that they're at kind of different stages of developing sustainability frameworks and have different exposure to biodiversity risks and opportunities, but that biodiversity is not fully kind of integrated into SFI practice. So there's a significant opportunity for specialized financial institutions to kind of update their practices and better account for biodiversity. Next slide, please. Next slide. So in terms of conducting a risk assessment, I've generalized this just to not focus in on any one SFI at the moment and just talk generally, but we did a risk assessment in terms of to assess the exposure of biodiversity to the Thai economy and the different sectors that SFIs are focusing on. Just a high-level summary, we were looking at the key sectors in Thailand, which are agriculture, manufacturing, and services, and major exports, which are automobile parts, computers and electronics, rice and seafood, and other products. Next slide, please. In terms of identifying these high-level impact and dependencies in relation to biodiversity, obviously the following sectors exhibited high nature-related pressure and dependency, specifically agriculture, and within that rice, sugarcane, and cassava, fisheries and aquaculture, mining, and manufacturing of motor vehicles. In the interest of time, I won't go through all the impacts and pressures and key dependencies, but land conversion is a big one, water pollution, disturbance, etc. Next slide, please. So maybe just to illustrate some of the tools and how these impacts and dependencies can be used to identify potential opportunities. We can take water, which is a key impact and dependency across Thailand's economy, often one of the most material risks to businesses and economy, and identified as a key dependency across the sectors we looked at. You can use tools such as Aqueduct and WWF Water Risk Filter, which I'm sure many institutions are already using to assess water in relation to climate. But these can also be overlaid with biodiversity data to identify synergies. So you're identifying areas of high water scarcity, but also of high biodiversity relevance or ecosystem sensitivity, and that can be used to better target interventions and financial tools. Next slide, please. And yeah, maybe just to bring this to life with an example. I mean, there's a high-profile example of Tesla and their exposure to water risk. They faced legal action. This ended up slowing down their expansion of factories and had a real financial material impact on their operations in Germany. Next slide, please. And on to the next slide, please. So quickly to move on to the overview of findings. So yeah, apologies, these are a bit generalized, but obviously to give you a flavor of the kind of key themes emerging from the studies, the reviewed SFIs that we looked at already have green finance products, which they're implementing to align with recent policy shifts in Thailand, and they offer an excellent starting point and basis to build more nature-focused tools and offerings. They seem to have less awareness and management of both impacts on nature and financial risks of loss due to their exposure to nature dependencies and transition risks. And linking any nature finance products to financial clients, both in the form of concessional terms and addressing nature financial related risks, will make them more likely to be successful. For example, companies that become aware of potential financial impacts, such as water scarcity, are more likely to engage with these financial products and implement the required measures. And for some of the SFIs, nature-related risk is obviously highly financially material, and therefore there's a good basis to encourage clients to adopt more nature-friendly practices, which could also decrease credit risks for the SFIs. Next slide, please. So a subset of SFIs are acknowledging that biodiversity is a strategic focus for them, whereas others have not. So there are obvious starting points about which ones are ready to engage. There's a possibility, or clearly some potential for financial products or the themes of nature finance products that would be relevant, e.g. loans and insurance products targeted at agriculture or aquaculture, loans for implementation of water efficiency measures, again dealing with that kind of high water stress in Thailand. And we also explored kind of possible technical assistance opportunities. So, for example, there's a clear opportunity to engage or enhance engagement across Thailand's SFIs through support for more in-depth portfolio risk analysis to inform and develop nature finance credit lines, and further opportunities there. And there's potential for assistance with compliance with emerging biodiversity-related legislation in export markets could also be useful. For example, the EU deforestation laws, which will have an impact on multiple products, such as coffee. And just to end, I have, next slide please. I have a kind of case study of how these things can work. So a quick example of slow coffee. Coffee is a major soft commodity that is linked to deforestation, biodiversity loss, and climate vulnerability. It was founded in 2018, aimed to improve the impact of coffee and make it more regenerative for nature, specifically by converting degraded monoculture plantations in Southeast Asia into more biodiverse agroforests, improving tree cover, species diversity, soil quality as well. At the same time improving carbon performance, so sequestering carbon instead of removing carbon for the environment. It's attracted a lot of money from long-term offtake, securing $8 million in long-term offtake. It's attracting support from impacted investors as well. And it also has new revenue potential through carbon credits and certification. It's also getting ahead of regulatory tailwinds. So as I mentioned, the deforestation regulation, which is going to ban imports of non-compliant coffee, cocoa, soy, etc., which is going to have a significant impact. It potentially will align with that and therefore be able to still import into the UK. It also gets ahead of the kind of growing investor and buyer demand for nature positive commodity, and is aligned with agri-financiers, development banks that can replicate models like SLO's. And that is that. Sorry, I rattled through that.
Thank you, William, for sharing this. And I will conclude what William sharing toward the end, but I think we listened to a lot of presentation already. Maybe I need to change the mood and tone. Just quickly, maybe you can go to my slide just to setting the scene for the next round. I think we're doing quite well with the time. The first session already 30 minutes, and the next one we have 1 hour together. So I just would like to invite my panel, Kun Miao, Jadawan from the Jadawan Sattakun, Vice President of Policy and Social Department from Bank of Agriculture, and cooperative please on the stage ค่ะ and คุณสหพันธ์ภูคำวงศ์วัฒน์ from กรุงไทย Bank please join us and คุณบุญรอดนะคะ yes founding partner of Creative Company who also our partner with the AFD previous study with the Biodiversity Consultancy and then we also have guest คุณ Shanya Joseph from Head of APAC ESG Specialist S&P Global to share also on from the practitioner view. So this session we will explore, right, the view of the Thai Public Bank. As you will see that William already have presentation of like there's like 6 private bank that we conduct the study, and then it doesn't mean that they all speak together, sharing like what is the pipeline investment, how we can learn from each other. So this kind of dialogue is very, very crucial too, because BACC have been really well advanced on biodiversity in Thailand. So next one, thank you for also our partner for this session, Sassoon, to help us coordinate with the Thai bank here. So next slide, just before I ask everybody, I just want to see a little bit on how AFD is involved in the financing thing. This morning we heard financing the green, cleaning the finance, right? I got a chance to work with AFD as a consultant from last year to bring together all the stakeholders in Thailand just to talk about this. Because finance for biodiversity is very new thing. And because most of the time in the past, in the Thailand context, all the money go to biodiversity, either government money or grant. For the bank, what they invest is economic, right? You make money, you invest. But if you invest in nature, you don't see the financial return. It's very hard to convince to the CEO. And then because of this thing, like the Paris Agreement, everyone have to do like net zero, or the bank also have to do net zero, and the TSD in place, everybody race to do that. Everybody learning climate is a new thing. And now, 5 years after, we say like biodiversity is so important. You cannot talk about climate without biodiversity laws. And then all the banks are like, what does it mean, right? So it's really difficult for anybody. Now there's some emerging market of sustainability. There's so many jobs going out. So how we can learn from each other? So through the Fin for Bio, we come up with a lot of series of dialogue where we come up with this simplified joint recommendation where we call for biodiversity taxonomy, just to speak to the bank, right? What does it mean on biodiversity? And then we also want to welcome incentive too, because what we can give to the financial sector or private sector to invest in nature without incentive, it will be difficult because everything you do extra is an extra cost. And then we call for data knowledge sharing, which is very aligned with the discussion in the morning, right? We talk a lot about data, what technology, how to use, how to apply. So FinFabio will come that as well, and we also call for collaboration. So the next slide, you will see that through the series of dialogue, we managed to get public sector and financial sector to come together just to sign up to support that 6 joint recommendation. Maybe for you, it looks like just very simple, this text. But just to craft this text, just to get people agree, is really difficult. But it's provide the hope because now that we, through that dialogue, we got the people to share us with this. So without going, it's just my last slide, this one on nature positive. Many people, I have to tell you, government agency, when they said nature positive, they said, what does it mean? Net zero, maybe okay, net zero. But positive from what? What is the baseline? How much we lost? We don't have the number counting, right? So, and then the difficulty when we talk about biodiversity is that we don't know what it mean. So, let me get you stand up a little bit. Please stand up if your shirt made of cotton. Many people wear cotton. Okay. Remain, stay if you wear jewelry that made of metal. Metal. Anyone have metal in your body? Sit down. Sit down if you have metal in your body. Metal. Sit down. Metal. Yes, wash. Okay. Last question. Stand up if you have plastic on your body. Plastic? Yeah, we have plastic. So you see everything that we, thank you so much for your participation. Everything we have in our body, all the resources, is extracted from nature. If you talk about the plastic industry, we don't have impact on biodiversity, but where you get the plastic come from, right? The cotton we're wearing, is it grow somewhere? How is affected with that thing? So these are the dialogue that we wish to simplify. So I just would like to learn from BAC, Pimeo. In Thailand, we call by nicknames. So Pimeo, so could you share with us, like, just get to know first. We will not bore you too much. We just have 2 slides from BACC and KTB, just a picture just to help you visualize, and then we focus on the exchange together with the 3 panel. Pimeo, can you just share about what the bank do and, like, how you take action on it?
Good afternoon, everyone. Today it's my honor to present how BAC, Bank for Agriculture and Agricultural Cooperative, have done for the environmental conservation. Please go to the next slide. We will start with the BAC. We are the state-owned bank with the social mission at its core. Why we are not profit maximizing. So our primary goal is to enhance the livelihoods of the rural communities while safeguarding the environment for future generations. Our long-term vision indicates climate action, biodiversity restoration, and inclusive development through innovative financial solutions and technological integration. The next slide, please. Slide number 3. Okay, thank you. This slide presents the core vision for the BAC. As we are a sustainable rural development bank, our approach is divided into directions: perform and transform, representing our commit to both being a sustainable financial institution and a rural transformation. On the left side, perform, we focus on building a sustainable bank through 2 key missions. Mission number 1, we act like the financial hub, delivering comprehensive and modern financial service to rural area. And mission number 2, we are enhance our internal efficiency. On the right side, transform, we focus on sustainable rural development through 2 more missions. Mission number 3, we support funding, provide knowledge, technology, and innovation to farmer and rural communities. Mission number 4, we promote community-based economic activity that respond to the challenge of the climate change. Our long-term goal is drive carbon neutrality while supporting biodiversity conservation. Together, these 4 missions show how BAC is not just a bank, but a force for rural empowerment, ecological resilience, and inclusive growth. The next slide, please. Here is the strategic objective of the BAC. We have 6 strategic objective. The next, please. BAC Green Financing Journey. As you can see from the slide, BAC has long been committed to supporting the conservation of nature and the protection of the environmental. Here you can see, like, for example, green credit, Thai Rice Nama project, Go Green Forest credit, support loan for fishery entrepreneur, for example. For many years, we have integrated environmental responsibility into our financial service, aiming to promote sustainable agriculture and rural development. The next slide, please. Next, please. Here, BAC joint recommendation of finance for biodiversity this year. Collaboration opportunities. To achieve broader impact, partnership is the key. BAC is seeking collaboration with agencies like the Office of National Resources and Environmental Policy and Planning, or ONEP, right? University, like the Kasesa University and the public organization. Together, we can scale up nature-positive agriculture nationwide. Next, please. Here, next slide, please. Here is for example, our collaboration with another organization. We believe that finance, when used responsibly, can be a powerful tool for ecological and social transformation. This is our key focus area. The next, please. So sorry, I have too much slide here. Here is this reflects our belief that sustainable agricultural economy depends on resilient ecosystem and empower communities. The next, please. Okay. Now I'd like to highlight one of BSC's most impactful green finance initiatives we call the Tree Bank Project. The project aligns closely with Thailand's national goals for environmental sustainability and rural economic development. It offers a practical solution that supports both financial security for farmers and climate change mitigation. The concept is simple but powerful. Farmers can grow and register tree as a green asset. The tree as a form of natural capital, which not only improve the land ecological value, but also support long-term financial planning. Reforestation is one of the most effective strategies to combat climate change. The next slide, please. Okay, here is the key advantage of the tree bank. So through the Tree Bank project, we are turning trees into tools for climate action while also giving farmers the opportunity to increase their income and land value in a sustainable way. This project exemplifies how finance, nature, and livelihoods can work together to build a greener and more resilient future. The next, please. Okay. Next, let me introduce another innovative green finance by BAC. We call BAC Carbon Credit Project. This project is designed to turn environmental action into economic opportunities. Next, please. Here is the key concept of the BC Carbon Credit. So if, if you need more information, you can download the slide. Yes. Can we skip to the next slide, please? Okay. Long-term finance project. Oh, here is the long-term goals of the BSC Carbon. Next slide, please. So the BSC Carbon Credit Project is a strong example of how we can combine finance, climate action, and community development into one powerful solution for the future of Thai agriculture. Green bond, can we skip for green bond, please? Next slide, please. Next, please. Okay, next, please. I will talk about green credit later. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. So I will skip. Okay. Another key example of BAC Green Finance Initiative is the we call BCG loan program, which directly supports Thailand National Strategy for Sustainable Development. This program aims to reduce greenhouse gas emission. Through BCG loans, we help promote economic models that are not only profitable but also environmentally and socially responsible. BCG loan program consists of 3 specific credit types: bioeconomy credit, which supporting business that use biological resource efficiently and sustainably; circular economy; and green credit economy. This project doesn't just offer financial support, it drives a new way of thinking about rural growth that is deeply connected to the environment, innovation, and long-term resilience. Next, please. Here is the another example for BC Green Finance Initiative is the Thai Rice Nama project. Okay. This project, we promoting low emission rice farming practice that help reduce greenhouse gas emission. Okay, next please. Nearly finished, don't worry. Okay, here is the last example for the BAC initiative. We call the Thai Rice GCF project. Okay. Thai Rice GCF project. Okay, I think this project represents a paradigm shift from the conventional farming to the climate smart agriculture. enable through strategic finance, global cooperation, and local innovation. So I will finish now. Thank you very much. It's too much slide. Sorry about that.
But it's a great example, very interesting to see. And you see that the bank have focused a lot on climate target. So in terms of biodiversity, like there's some opportunity that the bank can consider as well as a next step. For example, how to have the rice that are biodiversity friendly, right? Through the use of chemical pesticide and like sponsor the loan through the SME farmer. So maybe I will go back to sharing after. Maybe I will invite Kun Po from the Krung Thai Bank to share there because they have been working.
Can I move to over there? My neck is
sure.
really crooked. Sorry. Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm honored to be here with you. As a Krung Thai Bank, would like to share what the collaboration between the Biofin and the Rak Thai Foundation in developing the financial initiative at the Got Tao for the biodiversity conservation and communities development. Next slide, please. Okay. The journey we start in the phase 1 and phase 2 in the Got Tao, Krung Thai Rak Got Tao program. Focus on enhancing communities' income and establishing the financial mechanisms that is for diverse occupation group. In the phase 1, we launched the crowdfunding program that we get raise money at 2.75 million baht for support the taxi boat during the pandemic situation. The funds were used to pay the operator to collect the marine debris for around the islands. We got the 40 tons of the waste over the just 3 period months. In the phase 2, we support the committee in preparing the revival tourism and after the pandemic by we install the mooring buoys and deploy the fish aggregate device and also develop the local products such as the natural tie-dye and sun-dye fish. Next slide, please. In the phase 3, we strengthen the income generation and enhance transparent financial mechanisms. The first pillar, we do the economics and biodiversity conservation by build capacity, communities, organization, protect naturals and biodiversity, and deploy the FAD, increase the marine biodiversity. In the pillar 2, we develop the livelihoods, diversity, and financial empowerment by supporting local occupation and promote the value creation from local material. And we do the financial literacy for training the knowledge about the finance. In the pillar number 3, we make the transparent financial solution for ecosystem and biodiversity goals by creating community livelihood fund to promote their financial management and strengthening capacity of municipality staff and community task force develop transparent fee correct the system. Next slide, please. Okay, I will focus on what is the FAD, that is the tools that used for central role in helping fisher adapt the changing the marine conditions and explain more detail of it. That's why it matters so much on environment and economy. Next slide, thank you. Next slide. Okay, let's look more closely to the fishery force community. You can see the historical of Got Tao economy is built on the fishing and the small farming scale, but the tourism is growth, especially the diving. Fishing activity was pushed off, and today the fewer than 25 fishing boats remain fishers. Now they have to travel 3 to 10 nautical miles offshore. Increased fuel costs, risk, and income remain uncertainty. There was also conflict between the diving zone and fishing ground, a clear sign of economy need to better balance. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. This is the picture of traditional FAD, which often made of the bamboo, palm trees, and the floating material while they are easy to construct. But these FAD tend to degrade quickly, scatter, debase, and often less effective, diverse range of marine species. the lack of durability in the storm current and storm, which make them less reliable for long-term marine resource planning. So we move beyond to next one. Next slide. Okay, artificial fish habitat. This one made by concrete construct mimic the coral reef that offering the shelter and breeding ground for marine life. We install 500 units of this into deep water zone, carefully chosen to support the local fishers. Next slide. Okay. At the same time, we launched the comprehensive reef survey with the 12 location with the Google Earth mapped it, and we use it as a tool to support the Koh Tao municipalities that can manage the reef zone, fishing areas, and manage the protection policy for annual basis. Next slide. This is the results. We surveyed the 10 local fish area at 200 days of fish. We project annual catch is 43 tons with the budget, with the world value is 8 million baht. The project cost is only 150 for the FAD. If you can see that the small investment when target that wells and can yield high impact on the return. Next slide. Out of the support the marine conservation, we do the community development. Next slide, please. We support the women group for the generated alternative income by the initiative included natural tie-dye made from the Koh Tao plant-based and promote the eco-friendly craftsmanship and sun-dyed fish with the low-cost preservation method. This product is local identity and eco-friendly process, generate new income streamings, especially for women and their family not involved in the fishing and tourism. Next slide. Okay. Out of the fishing, we also build up the community-based tourism experience. Visitor can help to build FAD, learn to traditional fishing, and explore marine biodiversity. This activity don't just generate income, but it builds shared understanding between the local and tourists to support long-term shift toward the ecotourism. Next. Okay. Addition for conservation and livelihood activity, we also focus on building long-term financial resilience to the exhibit the community fund. Okay, next slide, please. This is a fund for the taxi boat welfare. This group was built from Kung Thai in the late 2020s. The taxi boat welfare initiative with initial seeding fund. The group is formalized their structures, craft their care recreation, and elect 7-member committee to manage the fund. The member contribute 400 baht per year, and today the fund was 40 members, providing emergency access in case of boat damage, accident, and natural disaster. Next slide, please. Okay. Similar fund is set up for the fisher folk. The covering 20 households. Together, they wrote their own rule, formulate the committee, and began the collecting annual contribution. The fund will support both repair, medical needs, and even help to maintain FAD, reinforce the circle of community self-resilience. Next one. And finally, we work with the Koh Tao sub-district municipalities to set up the official environment fund approved in Jan 2020. The fund supports the long-term conservation plan, including fundraising, fee collection, and management. It ensures that the donors have the party can step back. The local institutions have to protect biodiversity by their own. Next one. Okay. I think this program will not be possible without the supporting for the local communities and the cooperation of our partner UNDP and Rakchai. It reflects how we work together across the sector can create a real impact and serve the model in other areas. Beyond the Kota, Kung Thai Bank also support the nature positive initiatives such as Pachala Sutakunurak, the Elephant Conservation Project, and to reduce the wild elephant conflict with the people. And we work with the Utokapat Foundation, who develop the sustained water source to the water management. Thank you.
So the example for the two banks, the BAC, we give example of like how greening the finance, right? You have like a lot of different product, and how Krung Thai Bank is supporting the green, the people who make impact, conserving the environment, and start with the small community. And what interesting is that like they work at the sub-district level with the government, where they have that policy angle. And actually Kun Pope haven't mentioned that also, like the next step now that you have a collaboration in another province at sub-provincial level in Phetchaburi. So that would be very interesting progress as well. So I think we have like, here enough example from the Thai Bank. We'd like to hear more from the, practitioner who have experience on working with the bank or financial institution on convincing them to invest more on climate and nature. So here joining session, we also have Sam also joining from the Biodiversity consultancy, working with Kun Bunrod. So Kun Bunrod, I was told that you've been working with a lot of Thai bank on the climate, right? So how would be difficult to convince the other Thai public bank and private bank to join this biodiversity journey?
Okay, thank you, Kun Vivi, and thank you, BAC and Kung Thai also to share some example. I think I have some few slides as well, but not just to walk through the slide, just to share the reality, because we are operate in the capital market. And as Vivi mentioned, because most banks, when we want to provide lending, we want profit, in return. So this slide just to show on the left-hand side, most banks, commercial banks, and as well as FSI in Thailand, there are two pressure for them to take action. The first one is on the regulator side, pushing the bank to do more on lending on green, right? Another one is on the shareholder, like investor, if they are listed as the commercial bank, publicly listed company, investor will push them to do more green. Recently, for the last few years, as you may know, Thailand, our Prime Minister in the year 2022, we went to Glasgow and announced that Thailand will have net zero target at that time. So 1 year later afterward, Bank of Thailand issued the policy statement informing that the bank should starting to consider operationalize the environmental risk into their operation. So the bank start to wonder what does it mean by operationalize the environmental risk into the operation, right? Because in the past, all the green project, as the bank think is more like a CSR project, outside their portfolio to do good thing in up province and things like that, but not considering to evaluate what the risk of their own portfolio, right? Next slide. In that case, the bank or the bank in Thailand starting to try to understand first, evaluate what kind of the risk that they have based on their existing portfolio. But at that time, we still focus on the climate risk. Most banks, including Kung Thai Bank, starting to evaluate the emission finance from their Scope 3 portfolio, the PCAF one, to understand, for example, if the bank lend to this client, what does it mean to come back to get the return and ability to pay for them, right? So that's the first step. And actually, most banks in Thailand now are still in this step, trying to understand what does it mean by taking climate risk into their own operation. And when we have the biodiversity coming in, I interviewed several banks. So they asking, we still wondering what does it mean for climate, another term coming up, and make them more confused how to integrate, because the first process is not yet finished, right? Just try to understand, manage the tool, convince the board and the things like that. But another aspect coming up again. But basically, now as a process, right? Once they understand the step, the second thing they have to develop in climate, we call transition plan. How the bank gonna transform their portfolio to have lower risk right? Diversify some existing project and investing in new project. So that the design come to the new design of new financial product, green loan, SLB, and things like that. And once they provide loan, transition finance to the businesses, to their portfolio, they can track and report back using Thailand taxonomy, which is now actually we are about going to launch the taxonomy phase 2 next week. The taxonomy includes 6 environmental objectives. The first one is on the mitigation, and number 6 is on biodiversity as well. So some of the practices from BAC that BAC share on agriculture also have like some practice that could enhance the biodiversity positive benefit. But on the other hand, some practice could be reduce mitigation like AWD rice project as well. So that at the end of the day, the bank is now on the step 1, right? They're trying to develop step 2. And then if they can pass, they develop products, and then product and service become their tracking, and then they can loop back to understand 100% of my portfolio, how much I provide to green project, diversity project, and things like that. So just to inform that this is the Thai step now. We are still in the step 1 and 2 at the moment for most banks. So just to share quickly here. Thank you.
Thank you, Kun Bunrod. Very, very useful. Sam, could you share with us, give an example, like what your experience working in many countries? What is nature finance can look like, and how to build on existing processes for nature and to address the challenges? Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm sorry I don't have any slides. Sorry, I thought you were talking to me. Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the introduction. So I think it can feel quite daunting. I think as Boonrod was saying, a lot of people feel, they're still grappling with climate. I think what I would say to that is there's a lot of complementarity between how you approach climate and how you can approach nature. And you don't have to wait until you've finished integrating nature before you start with biodiversity, because the two are so interrelated. And water is a really good example of that. So if you think about climate risk and climate adaptation, often one of the things that people think about is water availability. So droughts, flooding, rivers drying up, groundwater sources drying up, and those can be exacerbated by climate change. But if you have healthy ecosystems in the area around your business, then when it does rain, whether it's a storm or any rain, it soaks into the ground much better. So you're much less likely to get flooding, and the groundwater sources are replenished. But if nature in the area around your business has been depleted and it's all hard surfaces, then when you have a storm, the water runs into the river much, much more quickly, and you're more likely to get flooding. So the two are very closely related, and restoring biodiversity can be one of the tools that you use to adapt to climate change. So you don't have to wait until you finish climate change before you start working on biodiversity. Also, another thing I would say to reassure people is that there's a lot of help out there. So we work primarily with the international development finance institutions, such as AFD, but also others like IFC and many others. And many of them now have nature finance funds that they want to deploy, and technical assistance as well. So they're very willing to work with you both on your internal systems as well as with your clients. And I know that that's why AFD is involved today, because they're keen to do that. And for a DFI, if they want to influence what's happening at the local level in a region, it's very difficult for them to do that as a multinational organization. They have to partner with local financial institutions to get the money out to the smaller rural areas, the smaller businesses and so on. That's very difficult to do unless you partner with a local financial institution. So find a partnership, find someone to help. And then the next step is build awareness and support. So of all the financial institutions that we've worked with on this topic, the first step is really to build that understanding, build the awareness internally, get rid of some of the fear and the apprehension, and show how it's linked to financial returns as well. So I think a lot of people, when they first think about nature, they think about national parks, they think about, you know, nice animals in national parks, and understanding the link to finance can be quite difficult. So spend some time building the understanding, both within your financial institution and then with your clients, of why these things are financially material. Think through, as I gave the example with the water, if there's loss of nature, then you're more likely to experience drought or flooding. Also, if you're in agribusiness and the soil is degraded, you have to spend more and more money on agricultural inputs over time to keep your farm productive because the soil is getting more and more degraded. So there's lots of ways that it links to business realities. I think the other thing, so once you've built that understanding, and you can then do an assessment of your portfolio to say, well, within my portfolio, where are the biggest risks? Will showed earlier that map of Thailand that came from the WWF water risk filter, and there are other free tools online like Aqueduct and so on. So you can look across your portfolio and say, where are the risks highest? Because that's where I should really concentrate my nature finance. Because if there's a benefit to the client, not only that maybe they're getting a concessionary interest rate or reduced fees for their insurance, but also because it's dealing with a problem they have. So the problem they have might be that they are in an industry that's highly dependent on water, and they're in an area of the country where water is becoming more and more scarce. And so by coming up with a nature finance product that helps them deal with a business risk, as well as maybe having concessionary terms, you're much more likely to get buy-in from those clients because you're dealing with a challenge that they have. I would say, particularly at this stage of nature finance, always mix, if you possibly can, technical assistance along with the financial product to help build awareness within the clients of what their risks and opportunities are, and also to support with implementation. Incentivize the uptake of the products through preference. And if you've designed the product well so it's dealing with a business risk, then those preferential rates actually aren't so preferential because the risk of default is lastly, just to think for a moment around challenges. I think of all the financial institutions that we've worked with, the first challenge is getting buy-in. So as I said, plan to take time to engage with stakeholders internally and get help from people who've done this work before, who can help you make the case for why this is important with your senior stakeholders internally, as well as maybe with commercial colleagues and so on. Another challenge people sometimes find is with monitoring. So once you've set up a financial incentive, a financial product, how do you monitor to see if the clients are actually doing what they've promised they will do? Again, build on your existing systems. So say it's if it's to SMEs or small borrowers, you know, sometimes you have loan officers going out to collect payments in, you know, particularly if it's in a rural area. Can those loan officers also make small checks while they're there to see if things are being implemented? Can you do spot checks? You know, you may also be able to use remote sensing depending on what it is that's being implemented. Yeah, so I think key messages: build on what you've got, don't be afraid, and build understanding and find partners to work with. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sam. Very important thing on working together with partnership with someone already have experience. And I think you touch upon very important thing on risks, because risks is equal economy, right? So like that is a thing. So I would like to learn from Chanya, right? So you're from Singapore and S&P Global, and you were also part of the Sustainable Singaporean Finance Initiative that work on the natural capital. So maybe you can share a little bit of, like, you know, how this evolve and how data and, you know, S&P can play a role on getting more financial institutions take action for nature. Thank you.
I wanted to start with a joke, but I already used that joke, so I'm not going to repeat it. But in case somebody missed my previous joke, so that's this. I'm sorry, I don't have any slides. Right, so I'm going to just quickly build on what Sam mentioned. She ended with a very good line, find partners, and that's exactly what S&P Global is here to be, right? So as it's almost like listening to what S&P does. When I was listening to what Sam was saying, I'm like, yes, that's exactly what S&P does, right? So when you're a bank or when you're a corporate and you go to a bank for, let's say, a loan. Now, from a bank's perspective, it's great to have opportunities, and we heard my fellow panelists, BAC as well as KTB, talk about the opportunities. But then as a bank, you have to first start evaluating the risks, right? So then you need to know what percentage of your loan book is, let's say, susceptible to flood risks. What percentage of your borrowers are operating assets in a biodiversity-rich areas. What sort of a reputational risk are you as an organization going to face when we say that you're financing mining projects which have a negative impact on communities, which is depleting the water resources at that particular location, right? So as a bank, you need to know what is the physical risks associated with the borrowers that I'm lending, what is the impact on the land that my borrowers are creating, and what sort of a biodiversity-rich areas are my assets located in, as well as my borrowers' assets located in. Now, how do I go about doing this exercise? If I were a corporate or if I were a bank and I wanted to do this cycle of exercise, what would I do? I would try to find online tools. Let's say Aqueduct was mentioned a couple of times. I will say, okay, find what is the water stress in the locations that I'm operating in. Then I'll go and find WWF websites. I'll go and see United Nations website, IBAT websites. What's the species looking like? What's the species looking like? Then I'll go and look at research as to how to quantify that into financial impact. Then I have to be like, oh, you see how it is so difficult to use free, online, segmented, disaggregated information. Now, what if I told you that S&P brings together all of this expertise along with our think tanks to create a product which can help banks not only quantify financial risks, but also complement this with how do we bake it into your risk management strategy? How does this risk that you currently have from lending to a company A or to a sector B, how does it translate into the credit worthiness? Right? So what if we were to say that we can help you not only do your climate risk management, but also work with you in managing your broader risk in terms of probability of default, market risks, etc. And that's exactly the role that S&P does. That is on one side. The second role that we do is exactly what I'm doing at this point, spread awareness. So we find partners ourselves, right? So ADF is a great partner. We ourselves have partnered with PCAF. We have partnered with United Nations WCMC to develop our own biodiversity framework, which is in line with LEAP. But likewise, as Vivi also mentioned, S&P Global has also partnered with the Singapore Sustainable Finance Association to help create frameworks that can be used by banks, not just in Singapore, but globally as well, right? So our second role is that of an educator, as someone who spreads awareness. So we are also looking to partner with any organization who is looking to spread awareness and knowledge around these key topics of how climate risk is indeed nature risk, how solving for climate is also solving for nature, and how do you quantify and how do you report on different frameworks.
Thank you so much. Before I go to the recap with all the speakers, we have 10 minutes left. I would like to have exchange and interaction from the floor. Yes, can we have the mic, please?
Hi everyone, I'm Stefano. I have a question especially for Sania, but also interesting to hear the thoughts of the rest of the panel. And just adding on what you just said, it's very interesting what you're talking about, the notion of risk, and you mentioned the quantification of risk so that it affects default risk and the financial impact. However, when we are looking at risk, especially in biodiversity, environment, climate, we are looking at very complex risk. In many cases, we are talking about deep uncertainties, we're talking about complex systems, other terms have been like ambiguity and so on. It's already very difficult to quantify easier risk, but there are like so many extra layers and complexities when dealing with this type of risk that we just mentioned and discussed. So my question is whether you can actually explain a little bit more how you're addressing basically these several layers of uncertainties, whether the data, the information, and the practices of the bank are supporting, and if you had any successful cases that stayed with you and you can share with us. Thank you.
Sure, happy to. So I do not come from a sustainability background. I come from a quant background, right? So I was a quant specialist. I was working with asset managers in developing quant strategies. So I used to think of myself as being quite nerdy. So when the handbook of the S&P's collaboration with UNEP landed on my desk saying that this is the methodology that we are going to follow on nature, and as someone rightly said, when we talk about nature, you think of wildlife and forests. So I was like, this is going to be an easy read for a quant specialist like me. And I started reading, and I was like, oh my God. It is extremely complicated, and I actually had to, it was like going through a rabbit hole. You come across a word, like for example, if I were to simply tell you, okay, fine, what is degradation? How do you measure how degraded the land you're operating is? You know, as someone who's not a researcher, you would think that, oh, maybe measure the soil quality. What if I say the soil quality is only one of the metrics that you would need to measure? How has the composition of that land changed? How has the structure of that land changed? How do you measure species diversity, the impact on species? So there is no one organization that can ever measure the entire gamut of risks, which is why what S&P does is we bring together the experts who have done this sort of like work on soil quality, experts who have done research on species intactness, research on credit impact. Well, the credit impact is the expertise that S&P brings in. So there are a lot of different terminologies that we have to think about when we talk about risks, right? So, and I'll just take I'll take carbon as an example. When we start thinking of climate risk, you have to start thinking of transition and physical risk, so you have to quantify it. Once you quantify it for a bank, the question is, do I keep it at that, okay, I need to now know, okay, what percentage of my borrowers are dependent on certain levels of water, what is the water stress at that particular location, what is the kind of like mass erosion and stabilization dependencies that my businesses has. So I feel that being able to just quantify the nature risk in terms of identifying as a business or as a bank, what are the kind of ecosystem services that your business is most dependent on is just one of the factors. On the climate side, there has been a lot of advancements where banks are now able to at least to some extent, there is a discussion on can I bake this into the credit worthiness and my lending decisions. But nature has not advanced so much that the banks have now started thinking of incorporating this into their lending decision or the capital adequacy ratios. That usually will come as tier 2 or second step. So where most of the financial institutions are and what our methodology will also help you in is looking at, let's say, the degradation of the land that you're operating in, different technical terms associated with it, and how do you measure the degradation from the pristine nature. It will also help you identify that, okay, as a bank, you have lent to, let's say, the agriculture sector. What is the agriculture sector most dependent on? Let's say it's going to be dependent on ground and surface water. It will also help you then identify what is the resilience level of this ecosystem service at that particular location. So overall, you get a good picture of, okay, fine, my lending is mostly to sectors that are dependent on 7 out of 21 ecosystem services, and the overall resilience level of these ecosystem services is low, medium, high, right? So the expectation is to keep things very simple and be able to quantify it numerically, but more importantly, convert that numerical quantification into a traffic light system to identify 10% of my book has a high exposure, 70% of my book has a low exposure, 30% is, or 20% is medium. So I need to now focus on this 10%. In this 10%, then you figure out what is my risks in terms of engagement, in terms of, let's say, operating in a key biodiversity areas, and what is the opportunities that I now have in this particular sector. So if agri was a sector that a bank has identified as being a key risk, then the great examples that my panelists here mentioned in terms of, let's say, low emission rice farming or lending to, let's say, fishing communities, etc. So those then comes on the opportunity side, which can help also the second side of the equation, so the opportunity side. So I hope that paints some of the picture.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Thank you for the question.
Maybe I just want to add on this as well. Actually, because we working with all the banks in Thailand and also corporate as well to internalize the carbon and the climate risk into their portfolio. I think I fully agree with S&P here. Basically, what we did is that we start when we do the assessment, we asking them what would be your major revenue come from and start from there, because normally if that one impact your profitability, right? That include the bank and also the corporate one, and then just because there are a lot of nuance on biodiversity and climate, but not all of them will be relevant to your business. So just starting from your own project and portfolio and evaluate based on from that. So that's the only key point. And then just one project first, try to do the whole loop. And then once we understand, so we can escalate upper to the whole portfolio. Yeah.
I only have 3 minutes left. Maybe if I may, I would like to conclude. And Sam, would you like to address something?
Yeah, maybe just very quickly, because I think the message that biodiversity is really, really complicated can really put people off from making a start. And so I'd like to, it is complicated, but that you don't have to do all of it straight away. There are tools out there, and you know the S&P one is fabulous, but there's also tools that can help you prioritize. So there's Encore, for example, where you can look at your whole portfolio and the sectors it's exposed to, and Encore can give you an idea of the different kinds of risks that you're exposed to across your portfolio. And then if you want to, you can just pick one risk. You don't have to start with everything. So you could say, you know, across my portfolio, the thing that, you know, the vast majority of my portfolio is exposed to might be water risk, or, you know, might be something else. But I'm just going to start with that, and I'm going to get going, and I'm going to learn as I go. And so I think what I would really want to leave people with is the idea that you don't have to do all of it straight away. Prioritize, get an idea of what the key material risks are across your portfolio, and then focus in on things that feel manageable and that feel more material, because you're going to have more success there anyway. If you try and do everything, and some of those things are less material or less immediate, then you won't get as much engagement from clients. So go through a process of prioritization with a partner who understands how to do that, and then just start with something that feels manageable and that builds on things you already have, and you'll learn along the way. And before you know it, you'll look back and you'll go, oh wow, I've done loads. So yeah, I just wanted to end on a positive note that please don't get overwhelmed by the complexity, because you can prioritize. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Excellent recommendation. So just to conclude, we see example from AFD how they committed 20% of the investment to biodiversity and doubling the investment every year also. And we would like to see more investment, similar thing where we can learn from each other. So simple step for everybody, you know, to assess their impact, their risk on nature, commit, transform, perform, and disclose. Because when you disclose, you share with the other, and the other can learn from you. And one thing that personally I would like to recommend, because we have NGO, we have development partner, we have consultants, we have the banks, we have UNDP, and I think everybody love nature, everybody been to national park. I think start within your organization, the team. Make sure that all your team members have nature connection. Get them out to nature, talk about it, do games, SDG game, biodiversity game, make it fun, make it something that is like, we need to do this together, because we too little, too low, very low political will. Last week, Thailand, we continue to have our annual ritual where the cow would drink water, alcohol, and then it will forecast how the climate in Thailand would be like. And now this morning we talk about technology advancement, right, for the prediction. So continue to advocate, inspire, and act together. Thank you very much, all panelists, and thank you for UNDP, AFD, and WWF for having us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was great. We are going to go I think, right into our next session. But if you'd like to go grab a coffee, please step out and do that. And just a bit of an idea of what the rest of the day will hold. There'll be one more panel discussion, and then there'll be a quick wrap up from our organizers, and then we'll be finished. So I think probably around 5. All right, I'm going to hand over to my colleague Sean for a session on unlocking investments and green and blue economies. Grab a coffee, come back.
But we can, someone can go and ring that bell in and then that's cool.
Okay, everyone, I'm so sorry to do this. I know this is a networking opportunity, but if you can start to take your seats, we'll start in a minute or two. Thank you. Okay, everyone, just in the interest of ending on time today, I think we're going to get started. So if you can take your seats, that'd be great. And I'll hand over to my colleague, Sean. Over to you.
Hello, everybody. Yes, this is the moment you've all been waiting for. This is the last session of the day. Woo! Right, fantastic, everybody. We all made it now. Ladies and gentlemen, I need all my panelists on the stage, please. It's like a boxing. Absolutely. Let's go. Is May here? Is May here? Where are you, May? Oh, there's only 3 of us? Is it? All right. Everybody had their coffee, warmed up a little bit. That's okay. It's good. Okay, so thank you very much for, waiting around for this final session. Much appreciated. So my name is Sean. I work for WWF Hong Kong. I'm a senior project manager with the Asia Pacific Counter Illegal Wildlife Trade Hub. So I've got a bit of a confession to make. So I'm a greenie, all right? I grew up in the countryside. Nature was everywhere around me. I even went and studied environmental science at university and environmental management. So the idea of, the beauty of everything and obviously seeing what everything does, I thought I had a great grasp of all the different ecological systems that are happening, all the regulation that everything does, trophic levels, taxonomy, all that type of stuff. And I'm like, well, why wouldn't you invest in nature and green and blue economies? And of course, everyone's like, it ain't that simple, Sean. Well, fair enough. So in the 90s, everyone started talking about sustainable development, sustainability. The UN created the Sustainable Development Goals. Quick question for you all. Shout out if you know the answer. How many Sustainable Development Goals are there? Wonderful. And for my next question, how many of them are directly related to the biosphere? How many Sustainable Development Goals, no cheating, all right? How many Sustainable Development Goals are directly related to biodiversity or the biosphere? 4. Do you know what they are? On land, on water, that's 14 and 15. Climate action, wonderful, that is 13, I think it is. And there's one more. Number 6. Very good, excellent. Clean water, yes. However, if you actually did decide to order these Sustainable Development Goals, the biosphere ones, if you think about them like layers of a cake, biosphere ones would be at the bottom, holding up all of the other Sustainable Development Goals, which of course are related to society and economy. Without the 4 biosphere ones, the other ones could not function. So again, going back to my question, why is it that it may be difficult to invest? Why wouldn't you want to invest in that, especially if the UN have given such a great mandate to these Sustainable Development Goals? Sean, it's not that easy. Fine. Following that, we had a great understanding of obviously what biodiversity is. Then we decided to look at what biodiversity does. Ecosystem services. William talked about it earlier, Sans also talked about it earlier. Ecosystem services and functions. What nature does for society for free. Obviously, you've got these 4 different parts. Provisioning services, what we take directly from the land or directly from the sea. Obviously, when I was a teacher, we used to talk about pollination, and if I went all Thanos and clicked my finger and all the pollinators went on strike, how much time, energy, investment it would take in order to replicate what bees and other pollinators do for free. I'm not even too sure there is an amount for that. But of course, we don't talk about it in terms of price. We talk about it in terms of value. We also have regulating services, of course, so climate regulation. A lot of our biodiversity and biosphere obviously affects that. Cultural, aesthetic services. Who doesn't love a good walk in nature? And of course, if you are so lucky enough to have a house that has a decent view of beautiful mountains and rivers and so on and so forth, the value of your house will go up. Cool. And then, of course, you have supporting services. If you remember your science classes at school, photosynthesis, nutrient cycling, etc., etc. So even from that perspective, why wouldn't we want to invest? Or what's the issue with investing in nature, investing in blue and green economies? All right. We've obviously had a look at what was been earlier today about fantastic technology that's been used, obviously, in help us understand, helped us to monitor biodiversity. In my line of work, I work for a counter-illegal wildlife trade hub in Hong Kong. We have dipped our toes into machine learning capability. Kevin O, is he still here? No worries. He was a partner of ours. He talked about earlier about a system that can isolate potential illegal wildlife trade products from online marketplaces and social media platforms. Obviously, for us, efficiency and getting this data in a timely manner is really, really important. So it actually made sense to use this technology rather than go directly, I suppose, into volunteer projects where basically you open up your laptop and go, right, we're looking at eBay today, type in ivory, see what you can find. My gosh, the amount of time and energy that takes. We also do something similar with cargo screening. Obviously, if you know anything about the shipping industry, it is extraordinarily difficult to open up shipping containers. So we look at documentation. So again, we look at, we have a machine learning system that can canvass this type of documentation, looking for red flags. So technology is great. But obviously in my journey up to this particular point, obviously realized that there is a difference between funding and investment. So today we're talking about investment. And of course, unlocking investment into these industries and economies. It is weird for me to think that it was actually ever locked, but here we are. My amazing panel on my, hey, how you doing? Come on over, take a seat. I was just about to introduce you lot, absolutely. Swadee up, that's Kun Top, everybody. Kun Top is the CEO of BitCub. And of course, he can talk a little bit more about how green tokens, and in fact, all of these panelists have fantastic insights and work-related stuff on financial mechanisms in order to actually unlock the investment into this. Kuntop works for BitCub. Welcome, Sawadee Cup. We have Natalie Whitaker over there, obviously co-founder of Toha Network. We have Raphael Degueur from was it AFD? Yes, Proparco. Yeah, I remember like that. And last but not least, Mireia, who works for NTT Data. We're going to give these panelists a good, let them talk a little bit about what it is that they do, and of course, how business is going. Over to you, Mireia, if you wouldn't mind. So yes, over to you. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone can hear me? Yeah, fantastic. Well, it's wonderful to have a moderator that is taking the stage at least to warm up people after lunch, because we were unsure if we would really be having an audience listening to us. So it's wonderful. Thanks so much, Brian. I think that I need to extend my gratitude to, sure, anytime, no? I need to extend my gratitude to UNDP for the invitation. I think that I came from far away, London. I'm based there, but I was living in Thailand in the past for 8 years, where I was working on those issues as well, climate and nature. So for me, it's quite dear to my heart, and I think that it has been wonderful to be hearing, probably to be last in the session, to really be hearing all what other colleagues and partners have been really mentioning on the work that they are doing. And I've been quite fascinated. It kept me awake, which is an understatement, because like I have a bit of a jet lag, so apologies for that. But yeah, so my name is Mireia. I work for an NTT Data. NTT Data is a Japanese company, Japanese-based company, is a multinational telecommunications and IT service provider. I've been with them less than a year, but obviously I was quite intrigued to understand better from the technology side how it could really, accelerate investments, and that's where I am today. A bit more on the company for those who don't know. It's a multinational company, as I mentioned. We have 50 offices worldwide, based in Tokyo, Japan. But as I said, I'm just in London. We manage, or one of the core businesses that we have is on managing a network of data centers. And it's around 150 data centers that we have, 90 of our own property. And that's huge impact, especially because we are really trying to double capacity. Nowadays, we have a capacity of 1,400 megawatts, but we are doubling that capacity considering all what really comes into force here. Artificial intelligence, to say the least, is the new kid in the block, or maybe the elephant in the room, if you want to really bring it closer to nature and wildlife. So as part of the commitments of the company, I belong to the Sustainability Global Team at NTT. I just joined to really see and steer. My background is on sustainability and nature, as I mentioned. So I think that I'm a convinced person that we need to really move these topics forward within the companies, but also with clients. So I belong to the team that works very closely to the corporate team that does all the inside job on how we are doing with regulations, how we are really keeping up with on track with our sustainability strategy. And then I work more with strategic alliances, partners and clients to understand better how we can help them on that front. That being said, NTT, for everyone just to know as well, has a sustainability strategy. We have our own targets and commitments as well around the corner, because we want to be net zero by 2030 on the data centers, on operations and offices by 2035, and then on across our value chain by 2040. That's huge, to be said least, because we are a big company, as I mentioned, and we have a lot of suppliers and partners. So we need to do a lot of work. We cannot really, stay put, and we need to really push all those topics. But yeah, happy to really
engage with other colleagues and yeah, discuss a bit on those topics. Thanks, Ryan.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Okay, Raphael, over to you. AFD Proparco, what's it about? Tell us a little bit.
Yeah, thank you, Sean, and good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Raphaël Deguerre. I'm regional director for Proparco, based in Bangkok for the past 4 years. We have a regional team which is covering Southeast Asia. Already mentioned earlier, Proparco is part of the AFD group. We are the private sector window of the group. Basically, we provide funding solutions, debt, equity investments, guarantees, but also combined eventually with technical assistance to private stakeholders. We have a strong climate DNA, is also because we are part of this AFD group, so historically. Our mother institution has been in the past very much involved on nature conservation. But it's true that nature-based solution was historically on our side more approach in a kind of do not harm policy, a kind of risk management perspective in terms of environmental or social risk kind of approach. And in the past 2 years, we've really, I think, took a step forward in implementing a dedicated strategy on nature-based solution and natural capital to be able to see what are the needs from a private sector perspective in terms of funding and technical assistance support, and how we can, as a DFI, eventually support this trajectory. So we did 2 years ago a kind of general study, stakeholders mapping, market sounding to review a bit what would be the value added of Proparco into this ecosystem. And can probably share the short presentation I have is a one-slide presentation which provides a bit the 3 verticals at which we are looking at, which are forests, soil, and oceans. Those could be considered as the 3 major carbon sinks solutions at the moment. It could also be considered as a kind of asset class from an investment perspective. And I would like to share briefly probably Proparco's experience for one of them, and to illustrate briefly with what we've been doing in Southeast Asia in particular. So going first on the forest side, I think we come from an experience, a track record, which was mainly on generalist kind of forestry management, private sector support. For instance, in the region, we've been financing in Laos, an agroforestry company in the past years, which was actually not a very positive experience for us in terms of bankability. So to your question, is it difficult to unlock financing for biodiversity or for nature-based projects? In this concrete project, I think we've been definitely discovering that the bankability, the cash flow, were not sound enough, and we had to restructure this project last year and to exit from it. And it was a bit frustrating because it was at the same moment where this company was doing their carbon credit monetization, $1 million, which is probably one of the first monetization of carbon credit from this kind of country in the recent past. So I think the takeaways are that definitely those stakeholders could be risky, could be market risk, could be technology risk, but also related to the natural capital they're working on. And also the second lesson learned from our perspective is that probably our funding solutions were not necessarily adapted to this company, because we were putting a debt financing, which was really a commercial debt financing. And I think we discovered that we probably need to have more instruments that are able to tackle those risks, those credit risk profile. So I think now in terms of forest approach, we try to work with stakeholders that are both working on conservation but also on restoration, with definitely certification, FSC certification, for instance, and also trying also to promote multi-wood essences. You know that biodiversity is put under pressure by habitat loss, by invasive species, but also by fragmentation, meaning that biodiversity spots are disconnected from one to another. There is no connection between them. So in this type of projects, we try to create, for instance, biodiversity corridors, so that the different species can also move from one site location to another. Moving to the second vertical asset class, which is soil. I think here we're talking about regenerative agriculture, agri-tech, food tech, And here I think we try to target different type of private stakeholders. It could be SME, it could be also bigger corporates, especially the ones that are working across the value chain and in close connection also with the smallholders. Because big corporates are definitely strong off-takers when it's come to buy production from these biodiversity smallholders producers. In Cambodia, I was just in Cambodia beginning of this week, flying back this morning, visiting a rice project, which is a regenerative agriculture project in Cambodia that we are looking at. So the team of Proparco is doing a due diligence at the moment to see how we can support them in terms of debt financing. And I think that's very interesting to hear the smallholders saying that the chemicals, the fertilizers, conventional fertilizers they are using is really putting under pressure their yield. So it's not anymore increasing revenues, but is progressively deteriorating the soil and decreasing the yield. So how they'll be able to use biochar and things like that will be, I think, very interesting. Finalizing quickly on the last one, which is ocean, just saying few words here on the fact that probably is where we have more difficulties to find projects. I think the demand is not that strong on the ground, and we have also difficulties to set up KPIs and investment criteria also in this direction. So we obviously rely on specific certification on sustainable fishery like MSC or sustainable aquaculture like AFC. But I think this is where eventually we would like to do more in the coming years.
Thank you very much. Bon. Okay, over to Natalie. Obviously, we've heard from Natalie earlier today, but you may as well talk again about everything you do. Over to you,
Sure.
Natalie.
It was a pleasure this morning to stand in for Esther. Esther has arrived. She's at the back of the room for anyone that is wanting to connect with Esther later today. But I can speak briefly about my work with Toha Network. For the last 6 or 7 years, I've been part of a leadership group based in New Zealand looking at how we can overcome some of the data infrastructure challenges necessary to scale up nature finance. Our thesis is the market for natural capital investment or nature finance equals the market for nature data. So we talk a lot about risk. And risk to our agricultural foundation of our economy. And we know that data provides investors and all stakeholders with the information necessary to make good decisions. So we have been focused on what it would take to create incentives right at the front line with our small to medium enterprises in the food system, what it would take to actually get better quality data that is indicative of people's intentions, not just what they've done in the past or what they're doing today, but what they intend to do, and the data that keeps proving that we're on track with those intentions. And that's had us kind of recognize that there's a missing part of our discussion around data infrastructure and around coordination between different types of capital, and the ability for us to be incentivizing data sharing and standardization of data and getting into micropayments at a small scale within the food system. So I'd just sort of summarize and say that we are doing very, very deep pilot work to understand what it takes to bring data sharing into a kind of conditional relationship with finance and micropayments. And that's enabling us to kind of get right to the heart of one of the big challenges, and that is recognizing the value of stewardship and work and paying people for the actions that look after nature. So it's really the experience that we're having, and it's not easy work, but it is necessary as per the conversations today, and we're learning a lot. And I guess the kind of big takeaway for us is that in the conversation around nature finance, we're often talking about public and private money, but we need also a similarly strong platform for communities. It's like the third leg of the stool. So if we can, wherever you are working in your countries, and like looking for the organizations that bring power to a community voice is a kind of necessary part of a healthy ecosystem, because we can continue to have the conversation between private money and government money, but if we're not having a consolidated conversation about how communities need to be supported to represent their own interests and their own intentions for how they work with nature, then we're missing the fundamental relationship. So, yeah.
Thank you very much. Wonderful. Could Top, wonderful to have you here. Please, the floor is yours.
Sure. I think that was a great point on creating an ecosystem that incentivizes everyone, and I think blockchain is the way forward. And the tokenized economy is really the solution to get everyone to be incentivized to take the right action. A bit about myself, I'm a founder of BitCup Group. We started from being a first regulated cryptocurrency exchange here in Thailand, but now we have 7 companies across our group. But still the biggest company is the exchange. We are now the biggest in ASEAN. We have roughly $3 billion of Thai customers' money with us in the bank, and it's the largest platform, trading platform in this country, 90% market share. And I would love to highlight the fact that in the cryptocurrency space, Thailand is quite under the radar. We have successfully listed 2 tokenized buildings, fully regulated, approved by the SEC already, and it's trading every day as we speak. Tokenized asset, real-world asset, right? 2 buildings. We worked with the top 5 real estate firms, Origin Group in Thailand, and we're giving out dividends on rental fees using the blockchain, right, for disbursements and traceability and fractional ownership of per square meter of real estate pieces. And by the end of this year, we're going to be listing green token. It's pretty much tokenizing carbon credit, right, on chain, onto the blockchain, and everyone can trade them as just like Bitcoin, which is hitting a new high today, by the way, Bitcoin price. So Thailand's quite advanced. We're going to be listing carbon credit token, officially approved by the SEC, by the government, hopefully end of year. And also the main government is issuing G token, if you have been following the local news. Even the government bonds will be tokenized, and it will be issued via banks for primary markets, and the secondary trading would be on BitCup exchanges for change of hands, day-to-day trading for government bonds. So these are real use cases where we utilize blockchain for real-world asset tokenization. And going forward, I think just to add to your point, once we are able to tokenize carbon credit, and once we are able to exchange value in the same manner that we are sending text messages, in an instant, frictionless, global manner, then we can create a tool for incentive mechanism to incentivize the right action, right? For the people in the ecosystem, we can create a reward and punishment mechanism for that with this technology. And this is our core thesis of the group, by the way. We believe that anything that can be tokenized will be tokenized going forward. Just like what the internet did for the information space, everything in the past 20 years has already been digitized. All kinds of information, the way we communicate, the way we advertise, music, videos has been digitized. Going forward, all kinds of values, including carbon credit, electricity unit, trading, everything would be tokenized. All kinds of value would be tokenized, and we need an infrastructure for this, and that's what we're creating for Thailand.
Interesting stuff. Thank you very much. And last but not least, May, pleasure to see you. Obviously, I didn't introduce May before, but she's from the Zoological Society of London, based here in Bangkok. Over to you, May.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Sawadika, May Naka. And sorry, I was on the call and coming in late. ZSL has been 200 years old, And we have 3 directorate, and first is a conservation zoos that work in London Zoo and Whitney Zoo that's supporting on the in situ, ex situ as well. And we have more than 50 countries, conservation programs, conservation and policy we called it. And we have institutes of zoologists that runs with more than 2,000 universities affiliated across different university and different locations. I'm the country director for base in Thailand, and ZSL Thailand has been here for more than 18 years. We are the science-led conservation organization. Why am I doing in this finance? So that's a good question, because if I look back, I've been working on the elephant conservation for more than a decade. So then the question is, why are we doing still doing the same things? Because the wild elephants that has those countries, including Thailand, we're facing the similar challenge. And we are finding solutions similarly as well. And we try to replicate tests. And some work, some not. Along the way, we learn a lot more. And we learned that it was going beyond the wildlife issues. It was fairly because we were disconnected from our conservation and the development. So if we're looking at our topics of the green and the blue economies, which is, this is where a huge picture come in to organization like us and those people who are working in the conservations on the ground, because finance in the nature has been reactive, smalls, and fairly that we know that ecosystems are it's not only the ecosystems that we're talking about, it's nature infrastructures, yet most of the time it's invisible for most of our investment plannings. So this is why then conservation organization like us, very science-based organization like us, are starting to involve with how can we bring the financing into our conservation work, where we can support elephant and the people, especially where we are facing losing lives of the people and elephant. In that sense, then we shifting towards to the more on landscape seascapes, and that will be one of the potential solutions. So that was way back then we were thinking in 2016 around that ZSL involved in designing of the rhino bonds. So that was very early stage, and then it took 5 to 6 years for us to launch back in 2022. There's so many lessons learned. Trust is one of the key, and we have to be honest about the nature of what can it deliver. So sometimes more often we overlooked about what climates and biodiversity targets and what. So this is a good examples, and along the way there's also learned right now blue carbons, and there's Philippines leading, and Mozambique is working on the landscape bonds, so and so forth. So how about Thailand? And Thailand started, so we've been backed by the UK PAC, and we will be working alongside with our regulator, developing 2 nature positive transition bond models in coming year. This year we will start this year, so that will be looking into where more on the landscape of agroforestry, especially on the focusing on the human wildlife conflict area where we Thailand are facing hugely in some areas. And second is also for the coastals aquaculture, mangrove restorations. So that will be alongside with the building on the biodiversity indicators and community social safeguarding KPIs, JETC metrics, and so on and so forth. And so, so from our science side, we have done ecology studies, biodiversity monitoring, many of the data that proven track records of the the risk level, which now we are also working with the insurance and compensation scheme for the communities, farmers that are affected by the human-wildlife conflict. So these are aligned along the way that we also learning by doing at the same time. But as a takeaway for us, for ZSL is, we have always been a conservation, a signless conservation, and now we have to start talking like finance and start talking about outcome payers and outcome bonds, and we will have to start thinking like how do we bring ourselves to bring more financing into to make sure that the biodiversity outcomes are really tell the stories. So I'll stop here.
Thank you, much appreciated. Yeah. A couple of you, thank you all for that. A couple of you did touch upon the issue of trust. I do want to develop that, and as a self-professed greenie, I am naturally suspicious of any and all type of aspects in this regard. But of course, you all, I'm assuming, have to work alongside trust and of course governance and compliance and the dreaded G word, greenwashing. So if you wouldn't mind, I'd love to have your insights on all of these aspects as well and how your own work is actually reflecting this. Over to you, Maria.
Thank you. Yeah, that's a big word as well, and I think that like in the past years we have seen more and more these needs that are like somehow, I wouldn't say disrupting the market, but in a way just kind of putting a stop into a very nice motion that we really took forward. So I think that we shouldn't be, in my past company we did even a study on not the greenwashing but the green hushing, is like not actually, you know, like stepping in and just saying what you were doing. I think that like we have heard in the sessions that we need to step up. I mean, this is like a collective, I wouldn't like to say problem, I like to really find a solution, and that's why I think that like we are working where we are working, but it's necessary and mandatory that we really push forward on that front. Compliance and regulatory is taking over more and more. I think that like we are seeing regulations coming. I think that creates also that step forward for companies to really know where they are and where they should really look forward, and not like shy behind what they have to do and the commitments that they have take. I think that that's important. And I'm a person that like I was really looking at climate policy for quite some time. I think that like I got a bit like stuck because like there's a lot of conversation up at that level that needs to really be brought down. With nature, I see that like in the past 1 to 3 years, a lot of more regulations are coming into place. I mean, we have heard from other speakers the frameworks that are there as well with TNFD, giving some guidance to companies on how they can really disclose and report certain impacts and dependencies that they have with nature specifically. I come from a country that they have the net gain, biodiversity gain regulation that came as well, where they are really asking developers to really increase that biodiversity value, they call it, by 10%. I think that there are other countries, the European Union, as you know, is quite strong on regulations for nature as well, restoration of nature, UDR on deforestation-free supply chains. I think that all that will really come more and more into place, and I think that like companies need to really be ready for those regulations and understand them well. And I think that from our side, we are affected also for that regulations, and I think that like we try to help our clients and partners as well on being prepared for it. But I think that that's a big thing, not only from the corporate side, but also for governments that are enforcing all those policies and ensuring that they have the right data and the visibility to actually know what's happening in their boundaries and in their territories. Yeah.
Hill, thank you very much. Yes. Same question, Raphael.
Same question?
Same question. Compliance, trust, and also with your own investors as well.
Yeah, I think that's also very interesting to get very different profile on this panel today. I think I'm happy to react on what has been also shared, the carbon credit token, which is, I think, very exciting in terms of private sector funding mobilization potential, which is definitely huge from the various population, including here in Thailand. I think we have also to look a bit at what has been the success or not of carbon credit. We know that this sector has been facing some huge greenwashing situation with the quality of credit, which was not always there, with a kind of also some issues around double accounting, where the credit is issued, who is buying, and so on. So I think for us, I think we took a view on this. We also believe that the certification attached to the credit is key. So we'll be supporting projects mainly that are providing RED Plus or ARR certification. You know that a carbon credit which is issued, for instance, by an eucalyptus forest is traded at $5 per ton versus $80 by ton on biochar. So the quality of the carbon credit could be very different from one asset to another. I think that's key. And also, another important point for us is who is the off-taker. So if we finance, for instance, a forestry fund, which is getting revenue only 100% from carbon credit issuances, who's going to buy those carbon credits? Is it an oil and gas company like Total, Shell, which doesn't have any SBTI, net zero trajectory? If this is the case, I think it might be of a challenge for us to go this direction. Yeah, and just last point on carbon credit, I think the sharing the revenues with the local communities, as mentioned earlier, I think is also a key point to make sure that we also implement projects that have a part of their revenues going to the local communities providing those projects. Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Natalie, over to you.
I think I could really just pick up on that last point. It is a fact that trust is almost not completely undermined carbon markets, but has made everybody hesitant about the ability to really grow meaningful change through these markets. And I think when we analyse what has happened, it has been the case that almost in all cases, it is that local communities haven't received fair and equitable share of the benefits from the instrument. And so I think it is just a truth that where we address that fundamental issue, the issue of trust goes away. And it would be very rare for an instrument to come into question if the community that is behind the instrument is backing the instrument. Like if a journalist speaks to a community that is grateful for the instrument, believes that they've been fairly compensated, believes that their work has been recognised and valued, then the issue of downstream trust, later down the track is just not going to be a problem. And so I think it just is a non-negotiable to be prepared to go right to the heart of where the work is occurring and where the value is being generated, and just ask the question of whether, when we look at the financial flow, a sufficient amount of that financial flow is actually sitting with the community. And it's really not that difficult beyond that to have confidence in the potential of the market, because it aligns incentives right at grassroots. And so I guess in the work that we're doing, we're just in a conditional relationship with the community. We provide funding in exchange for data that proves the action. So it's just a very simple kind of conditional relationship. We need the data to verify that the action has been taken, that the action is being compensated at a rate that is fair, and that the data itself is treated as an asset of the community. So if the data is proving the work, then the data should be valued at the rate of the work. It's the simple equation that we're using to ensure that everything that we do can be high trust from there.
Ideal. Thank you very much. Awesome. Kuntop, over to you.
Just want to share that BitCup is one of the 10 companies that are a WWF member from this country, a World Economic Forum. So I was fortunate to be attending World Forum, Davos in the past 3 years. And this year's finding, I would love to share with you all today that trust is eroded to the lowest point ever. They show this collaboration barometers every year. The only metrics that improved from last year post-COVID was health collaboration. Due to COVID, we collaborate more on health. The rest, everything dived deep, like gotten worse, including security for the world. Trust is at the lowest point. And the world is moving towards a more fragmented one. That's the latest collaboration barometers that they showed this year. And they also shared that greenwashing is happening because ESG is not economical. So there are two types of stages, right? The main stage where everything is online. You can go and watch this on YouTube at a closed door meeting. Right? On the main stage, people talk about ESG and stuff. But behind closed door, it's a different message. Greenwashing is happening because it's not economical for business owners to implement. And they're relying on AI now, this year, that eventually AI is going to find solutions that are both sustainable and economical for business owners to deploy. Things like carbon capture technology, things like accurate agriculture, farming. So AI was a big topic this year at Davos. And just to relate to your question, first, trust is really at the lowest point globally. And greenwashing is happening because it's not economical to implement ESG. And to solve this trust, transparency, communication gap issue, I think we have to work on two areas. The first area is the standardization of regulations. He mentioned earlier that the definition of carbon credit is different in every country. Carbon pricing in Thailand is $2. In Indonesia is $10. In Europe it's $100. The quality is different. So we need to work on the standardization of regulation, standardization of the scalability of technology, right, across. And luckily, the world is moving towards a regionalization movement. We're not moving towards globalization. Globalization is like a thing of the past. We have to talk about regionalization now, especially ASEAN. We're signing this DEFA agreement by 2030, DEFA, Digital Economy Framework Agreement. We are coming together as European zone, 10 countries in ASEAN as one, right? And there are 9 agreements in this DEFA agreement: free flow of people, free flow of money, free flow of goods and services throughout the ASEAN region. We're going to be the 4th largest economy in the world, 600 million population. We're going to trigger $2 trillion into this region by 2030. And there are different standardization coming up. And I hope as a region, we work on this carbon credit tokenization, infrastructure, standardization of infrastructure, of payments, of regulation, of definition, so that we have transparency and bridge the communication gap on this area going forward. And on the greenwashing part, we have to go back to Adam Smith, right? The animal spirit and invisible hands. If the money in the pocket is not impacted, we will not change. I love this quote. One of the YPO members has said this during B20, G20 event, right? Morality does not mobilize capital. Opportunity does, right? That's a great quote. Morality does not mobilize capital, right? In reality, opportunity does. So we need to create this carrot and stick approach. So long as the money in the pocket does not change, people will not change their behavior. So we need to find the right stick and the right incentives, right? And very soon, because we are almost at that point, equilibrium, where we're no longer, it's almost too late to change. The economics will embed this reward and punishment mechanism into the ecosystem. Things like CBAM, carbon pricing, carbon tax. this is like a stick embedding into the capitalism world.
Well, that makes me anxious and excited at the same time. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mayo.
Probably stick where it goes to do no harm component, where we're talking about greenwashing, and then a Thailand level context. We are working on the taxonomy because Thailand is going on taxonomy phase 2, which we're looking into agriculture sectors and embedding on the more on the biodiversity, the smallholders' right, and also the social inclusions into that. So now waiting for the taxonomy phase 2 to come out. We've been here that 27th of this month will be out. So let's look forward to it. And in addition to that, in globally, we will be our sustainable business finance looking into working with the private sectors on in terms of the transparency and traceability component as well. So that also does apply to a country like here as well. Especially we have the indicators. We have the platform called Spot, S-P-O-T-T. So Spot shows the transparency and traceability of the companies on the 3 commodities, so rubbers, palm oils, and rubbers, palm oil is the key one. So especially for the rubber in Thailand, we are also working with the smallholders, and especially for their land rights and making sure agriculture best practice guide. So in that sense, working with the community is trust and making sure inclusion is really important. Just to give a very quick example, learning curve last year, our community are not willing to do any of the survey in one village, and especially in the southern part of Thailand. So that was something that really interesting on the they being tired with the responding to the surveys. So that kind of thing. So this is where a lot of equities, we're talking about a lot of trust, and without the community ownerships and also land tenures, land rights. And it's really very difficult, and we have experience in the blue carbon blue bonds that currently the ZSL Philippine teams is working. We launched in last year, so we are still in a learning curve, and we already been seeing that community trust is coming into really a critical component, and that is something that we should build from the start. I'll stop here.
Oh, thank you. Right, thank you very much. Yeah, some really interesting, contrasting, obviously, opinions on that. That's great. Which actually leads me on to the future of investment or unlocking investments. Is there kind of anything that we should be sort of looking out for? Obviously, with tokens and everything like that, would be really interesting. But it's kind of unfortunate, and this may be a sweeping generalization, but action always happens when something bad happens, with an extinction that happens or a massive climate. Maybe there's some sort of issue with regionalism and flooding, that type of stuff. Could this sort of be the same? Is there something that could kickstart more investment into this? Would there be something that in the future that people would actually sort of grab hold of before we're all doomed? Over to you, Maria.
The doomness part, yeah. I think that we don't learn as fast as we should, I believe, and I think that we get stuck as human beings. I don't know why. I mean, I was hearing in a panel this morning that animals are just kind of taking different migration routes, etc. So they learn faster than us as human beings. That we have quite a lot of logic, up in our heads, but. Looking into the future, I think that there's a lot to do, and I want to be optimistic, even though that the reality is that we are really suffering already the consequences. I don't think that anyone can really look and say there's a bright future. I think that there's a bright future considering all the collaboration that we can do, the technology that can help, the innovation, if we really work together. And I'm a true believer that like we all need to play a part. So I don't think that there's any more you going that route and me the other one. It's like kind of like joining efforts and moving that forward. For us, I think that that's what I really want to move forward at Entity. In this particular case, I think that like we have the means as a big corporate on technology. And I think that I would really like to, and we have seen a lot of big tech companies as well joining forces, doing coalitions, working with other organizations, the Nature Conservancy, Conservation International, and many others on nature and on ensuring that they can play a part and they can really benefit out of that because they know that nature is part of who we are. And maybe just to give a couple of examples, we do work with companies to really help them prepare for the regulations, that traceability that May was like mentioning at the moment, that Thailand like needs to really look into. I think that governments will have to really be prepared for that as well. There might be a digital divide in the territory already happening because a lot of countries are really preparing for these regulations to really be kind of aligned to that, but they are really working on their own as well, and they will need that data and technology to really understand what's happening in their territories. Companies will really need that data as well to be reported, as I mentioned, so we help them on those platforms. We are exploring also like satellite images, and I know that like probably governments need to really work with open sources and in some cases, but I think that it's more integrating all that data and just like putting it into one place that can really be of good use. I think in the past the challenges were more collecting all that data, now is processing and analyzing. AI has come into place to help us optimize all that process, but a word of caution as well on that, because I believe, as I mentioned at the very beginning, how impactful it can be on energy consumption and footprint. So I think that like we need to find the right balance, but definitely we need to really push for a brighter future and for the generations to come to really, have like what we have enjoyed somehow. So yeah.
Thank you, Rafael.
Yeah, big question, future.
Totally big question.
Well, I think for us is to probably continue on the political pledge, which was done in the past years with a lot of high-level announcement and commitment. Well, let's continue the pressure on that, but we've seen that so far it has not been delivering so much in terms of channeling the money down to the ground to make those projects really existing. But let's, I think, continue in this direction, not avoiding also regulation. I think we've mentioned several times that this is necessary with the right level of regulation. But then more important is probably the demonstrative effect of probably more small and medium projects that should be bankable and also deliver impact. So this is really what we try to do at ProParco, is really to be able to structure those projects that are really able to deliver on bankability, not necessarily a huge level of IRR. I think we shall also be reasonable. It shall be profitable, but I think we shall at the same time be serious and transparent on the impact we deliver. And this is also, it's been mentioned earlier, the level of trust is very low. So if we damage this remaining level of trust, I think it will be quite challenging. But nature will definitely continue giving us wake-up calls or wake-up floats or wake-up fires, I don't know. So I think it will keep us awake to work hard on this.
Thank you. All right, Natalie, over to you.
I echo my colleague's view here that the future will be tokenized. And I think what I'm excited about is the ability for tokens to reflect new thinking and new value. But I think as coming from an indigenous and local community perspective, I'm excited about the ability of tokens to reflect old thinking and a return to a time where we had a more holistic view of our relationship with nature and our interdependency and our responsibility. And just to give a couple of examples of how we're doing that with our own token design in Toha, We're all familiar with the idea of the time value of money. That money today, the cash in the hand is more valuable than the same money in the future. We've come up with the idea of the time value of action. So that an action taken today is more valuable than the same action in the future, as a way of deciding how to incentivize participation in our data ecosystem. So that's just one example of how a token technology gives us the ability to have an idea, believe in that idea, and then implement it alongside others that also agree that that is a truth. Another thing that I'm excited about is getting beyond reductive ways of thinking about nature. So yes, it's important to have data, but in the data conversation and science-based conversations, Western science-based conversations, we're encouraged to reduce nature down to a single point. And the reality is that it's very difficult to understand nature through a single data point. It's only through understanding the relationship between data points that we can start to see nature. So one of the things that we're doing in Toha is looking at how we can create a nature time-cycled data standard. So in traditional knowledge systems, we often understand that nature is doing what it's meant to do by saying that this flowering of this plant is happening at the same time as the return of this insect at this time of the year. And it's because we can take a view of multiple species working in harmony with each other that we're able to understand that the ecosystem is flourishing. But in traditional data systems, we would be encouraged to take one of those data points and try and make meaning out of it when it is impossible to make meaning out of just a single part of that. So I'm excited about all of those potential opportunities, but I think that in order to make these systems work, we need a new infrastructure, and I believe that's going to be tokens.
Cool.
The productivity of ASEAN has dropped this year on a global economic outlook stage. They said US will continue to grow going forward because they have three unique characteristics. First, they have a deep capital market structure. Second, they're the center of innovation. And capital will go towards the most productive places on earth. And US is the most productive per capita in the world. So they will continue to attract capital. And also they have cheap energy. That's why the US will continue to grow according to that stage, right? But ASEAN, our productivity dropped from 0.25% to 0.22%. So we became less competitive. We became less competitive. So to answer your question, I think we should invest in human capital. In particular, the green and digital human capital skills, which is lacking in ASEAN. Actually everywhere around the world right now. Green human capital skills, digital literacy skills. They said that in the next 5 years, 44% of our current skill sets will become obsolete. Right? Almost half of our current capabilities will be replaced by AI within the next 5 years. By 2030, 1 in 3 people will have to go back to school, right, to upskill themselves. So we have to really invest in our human capital to improve our productivity per capita. And for ASEAN to become more competitive, they have to, by 2030, there'll be 2 trillion at least coming after the DEFA integration, DEFA agreement. But the FDI that will be coming in the next 5 years will not be the traditional FDI. It will be they call it digital FDI. So they will be investing in new industries. They won't be investing in petrol cars, right? They'll be investing in electric cars going forward. So in order to attract capital, ASEAN has to be more competitive and also have to have the right skill sets to jumpstart new advanced economies here in this region. And also we will be using a lot of energy, like so much energy going forward. Like in the next 5 years, half of the cars running on the road will be autonomous. Within 5 years, Elon Musk said humanoid robot will be less than $20,000. Every household would have humanoid robots, right? productivity would be through the roof, but we're going to be consuming so much energy. So we need to find a way to invest in cheap and clean energy for the world also. Long answer short, to invest in human capital, in particular green and digital, and also to invest in cheap and clean energy.
Interesting. Thank you very much. May, last but not least.
Thank you. It's really a good question. I kept thinking about it as well. And the current state, we are very much disconnected. I'm speaking on behalf of CSL. We are very much disconnected, our conservations and the finance and being mobilized. And this is where we have great projects. We have fantastic landscapes that we are working in a broader. And however, we still have very much a lack of financings for the tiger conservations or biggest to smallest animals that we like to work in or we like to help community and so on and so forth. And another thing is when we are in that context and we have the investable models that we developed, however, we also have to manage the investors' expectations as the rate of return in a shorter term. However, if we're looking at coffee, it won't work 3 years. So we need at least 4 years to get the fruits and get the harvestings comes in. So it will goes to 5th year. So then we're generating the income. So that doesn't really work well for us if we are looking at the shorter term as well. So calculating on ROI for the investable model it's something that critical as well. So if the investments should comes in for the conservations, it really has to look at where does it go as well. So we also should be asking, are we financing for the emissions and infrastructure, or are we financing for the healthy ecosystems and the communities too? So these are the questions that we also should be asking. And we will be focusing more on the transnational, transboundary works where animals don't need a passport to cross the border, right? So we then still have to walk country to country, and we still have the illegal wildlife trade now that moving since after COVID, it moving to online trade. Then we still need to work on the different countries that are changing the informations and this and that. So really have to invest in the transnational, transboundary works that we have to expand more and collaborations as well. So lastly, the AI support is even more important for us. Right now, we are also relying technology very much on the monitoring. And because our rangers cannot reach to most of the area, we always have, if you look at India or Nepal, looking at a number of rangers, we say have limitations in that, even though we have canine units that helping with the detections and all, we still have a limitation also in Thailand. So we rely very much on the AI, and I believe we will continue to invest in this area. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. So, yes, changing technology changes investment landscapes, I suppose. That's interesting. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Much appreciated. I'm going to actually open this over to the audience here. Thank you very much for hanging out, by the way. Much appreciated. Anybody actually have a burning question for our panel here regarding unlocking investment? Over to you. Yes.
Hi, Manish Lakol. I spoke in the first panel, and then now I'm back here, probably speaking here. And I was listening to Top earlier about tokenizing the economies. And it's really good to hear that carbon credits are getting tokenized as well. But then, being sort of like stewards of the biodiversity credit market, if I may call it so. So what we are really doing is to look into the digital aspects of the market, that how we can move the entire market on the digital base, like the distributed ledger technology, and then of course complemented by AI and other stuffs. But then what we'll really need to see happening, again, I mean, please share your view, how that can really be done. But when we talk of data and tokenizing, so we are talking of data sovereignty, data integrity issues as well. So how do you think these can really be addressed? Because these are the questions that are arising in our discussions, right? But we know that, I mean, of course, DLT has its promises, but has its well, challenges as well. So would like to really hear your view on that, that how this new market that's emerging, promising, well, at least a fraction of that $200 billion of new or additional funding coming from, well, specifically private sector, then how can we most effectively and efficiently do it?
Sure. Thank you for the question. For Thailand in particular, they tried to do it in a closed system before, in the past, and they were not able to attract enough liquidity. The only vibrant liquidity market with enough liquidity is the stock exchange of Thailand, but now it's not as vibrant also. The closed model is not the way forward after they tried out. And that is why now they're legalizing carbon credit tokenization as an alternative option. Because they believe that in an open system, they can attract more liquidity from other asset classes. Right? So there'll be an interoperability between liquidity from Bitcoin, from tokenization of buildings towards carbon credit tokenization, much easier in an open system versus a closed system. Right? So we're moving towards this direction for this country. But then it's not like a random stranger can come in and tokenize whatever he wants. Right? We have to go through a proper legalized procedure. We have a primary market player and a secondary market player. Right? The primary market player, if we were to compare this to the traditional financial sector, is the FA or investment banker equivalent, and the secondary player is the stock exchange, right, for day-to-day trading, change of hands. And the primary market players, we have to apply for a license, a proper licensed, regulated, we call it ICO portal here in Thailand, to have the right to tokenize. So not anyone can just randomly tokenize what he or she wants, right? We have to go through an ICO portal. And the procedure is very similar to IPO. So this ICO portal company would do the whole due diligence, prospectus, the whole process, very similar to IPO. And we only use the blockchain to replace the TSD. Instead of trusting a middle intermediary to hold deeds and create a digital representation in a closed system, we use the blockchain in a transparent manner to create a digital representation of that unit of carbon credit. So we are only using the blockchain or the DLT to create a digital representation of the actual carbon credit. The actual carbon credit is not moving anywhere. It's just for the commerce to, is for the ease of commerce, right? Once it's in a digital format. Very similar to stock trading. Like if you trade PTT stock today, the actual stock would be kept at TSD, and we are only trading the digital representation of the TSD stock. Right? The actual stock is not moving anywhere. So it's a similar model for carbon credit or for deeds. This room, we can tokenize this room into square meters now instead of being like one person owning this room in the past. 100 people can co-own this room into square meters, but the actual deed is not moving anywhere. It's kept offline with a regulated player. And we're only creating a fractionalized digital representation of this room. Right? So carbon credit is done in a similar manner. So it has to go through a proper due diligence process, prospectus, audits, before we create a digital representation of a clean asset.
Yeah, can I have just a quick follow-up on that?
Yes, you can.
Or anyone else?
Unless, very quickly.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, in terms of the biodiversity credit market, it's new, so it's very upcoming. And there's already a caution of secondary market because, you know, I mean, the actual inputs that the people on the ground are putting to generate the credits, once that value is added or packaged into that credit, it's sold. But if it's then someone, a speculator, buys it and then takes a profit out of it and sells, like what happens in the carbon space, then the actual people who are stewarding the nature to generate that outcome are being sort of unfairly treated. So, you know, I mean, there's still this word of caution of secondary market. But I'm just trying to think out loud. Maybe we can take it out offline in a conversation separate. But I think we'll have to think how biodiversity credit can actually be, you know, really built onto a digital space. So.
Fascinating stuff. Unless you want to respond to that?
Yeah, so two things we have to be careful. Garbage in, garbage out. Right?
Yeah.
So the ICO portal, that's why we need a regulated player to regulate this garbage in, to prevent this garbage in, out. But also the second aspect is the what in our space, we call it crypto economics. We need to design a proper crypto economics to prevent issues from happening.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody on this panel actually also want to add anything to that at all? Rocking, no worries. Over to you guys. Any more for any more? We've got room for one more. Yes, over there, gentleman over there in the back.
This is for May. I guess also ZSL is well known in conservation circles. And I think it's really interesting that now it's getting more involved in biodiversity finance. And I'm just wondering, conservation is, I think, historically underfunded. So what do you think is the gap that needs to be closed between conservation, biodiversity, and finance?
Thank you. So based on our experience and also seeing in the region, first thing is our conservation works always on the very fragmented, pretty much relying on the donors funding. So most of the time we get stopped in certain period. So we get fragmented like small projects. It's happened. So if we are looking at the landscape level, for instance, ZSL Thailand is looking at 49,000 hectares area as part of their landscape, then they stick to it, and which I believe WWF colleagues are also similar approach in that. Then we can see the impact of it. So that's a lot easier for us to have a program like longer term and scalable, like 10 years, how much do we need that for? And that will comes in really good and very well for our investors to come in and looking at, because we are bridging the gaps of they have money, but they don't have the projects to invest in, but we have the projects that really concrete and proven records on the landscape level and investable models that can bring it to them, which then works nicely in that sense. So that means that if we are talking about the habitat restoration, species protections, or creating change in terms of the community's involvement, and so on and so forth. So that should come in as each of the pillar. How does it help? Because investors also, from their side, like to look at on the our data. Just now we were a lot of discussions about that, and also the clarity on MRV monitoring evaluations systems. And for the funders, they are also taking a risk. So from our side, we want to make sure that the risk is really mitigated in most of the time, and because we know our landscape. We know very well about our community. We know where to do, what to plant, what season is good for them, and what species is working well, and including edge species, right? So that's we are expert in that. Then we can complement together. So that's what they need, and we also need funding. So that financing gap, really we have to identify brutally ourselves in what do we really need, why do we need that. So that really matters, that how the money flows to where. So we have to be really honest with ourselves so that the financing gap can be closed. But it doesn't mean that our finance in ZSL is being closed, because we are looking at quite broad spectrum. Or I think that was the approach, and the different models are also, we are using that as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, I think that's about it for everybody. Thank you so much. Of course, if you want to continue these conversations, do so online, do so in the email and all that, or even out for a coffee or a beer afterwards. Thank you very much to our panelists. I guess in summary, all the governance and the compliance is all set. Everything is all groovy. Trust is down a bit low. But of course, keep a close eye on crypto economics. Thank you very much, everybody. Over to you, Mia, over there.
Big hand for the panelists first. Great. So right before we end, I'd like to ask all the moderators of the sessions to come up on the stage. So Sean, you stay there. We want Sean, we want Manish, we want Vivi up on this stage to give just a few final thoughts on how we can move forward and how we can work together while we do that. So thank you all very much for sticking around for these final thoughts.
Yeah, so we've been texting each other, and we just come up. The task is just to come up with 3 or 4 big takeaways per session. And if there's any feedback, fantastic, add your own takeaways. But of course, the morning begins with sort of more of a sweeping view of the market. What are some of the obstacles to more investment into a nature-positive future? Then it moves to digital technology, moves to opportunities, specific opportunities in Southeast Asia, and hearing specifically from banks that are investing, have invested, et cetera. And then there was Sean's session that I do not need to describe. You just saw it. But in any case, let's hand it over to Manish for just a few takeaways.
Sure. Thank you, Sean. Well, that was the first hour of the morning, so, well, it's sort of like pushed back in.
Feels like last week almost.
Yeah, almost. But some quick points, I would say. I mean, of course, it was a very interesting discussion. We had Alvin, we had Matteo, we had Kevin, we had Tim. Yeah, of course, I can't forget Tim and Natalie.
Who did double time.
Yeah.
Thank you. Special shout out to Natalie.
And of course, was the only female panelist in that panel. So, yeah, a few quick points. Integrity, innovation, and inclusion really emerged. Bold multi-stakeholder partnership to take ideas to scale. Repurposing negative financing is critical, while of course the efforts to bring in new and additional funding. And to do so, we will probably need to de-risk the investments to encourage the private capital flowing in. Data sovereignty and respect to indigenous peoples, or indigenous, well, not just people, but indigenous and traditional knowledge, and of course, human rights. And also one point that came up is steep uptake of AI and of course other tech innovations that we are seeing in the space and across all different sectors. But then we need to be aware of the limitations or the constraints that they hold. And one very interesting point was that I learned today is cement is the second most consumed material globally after water. And I quickly Googled up, and it says 30 billion tons of concrete consumption on an annual basis. So that was like an eye-opener, I would say. And then, of course, Matthieu's catchphrase of financing the green and greening the finance, of course. Yeah.
Thank
Over
you.
to you, Sean.
Thank you very much, Manesh. And indeed, let me play off that inverse, because I had a lot of inverse messages on my panel. Maybe bear with me here. I'm working this out as I speak. But in terms of digital technology, we know that, and we learned from specific examples that digital technology can facilitate investment into nature. But we also learned, I think from Jacinta in particular, that digital technology, it requires investment. And it's hard to get that investment, in part because, right, those time frames, those time horizons are very long, and sometimes you don't know what's going to come out the end of that investment. Playing again off this theme of the inverse, the data that's being generated by digital technology has informed policy, government policy. We learned from Thalia that it can inform where to put a road or train tracks to avoid migratory paths of whether they're elephants, large mammals, and indeed migratory birds, right? But that we need also policy so that we can share data more fluidly. There should be more access to that data. We need interoperability of our data systems. Data structures are super important. So data policy, but policy for data. Third, the local community element. So Justine talked about the importance, actually most of the panelists on my panel talked about the importance of local community engagement. That matters to a global audience that's consuming nature data and for investors. But also the global community, if it's expressed through multinational enterprises, they really value that local commitment as well. So there's the importance there. I think I'm not, the inverse is not so strong, but indeed the local and the global, both of them are important to completing the circle with regards to the engagement on digital technology. If there's just one last one that was the most obvious though, is that as the cost of digital technology is dropping, nature tech in particular, conservation technology is dropping, the power is increasing. And I think it's incumbent on us to keep that in mind, identify those opportunities where we see that happening, ask ourselves, how can we employ that in our next big project or our next big proposal? I would like anyone out there who's putting together a project proposal or something larger to do not forget the digital technology space. Do not forget that technology is becoming widely available. It's available to you. It's not going to be cheap, but it's going to be less expensive than before, and it has more power now with the advent of AI, et cetera, than it ever has in the past. Thank you very much.
So my event, I think, so sorry, too many presentation, but I hope that you remember something. So we hear from Sandrine from AFD that, you know, we are the bank with mission. We only invest in climate, nature, biodiversity, and we set a clear target that like €1 billion every year will be committed in nature. And also, we also learn from the partner like two Thai public bank, BAC and Krung Thai Bank, and 3 from Creagy, S&P Global, and the Biodiversity Consultancy from the UK. So what is a key message is that like don't separate climate and nature. It's really linked. Okay, no?
Yeah, mine's off as well.
Yeah, sure. So nature, climate is linked. So by investing in nature, it's like a natural capital. Right? You invest in the tree and the ecosystem, the soil, so you face heavy rain, flooded. Your property, your asset would be less comparison to when you don't invest on protection at all. And then we also like addressing on like, you know, thank you. Yeah. Then we see the evolution of how private sector, financial sector are starting to be interested in nature. Why? Because it was the pressure from the regulator or shareholder climate already have the regulator to set like, net zero, have to have compliance. And then nature would have that regulation as well. But for Thailand context, the current Thailand taxonomy that address sector is not yet sufficient automated on biodiversity. So we need to work with the policy maker more. So I think it's really aligned from your first section that like without clear policy, guidance and regulation, it will be very difficult to engage, the CEO, how they have to accelerate their action for nature. And also very important, everybody say the same, that we must continue to build awareness, work with partner, find the expertise. Multi-development bank also can share, also can invest as a partner and take action. And then I think that at the end, if we can manage to get the buy-in from the people who make decision, then we can shift the investment toward the finance in the green and green in the finance. Thanks.
All right. Well, you just heard from me, but I'm happy to repeat. But I think in terms of unlocking investment in blue and green economies, there are projects and themes and initiatives to invest in. There's obviously organizations that can do the investing as well. But of course, evolution is a hot topic as well. Shifting technology, shifting innovation will obviously affect how we view these particular investments and how we work through the investments themselves. However, one cannot understate the considerations of traditional values of indigenous knowledge of communities. They have to be at the forefront of these investments. As we sail into the future, it's obvious that artificial intelligence and all of the other bits and pieces, deep thinking, machine learning, or whatever it is, could play a pivotal role, as well as, of course, the different aspects of investment themselves. So cryptocurrencies, economics and things like that, which will obviously take massive considerations. I'm not as suspicious as I was before. I remember I said I was kind of the token greenie and kind of looking at that, but one has to be optimistic. One has to have a bit of hope that these systems, everything that we've actually discussed today, will work. Okay, we have this one planet, and obviously we all have our part to play. And with this regard, with the way that we look at financing and technology, and marrying that with traditional biodiversity work, if you like, infrastructures, hopefully the future will be bright. Peace.
Well, thank you very much, everybody. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you so much. Just a quick reminder on your way out, please put your badges into the jar. And yes, please hang out if you'd like to speak with anyone and make those connections that will take us into the future. Bye.
And indeed, as you leave, some of us will have a drink downstairs in the lobby. If you want to stop and say goodbye on your way out, please do. Please also have a beer with us.
Are we all good?
We did it.
We did it. Well done. We're all in.